I remember the Babin siblings being creeps. Or that one Christian girl who couldn't stop talking about how she was saving herself for someone special. There was the one guy who stayed in the computer hall all day, and the gym bro, and the guy who kept getting shoved into lockers. People called him Handsome Man as a cruel mockery. I think my favourite was a guy named Hank. His dad was a plumber, and he was going to be a plumber too. Hank was the kind of guy who liked collecting things, weird things, like lost screws, pop tabs, or bottle caps. He would categorise them by colour or weight and keep them in little jars in his locker. The one time I saw it, he had like 30 jars, all meticulously sorted. That's the one guy I guess I could call a friend from back then. He was going to be a plumber. I was going to be a veterinarian. I reached my goal, but I have no idea if Hank ever did. I haven't thought about those days in Tomskog High for a while. I've had no reason to, really. That is, until not too long ago. Nowadays, I live out in Kerrville. I've got a wife, 2 kids, 2 cars, and a very pampered golden retriever. Being a vet, we've saved a lot on bills for that pup. My kids are about the same age that I was when things went to shit, but I'm glad to say that cycle is broken. I'm happily married. We've had a few hiccups along the way, but it's been more like sleep on the couch kinda hiccups, not the get out of my life kind. In this kind of life, you don't need to think back on your teenage years. You're busy worrying about your kids' college applications and tuition, or that weird sound you hear when you take a sudden right with your car, or why your favourite shirt's starting to feel too tight. My hair's gone a little too thin, my eyes are a little darker, and I've a hard time staying awake during movie night. But that's all just flavour, yeah. It's all just life, a whole bunch of little worries. So when I had a couple of strangers come knocking at my door, I didn't think much of it. I was home alone on a Sunday. I'd just walked Kitten. Yes, the dog's name's Kitten, and I was about to settle down for lunch when there was a knock at the door. A white van with a logo of a wrench, a cogwheel, and a couple of pipes. Very generic. I opened the door to see 2 men in orange coveralls and full tool belts. They introduced themselves with a company name I didn't recognise. They asked me about my name and I confirmed my identity. The city is taking steps to minimise damage from flash flooding, one of them explained. We're doing some groundwork, looking at possible run-through. Since you live at the end of the block, chances are we're going to have to go all the way around your property. So what are we looking at? I asked. 2, maybe 3 months of road work, a stone's toss away from your bedroom window, he continued. Unless we can work something out and go straight through your backyard, then we're looking at a month tops. I think I'd be entitled to some compensation then, and I'd have to talk to my wife about it. Of course, yeah, he nodded. Come along, I'll show you what we're working with. I stepped out of the house, looking back at Kitten. He wasn't happy about it, tail between his legs and all. I closed the door and followed the men to the van. The moment they opened the door, I was confused. There were no pipes, no tools, nothing. It was a blacked out storage with soundproof walls. One of them pulled a hood over my head, the other one tased me. It felt like they'd tied all my nerves to a single spot and were trying to rip them out of my skin. They must have practiced this 100 times. It was very fast, just a couple of seconds. Then I was forced down in the back of the van with my legs and hands zip-tied. One of them stayed in the back while the other one sped off. A couple of streets later, they stopped. They did something to the side of the van, presumably changing or removing the logo, as well as changing the license plate. Meanwhile, the guy in the back wrapped me up in some kind of plastic. Best thing you can do is be quiet and still, he explained. Are we gonna have a problem? I remember trying to ask 100 questions at once. There was no reason this should happen to me. I wasn't involved in anything sketchy, and we didn't have millions stashed away in some Looney Tunes kind of safe in my wife's home office. They hadn't even checked my wallet for cash, they just took my cell phone. Finally, I managed to get a couple of questions out. "What do you want?" "I'll be honest," he said. "I have no idea." We drove for a couple of hours. They sat me up and chained me to the wall. I was given some apple juice through a straw. For some reason, they treated me like I was dangerous. They would shy away from me whenever I moved. I could hear their tools rattling, as if they were prepared to tase me if I said something they didn't like. You lose your sense of time when you've got a bag over your head and when your heart beats at 150 miles an hour, but eventually, they stopped the van. We were somewhere far out. The roads had felt uneven and I could hear birds chirping. A light shone through my bag as they opened one of the side doors and got into a heated conversation. "How can this be the guy?" the driver said. "He's not trying anything. We've seen nothing. He's on the list. It's best not to question it. But what if we got it wrong? You saw what it took to dredge the fucking melon head out of the lake." That tickled something in my brain. I hadn't heard that nickname in years. There was this one guy who used to stay in the gym a lot. He had a rounder kind of head than most people. Not like misshapen or anything. Just unusual by comparison. He liked the nickname though. He thought melon head meant he had a big brain. I could still imagine him doing lifts saying more, more, more between each rep. But that's when it first hit me. They were talking about my classmates that one year back in Minnesota. This had something to do with my high school years. "I was only there for a couple of months," I said out loud. "We had to move." "What?" The guy in the back stepped back in and leaned down to me. I explained, at length, how my mother had moved to Minnesota on a whim and how we had left well before graduation. "So you never got the shots?" "Nothing." "What are you talking about?" I could hear hesitation in his voice. Someone had messed up somewhere down the line. The two of them stepped away. "Look," the driver said. "We can either be the ones who took some initiative and disobeyed a direct order. So we're going to stick him in the pods with those things. You want to risk it? I mean, even if we're right, do you want to take the risk of showing them we're willing to disobey an order?" That shut down the conversation. Mistake or not, they weren't about to turn back. They drove all night. I was given some kind of fruit sauce from a tube as a meal. By the morning, we pulled up to an industrial complex. I could hear the machinery and the power tools going off as metal struck metal. There were people there too, dozens of them. The moment we stepped out of the van, someone bumped into us. It was clear that whatever they were in on it. I was led into a quieter room in the back and asked to step inside what felt like a locker. Rubber floor and walls, barely big enough for my shoulders to fit. They strapped me in, allowing me to effectively sit in there, but there was just no way to get comfortable. Then they tipped the entire thing, making me feel like I was laying in a coffin. It was completely soundproof and dark. A voice came through from an internal speaker. "We're releasing the straps in a moment," it said. "Then you can take off your hood. It's going to be a long ride. Try to get some sleep." "How long?" I asked. "Where are we going?" There was no answer. The straps came undone with a click, and I threw off my hood. It was pitch black. I barely knew if my eyes were open or not. Blinking was just a reflex. The air was stale as a small fan spun somewhere around the top of my head. I could barely move, and I felt this heaviness in my chest, like if I somehow drew too deep a breath, the air would run out, or my ribcage would bump against the lid. It was so disorientating. I remember banging on what I thought was a door. I needed a light, a window, something to orient myself around, but there was no response. I didn't even know if they were still out there. What would I do if I got left in here? What if they just walked away? I tried telling myself it was going to be a long ride, but I had no idea. It wasn't just a long ride, it was close to torture. I was flipped, stacked, pushed, and at one point dropped in free fall. The pod cushioned all blows, and since I could barely move, I couldn't really hurt myself from being in an unfortunate stance. It was clever, but man, it was uncomfortable. I lost all sense of time there. It might have been a couple of hours. It could have even been a whole day. They had this little hatch on the side where they got me a bottle of water or a tube of fruit sauce. I had two more meals, so I'm thinking it took all about a day. I know there was a flight involved though. My ears popped. I was half asleep the next time they used the speaker. "We'll be opening the doors in 10 seconds, a strange voice said. "Make no sudden movements." I counted in my head, but I must have gotten it wrong. It was only at 5 when the door popped open. 2 masked men with bulletproof vests and assault rifles. A man in a white lab coat with a protective face mask. A white room with blinding fluorescent lights. They made me turn away and put restraints on, as I was dragged to a chair and made to sit down. I felt so weak, like I'd been pulled out of bed at 3 in the morning. The man in the lab coat got down on one knee to face me. "Where did you graduate?" "Southwest. San Antonio, right?" "Right." "Where were you before that?" I explained the circumstances. My time in Tomskog, Minnesota. A couple of years in West Virginia. Before that, South Dakota. That was where I spent most of my life. The man was very patient, allowing me to explain. I saw him making notes on a clipboard, doing check marks next to lines my eyes were too fuzzy to read. "Checks out," he said as I finished. "You were never part of the class long enough to get any booster shots or heat therapy." "No, nothing like that." "So when you hear names like Digman, Babin, Bogan, that means nothing to you?" "It rings a bell, but..." I shrugged. I could hear the resignation in his voice as he got back up, giving the others a long look. The armed men shuffled out, looking at one another. "Put him in a room," the doctor said. "He's not part of the subject line. I'll sort it out. Go ahead and tell Ridge to prep for extraction." "Sir?" "The man's a fucking veterinarian. What the hell are we going to use him for?" the doctor snapped back. "Are you that desperate to get your cat's teeth cleaned?" "No, sir." They led me through the facility. All corridors sort of looked the same, but they were brimming with people. You could hear all sorts of noises. I recognised one as a bone saw. We went past this one room where they had a pod like mine on a table, preparing for surgery. I was escorted to a small room, bright as hell, but there was a dimmer switch. Sleek interior, like if Apple made a hotel room, lights along the ridges of the furniture, a ceiling fan that could be heard but not seen, a TV built into the wall, a queen-sized bed, a couch, a bedside table with a water pitcher and a glass, a bathroom with a shower, a mini fridge with a couple of snacks and sodas. Honestly, I'd slept in worse places. I took some time to decompress. I was still a prisoner, but at least they were hearing me out. I'd figured there'd been a mistake, but I couldn't figure out exactly what. Maybe someone in that class had done something terrible, and everybody they'd been involved with was under scrutiny. But if so, why wait this long? I couldn't figure it out. But I counted my blessings. I was out of that damned pod. With a little luck, I might be able to get on a flight back home sooner rather than later. I couldn't imagine how worried my family might be, coming home to an empty house and an unlocked front door. They must have called the police. I managed to get the TV going. They had a couple of movies available, so I put something on just to not get drowned in my own thoughts. It was then when I realised just how highly strung I really was. I could feel my muscles relaxing and my heart slowing. I'd been on the verge of collapse all this time, and only now could I feel some semblance of recovery. I took a shower and changed into some fresh clothes. There was a wardrobe with generic slacks and t-shirts. I figured they wouldn't mind. I was halfway through a Bill Murray comedy when the door opened. A woman in a grey pantsuit was escorted inside by armed guards. I was forced up against a wall on the opposite side of the room. They checked my pockets for weapons and had me sit on the bed. As he finished, the woman turned to him. I think she was in her mid-30s. She had short, almost platinum blonde stubble of hair. "We got it from here," she said. "You can wait outside." The man left. She sat down on the couch across from me, looking at the paused frame of the movie with a vacant smile. "I just think we ought to have a conversation," she said. "I don't want to interrupt your me time." "I can talk," I reassured her. "Talk away." "There's been a level of miscommunication," she explained. "As I'm sure you're aware. You mind telling me why I'm here? What you think you're doing?" She gave me a long look, tilting her head. "I want you to consider something," she said. "Think about where you are, about who you might be talking to. Consider the lengths we've gone to in order to get you here, into this room. Now, ask yourself this. Is asking me a question like that beneficial to your current situation?" I shook my head, staying quiet. "I would agree," she continued. "So maybe we should stick to me asking questions." She went through a list of checkpoints, asking me about my mental and physical health. She asked me about people I spent a lot of time with, about my children and spouse. It's as if they were looking to see if anything stood out. She couldn't find anything. She'd corroborated my account with what had been said previously, adding little check marks to the list. "Well," she sighed, "it appears you weren't supposed to be on that list. I suppose an apology would be in order." She turned to me, putting away a notepad. She opened a shoulder bag, producing a set of papers and a pen. "This has been an unfortunate misunderstanding, and we will be sure to rectify it. I think we can come to terms." "Does this involve me being put in an unmarked grave?" "Not quite so dramatic," she smiled. "That would create a lot of questions. I think the best thing for both of us is to arrange a small cover story and compensate you handsomely for your time." I was given a contract with a firm called Hatchet Pharmaceuticals. This contract confirmed that I'd been consulting them on an important project. They spelled out a point list of items to be compensated for, like food, hotel rooms, overtime pay, all the bells and whistles. There were receipts. All in all, it was more than fair compensation. Just over 6 figures. A solid cover story. "We're very thorough," she said. "We can assign a representative to explain the situation to your family." "I think that'd be best," I agreed. "And after this, we're done. We walk away, correct?" "Correct. I'll have you on a flight first thing in the morning." I had no further questions. I signed it. "I hope you can see why we can't let you run the facility. You'll have to stay the night, but we'll do our best to accommodate you." "That's fine, just an early flight. The earliest." "Of course." She got up, leaving a copy of the contract. As she left the room, I noticed the armed guard still waiting outside. She turned to me a final time. "I'll get you a root beer. I know you like them." I can't say she was wrong. I suspected they'd taken a step back and examined what they knew about me a little closer. No, I wasn't. For a couple of hours, I was comfortable. They got me a proper steak dinner and a root beer, and I ended up watching movies until I fell asleep. It started to dim on its own once it noticed me getting into bed. In that moment, I was positive about the whole thing. I'd been compensated. There would be an apology and an explanation given to my family. I could put it all behind me once and for all. Now I just had to wait for that early plane and hope for the best. I didn't have a clock or anything, but I must have slept for about 2 hours when I noticed something. The buzz of the ceiling fan had stopped, and the dim light went completely black. I waved my arm a little to see if it was a sensor, but nothing happened. Getting up, I went to check the door. It must have had some kind of magnetic lock, because I still couldn't open it. Then I did something. It's hard to explain why, but I heard this thumping noise, and I just had this feeling. Like, it's one thing to hear footsteps, but this sounded wrong. I stepped aside and pressed myself up against the wall, facing away from the door. Seconds later, something stopped outside my room. I could hear this metallic groan. The door was bent open inch by inch. Mechanisms snapped and bent from the immense pressure. Something was standing in the doorway. I heard this low rumble, like a snoring bull. Then a crack, followed by a loud chewing, like someone eating a fresh carrot. More. The voice was more of a gargle. It sounded like it came from the chest of something rather than the mouth. I could smell this sharp tang of iron in the air as there was another snap. The intruder was dragging something along the ground, taking the occasional bite. Snap, chew, snap, chew, more. The lights in the hall were still out, so even though the door was open, I couldn't see anything. I held my breath and ducked down low as a large hand swept by just to my right. It was looking for the dimmer switch. When it realised it wasn't working, it snorted and left the room, lumbering off down the hallway, dragging a snack along. I used my hands to feel my way out the door. It was bent in the middle and barely clinging to the hinges. The lock mechanism was still there, but it was so busted you could pull it out with your bare fingers. I almost slipped in something as I reached the opposite wall. Something must have happened, and I'd be stupid just to sit and wait for it to blow over. There was a hum. A short, low hum. Some kind of backup generator came on, bathing the hallway in a red light. My eyes adjusted as I realised I was standing in a liquid that covered most of the hallway. It might have been red. It was impossible to tell, but given how it smelled, I'm pretty sure I was standing in a pool of blood. There were torn pieces of armour splattered on the walls, along with patches of skin clinging to the fabric. I'd never seen anything like it. It's hard to be afraid of something so violent. It's one thing to see a strange man with a knife. That's scary. But to see a pile of corpses out in the open, I mean, yes, that's scary, but it's almost too scary. I remember watching a patch of skin slide down the wall, shaking my head, thinking that there was no point in trying to understand what had happened. There was no point asking questions. I just had to get out of there. I tried to backtrack through the hallways. There were these pipes on the walls in different colours and symbols, but I couldn't make sense of them. They were most likely there to help guide people to various departments. There were arrows though, so I figured if I went the opposite way, that should bring me back to the origin point, or maybe even an exit. What had happened in my corridor wasn't an isolated incident. There were signs of struggle all over. The room where they had prepped for surgery was covered in black goo and had a hand pressed against the hardened glass. There was another room that when you got close, your hearing stopped. Like when you get water in your ear, only deeper. I couldn't even hear my heartbeat. I could feel it, but it's hard to explain. It was as if something bad was waiting around every corner, and the further I got, the worse it felt. My hearing eventually returned. It felt like coming up from a deep dive. I walked through the corridor where I could hear something eating in the next room. Something making bird noises. I did see a couple of living people, but they had these strange white masks on and didn't seem to respond to anything. Absolutely everything had gone to shit in a matter of hours. I heard voices up ahead. My first instinct was to run ahead and see what was going on, but I stopped myself. From what I'd seen so far, things weren't that simple. I stayed by the corridor, listening. Door. Locked. A second voice. Yes. Locked. A third person joined in the conversation, wandering in from the adjoining corridor. "You mask faces happy standing here." He had a strange intonation, like he couldn't help but roll his R's and end his sentences in gulping noises. It reminded me of one of the kids I went to high school with, Roy. He had a speech impediment, like a stutter. He had stopped by swallowing hard and shaking his head like a tick. It was such a specific noise. It was hard to pinpoint with description. But that's where it hit me. Roy. Melonhead. These were old Minnesota classmates. They'd brought me in on suspicion of being part of this class. Chances were that these same people had been brought in as well. That may very well be Roy on the other side of the hallway. But if that was the case, what did it mean? Was all this chaos perpetrated by my old classmates? If so, what the hell happened to them? Making my way to the main corridor, I ran across a series of gruesome sights. There was a man covered head to toe in some kind of black acid, melting him to the bone. There were several patrols of people with white masks, speaking to each other like grunting cavemen. I stopped counting dead bodies after 20, instead trying to keep my eyes on the marks on the wall. Eventually I got to a lobby of sorts. 2 massive storm doors had gone down, blocking the exit. There'd been a massacre. At least 8, maybe 10 people, all crushed against the door. They tried to get out but got caught on the wrong side. The red lights on the walls span round and round, making the shadows livelier than the remains that cast them. I heard someone approaching and escaped into a side room. There was a couch, a drinks machine, a microwave and a fridge, clearly some kind of lunchroom. The red light didn't reach all the way in, casting a long strand of red peeking through the half-closed door. I hurried inside and pressed myself up against the wall. It didn't take me long to realise I wasn't alone. Someone was hiding behind the couch. "You need to leave," a voice whispered. "I have a gun." I shook my head and put my finger on my lips to shush them. I could hear someone approaching from the outside. "You need to leave right now," they insisted. "I'm not asking. This is my spot." I shook my head again. If they fired a weapon, this place would be crawling with things in a matter of seconds. They'd doom us both. Problem was, something was already coming our way. The door creaked a little. I could see the shadow of 2 long legs as something bent down to enter. It was impossible to describe the scale of this thing. It was at least 10, maybe 11 feet tall, like an elongated person. A slick black, jelly-like skin rippling with chunks. As it moved, I could spot patches of white poking out at different angles. Bones. Like someone had deconstructed a person and jammed it into a walking puddle. There was hesitation. Whoever was hiding in there with me decided to shut the hell up. A long arm reached out, touching the sides of the drink machine. It was such a casual movement, but it was forceful enough to knock the whole thing onto the floor with a bang. A couple of cans rattled out of it. The tall thing poked around a little, making one of the cans burst from the pressure. That seemed to amuse it. It pulled on a pop tab, seemingly frustrated. I could hear something in the distance, like a whir, getting louder and louder, then a series of mechanical clicking, and a spark. The lights were coming back on. The red gave way to a harsh fluorescent light as I saw the thing in full clear view. It was barely keeping itself together. It was like if someone was trying to hold jello with a 2-pronged fork. It was looking at the person hiding behind the couch. They weren't as well hidden as they thought they were. It only took me a brief glance to realise it was the woman with the grey pantsuit that had talked to me earlier. As the thing saw her, she pulled out a gun. I covered my ears and sunk to the floor. There was gunfire and screaming. The creature had a hand big enough to cover her face and used it to push the back of her head into the ground. It must have had some kind of suction force to it as the body stuck to it. The screams came and went in a flash. There really was no fanfare to it. Just a quick snap, and then nothing. By the time I looked up, the thing was already looking at more interesting items around the room. It seemed particularly curious about the soda cans. That it was holding a whole corpse seemed more like an inconvenience. But as it turned to leave, it spotted me. There was a moment of silence as it looked at me, as if trying to understand what it was seeing. A single soda can rolled across the floor, touching my foot. I looked at it, then up at the creature. Why was it so interested? What was the deal? I picked up the can, popped it open, and held it up. Is this it? I asked. You want me to open it? It tilted his head. It wasn't convinced. It reached out, carefully poking the top tab. I pulled it off, pressing it. This? I asked. You want this? An oil-slick hand reached for it, accidentally grazing my fingers. The skin on my index finger turned a sickly orange as my nail darkened. I could feel a deep ache as if my nerve was hardening. My finger curled in on itself as I picked up the pop tab. It held it up, looking at it from different angles. I only knew of one person who collected things like that. I pointed at a nearby table. There are cups, I said. You can put it in a cup. Collect them. Put them all together again. All the same, just like you want to. The thing turned its head. At least I think it did. It was hard to see that it was looking one way or another at all. I don't even think it had eyes to begin with. As it turned its attention to the other soda cans and the empty coffee cups, I reached for what remained of the lady in grey. Half of her was still hanging out of that thing, dangling like a broken doll. There was a twitch to the leg, like there was something inside trying to get her to run. Like an operator calling out on a line when no one's listening. She was still holding something in her hand, barely visible through the black sludge. I bent her hand open. It made a snapping noise as a tendon protested, revealing a key card. I pulled it loose, only for the sludge thing to turn my way. It didn't appreciate this intrusion. With one step, it closed the distance. It reached for me with its free hand. I had to do something, or I'll be next. Hank, I called out. It's Hank, right? The hand slowed, dropping to the floor. The ceramic tiles turned a sickly blue, fizzling. I could see something just beneath the surface of the sludge. A cranium. There really was some kind of head under there. And it was looking my way. You collect things, I said. You arranged them in jars. You had them in your locker. It stared at me as something bubbled beneath the surface. Bones moving up and down, rearranging themselves. Is that what you're doing? I asked. Are you collecting now? It bobbed its head. If we go outside, you can collect so many more things, I said. But then we gotta open the door. It bobbed its head again, and stepped back, leaving room for me to leave. I did. The main lobby was filled with various things. People in masks, something large chewing on an arm. I think I saw the Babin siblings in there, but I can't say for sure. The large thing in the back stepped forward the moment it saw me, pointing with its whole arm. There was no doubt in my mind that I knew this person. Melonhead. His facial features looked a bit exaggerated from when I'd last seen him. He was a whole lot taller, but it was him. I barely recognised him as human now, having an almost greyish skin and dark eyes. I could see him salivating as he dropped the bloodless limb to the floor, advancing towards me in a jog. The sludge thing came up from behind me, swinging an arm in a wide arc. It smacked Melonhead over the jaw, sending him reeling back, scratching at its face. The sludge thing was making sure I made it to the door. I could feel the weight of inhuman eyes staring at me. I hurried up to the control panel on the wall, swiping the access card. "Step 1, authorization complete," said an automated system. "Please present your hand for biometric confirmation." I swallowed hard as Hank dropped an acid-burnt arm next to me. It was surprisingly heavy. I held it up to the panel, manually adjusting the fingers. My stomach churned. It felt like playing with raw chicken. "Please hold," the system asked as a taskbar reached 100%. Then, green lights. The storm doors started rolling. Some of them ran. Some of them screamed with joy. A couple didn't say anything. A couple of people with white masks kept guns at the ready, scanning the area for threats. Melonhead lumbered outside looking for his next snack. And finally, the sludge. He put the coffee cup down, realising there wouldn't be any more pop tabs around for a while. He wandered off without looking back, stretching out to the point where he rivaled the treetops. By the time the lobby was empty, I stepped outside. Some of them had run to the woods. A couple of them had moved down a westbound path towards the barracks. There was a pine forest ahead, so I guessed I was somewhere in the Midwest or North. The birds sounded familiar somehow. "Not much of a reunion, buddy." That strange voice again, with the rolling R's. The gulping. I didn't need to turn around to know I was talking to one of the Babin siblings. I turned to face him. A pale man with slick hair combed back, a hawk-like nose, and these chemically wide eyes. He leaned against the open storm door in a parody of casualness. "I recognise you, you know," he continued. "Class of 2000. "Yeah," I nodded. "Tomskog High." "Didn't you move?" he asked. This is when I noticed he had a knife. He was picking his nails with it. "I did. San Antonio." "Too bad," he said. "We had a lot of fun after graduation." "I can imagine." "I don't think you can." He grinned. "I really don't." He gave me a pat on the shoulder as he passed me by, trying to catch up to his sister, his head bent forward, like that of a prowling cassowary. I managed to get to the highway. From there, I got in touch with the police. From there it was a series of phone calls. I booked a plane, and a tearful reunion with my family. I didn't know what to say to them. Was I still bound by the contract? Was there anyone left in that facility to reimburse me? I had no idea. I stuck to the story as well as I could. I did get a check in the mail not long after, printed on cheap paper, with a stamped blue sunflower logo. It came with a notice that I would only be getting one payment. They were shutting down that branch of the organisation for an emergency restructuring. I guess Hatcher Pharmaceuticals is getting shuttered. I couldn't care less, if I'm honest. I got paid, and I got out. I had to go through surgery to get my finger fixed. The acid burn was bad, and they described the damage as my index finger trying to pull into itself. I had to walk around with a cast for weeks. I know this all seems a bit too fantastic to be true. A lot of things are. I could write a full book on any one of those corridors. But looking back now, it all feels like a distant dream. It was so unreal that it felt like it happened to someone else. And it's not what I saw that haunts me the most. It's what I felt. A pulse beating out of my chest, not knowing if the next beat will be my last. Stepping around the corner, praying that no one heard me struggling to breathe. That feeling comes back every now and again. I can be standing in my bedroom, looking at the door, and I just get this sense that there's someone waiting on the other side. There isn't, but that doesn't stop me from thinking there is. I haven't been contacted about the class of 2000 since, and I haven't heard the name of Tom Skog High mentioned. There have been no emails, no texts, no strange visits, no white vans pulling up on my driveway telling me lies. And I don't know if that's a good thing. Something tells me it isn't. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by Saturdead. If you liked it, please like the video and tell me in the comments how many of your high school classmates' names can you remember? And here's a fun fact you didn't ask for. Cassowaries are basically gorgeous murder chickens with a 4 to 5 inch dagger claw on each foot and can sprint about 30 miles an hour. More of the story. If a cassowary shows up at a class reunion, let it cut the cake. From a distance. Good night. They spelled out a point list of items to be compensated. They spelled out, oh for fuck's sake. They spelled out a point list of items to be compensated for, like food, hotel rooms, overtime pay, all the bells and whistles. At the end of middle school, I had a huge crush on a girl, Miranda. She was the new girl in class and looked at me in a way that no one else did. She didn't know I wasn't one of the cool kids. She just saw me for who I really was. She just seemed different from the others. Her family moved around a lot, so she just stayed in town for 1 semester and the summer break. We knew that at the start of high school she'd be gone. So that final weekend before she moved away, there was a big party at her place. As the clock crept closer to midnight, I found myself sitting next to her on the 2nd floor balcony. We watched the stars, trying to ignore the tension in the air for just a little longer. Or maybe it was just me. "Do you like me?" she asked. "Yeah," I admitted. "Sorry. Do you want me to be your girlfriend?" "Yeah." Miranda was quiet for a while, until she finally cracked a big smile. "Just say what I want to hear," she said, "and I'm yours." "What do you want to hear?" I asked. "If you're the one for me, you'll know." "That's not fair," I protested. "How would I know?" "You'd know." But I didn't. Midnight came and went, and I just couldn't find the right words. The silence hung in the air. Her smile faded, and the tension just ran out of us. As the party wrapped up, we said our goodbyes. That night broke my heart, but it also sparked a passion in me. I promised myself I'd never be lost for words again. I'd find her someday, and I'd say the right words. Miranda might have to wait, but I had the feeling I'd see her again. And when that day came, I'd be ready. I'd say the right words. In high school, I joined the Writers' Club. I started writing short stories and poems, which later scored me a partial scholarship at the University of Minnesota. I started working on a novel, but I never managed to finish it. It didn't even have a title. It took me a few years to realize that all I really had was youthful enthusiasm and not talent. I was productive, but not very imaginative. Most of my ideas were rehashed themes and dated ideas from pop culture. It was popular enough, but it wasn't good. So during my time at the university, I wanted to look further than just my own work. I wanted to learn more about how we tell stories in general. That's what eventually led me to this career. I teach high school English nowadays, and the idea of finding just the right words sort of blended into the mundane background noise of everyday life. Almost 20 years have passed, and I still haven't seen Miranda again. Some dreams are just not meant to be. But this is where my story really starts, that I want to share with you. Because a few months ago, I came upon something that would put me right back on the path that I started all those years ago. It was a late Thursday, 2 weeks before the autumn semester started. I wanted to bring something new into the classroom, so I decided to check some other lectures for inspiration. I found a video of a therapist, Dr. Jane Bogan, that had about 15 views. It was probably something recorded by one of her students to be shared with their classmates, but it was the title that caught me: Dr. Bogan and the Magic of Words. She had some interesting ideas, but what caught me most was her introduction. Imagine, if you will, a blue giraffe. It has no spots, and it has this simple neutral ocean type of blue colouring. It still has the tall neck, the long legs, and the little stumps on its head. But it is blue. Imagine the way it moves, the way the neck sways as it reaches for the leaves at the very top of an acacia tree, the way the long legs carefully step over sharp rocks and thick shrubberies, dark, curious eyes looking for the juiciest thing to bite. That blue giraffe, clearly pictured, is something you've never seen. But with just these words, it was created. It is something born out of thin air, living inside your mind. But you didn't put it there. I did. Me. And my words. I thought a lot about that blue giraffe and the way things can be pictured inside your mind with the power of suggestion. With just a few words, Jane Bogan managed to create a crystal clear image in my mind. As she wrapped up her lecture, she summarized: with just the right words, in the right order, we can convey anything to anyone. Communication is the transfer of ideas from one transmitter to a receiver, willingly or not. A word cannot be unheard, and an idea cannot be misunderstood. No, what is born in our mind stays in our mind, and it controls us through the influence of our actions. I was so inspired by Dr. Bogan that I reached out to her with an email. I asked her about her research, her inspiration, and just gushed about how much I enjoyed her lecture. I freely admit that not only was it an interesting subject, she was also a masterful speaker. I didn't hear back from her. Instead, the autumn semester began, and a slew of new students shuffled in, already defeated. Having my 2 biggest lessons scheduled for the final hour of Wednesday and Friday makes me think someone at the administration hates me. It was going to be a rough year, and it was. One of the worst groups I'd had in years. Not only were they loud, but some of them were downright destructive. The worst were Kenny, short for Kennedy, and Dwayne, who were class rivals. They were rowdy and constantly competitive, vying for the attention of their female classmates. Always trying to one-up one another, they were a constant source of frustration. By the end of September, I just wanted to call in sick and look for another job. Truth be told, I wasn't that attached to the idea of teaching anyway. I was missing my time at the university, and I thought about going back for a doctorate position. But inertia is a powerful force, and I'd grown comfortable. There was no way I was just going to give my life up for nothing. Then came a package. A response from Dr. Jane Bogan. Attached was a letter, handwritten by the doctor herself. It said, "Thank you so much for reaching out to me. It is a rare thing to hear from a student so eager to learn. The best way to fully grasp what it really means to convey thoughts and ideas is to learn from those who've done so better and for longer. While we can read the elements of style until our eyes bleed, there are other sources that not many have the pleasure of reading. To sate your curiosity, I've attached one such source. I wish you a lifelong journey of learning. Best wishes, Dr. J. Bogan." The book was the diary of one Emmett Rask. It was mostly written in cursive and dated from the early 1910s. Glancing through it, there were just 60 pages. The text was large, and I didn't see anything immediately interesting about it. Still, I promised myself I'd go through it. If Dr. Bogan had made the effort to send it, I'd try to read it. Hell, I wasn't one to complain. My unfinished, unnamed novel still rested on a shelf somewhere. Looking back at it, this is where things started to go wrong. That same night, I read the diary from cover to cover. I fell asleep in the kitchen, book in hand, and couldn't remember a word of what I'd read. So much for conveying information. The next day I overslept. I had to rush to work, barely putting on a jacket, and ran a red light. I had to skip breakfast, and I forgot my lunchbox. Missing your morning coffee boost might not seem like a big deal, but once you get to your 40s, you'll realize it is the first step into hell. Again, inertia and routine are one hell of a thing. I was understandably grumpy all day. When I finally got around to the worst class of the day, I was mentally checked out. So when Kenny and Dwayne started interrupting my lecture for an impromptu dance contest, knocking over no less than 4 tables and completely derailing my class, all energy just ran out of me. I felt myself leaning my bald head against the whiteboard. Then, it was as if I woke up. All of a sudden I was facing the classroom, not the whiteboard. 25 youngsters just stared at me, their mouths wide open in disbelief. I must have said something, or done something, but I had no idea what. They were completely dumbfounded. Dwayne and Kenny just started picking up the tables, and the others returned to their seats. I checked the time. 4 minutes had passed. What the hell happened during those 4 minutes? I just wrapped up my lesson, assigned their homework, and rushed back home. I have to admit, I was shaken up. As I got back home, I took another look at the diary of Emmett Rask. I know I'd already read it, but it still felt strangely new. The cursive made it hard to read, but it told the story of a man working for a pharmaceutical company called Hatchet Pharmaceuticals, and the various progress they'd made in development of early 20th century medication. Emmett was looking into a cure for Alzheimer's, or pre-senile dementia, as he called it. I found nothing particularly interesting in Emmett's writing. It was sort of an interesting point of view, but it didn't teach me anything new about how to convey my words and thoughts more effectively. No. All it did was tell me a story about someone who was struggling to understand something not yet given a name. I could not, for the life of me, understand why Dr. Bogan had sent this to me. The following Monday, I was stopped by Dwayne on my way to the teacher's lounge. He had this stressed look on his face, and I could see traces of sleeplessness under his eyes. He seemed just at the edge of having a big yawn, and he barely blinked. His nemesis was nowhere to be seen. I wanted to apologize, he said. I messed up. I'll do better. I was so shocked I couldn't help but smile. I put my hand on his shoulder, looked him in the eyes and thanked him. He drew a sigh of relief, perked up, and walked off, clutching his textbooks to his chest like a treasure. Until that day, I'd never seen Dwayne actually bring a book to class. Whatever I'd said had really gotten through to him. As he was about to round the corner and disappear out of sight, he turned and called out to me. "Oh, sir, if you see my phone, could you give it back? I must have dropped it." I didn't think much about it. The rest of my classes that day passed on autopilot. We had a few exercises, discussed some classics, and had a written test at the end of the day. I decided against better judgment to grade the papers before going home for the night. It took me the better part of 2 hours, despite the grading being really simple. I was a bit distracted, I suppose. As the school was going dark, I found Dwayne's phone. It had been lodged under a bookshelf at the end of the room. The only reason I even noticed it was because of a little red light, indicating new messages. It was this old, half-broken thing, and he didn't even have a screen lock activated. Instead, I just got right onto his phone as soon as I picked it up. There was no doubt in my mind that it was Dwayne's phone. His background image was a gym selfie. There was a low battery alert, and a notification about a video file taking too much space. Recording had been automatically stopped. I figured I'd charge it and give it back to Dwayne the next day. As I got home, I started looking through the drawers to find one of my old chargers. As I got to the cable drawer, we all have one, I once again got the sensation that I was waking up. A rush of blood shot through my head, and my arms started pounding. I looked down at my hands, tingling, only to realise I was standing in the bathroom. My hands were bloody, and I'd broken a nail. Next to me, on the bathroom floor, was Dwayne's phone, smashed to pieces. I barely recognised myself in the mirror. My eyes seemed darker. My gums were slightly retracted, causing a sharp discomfort whenever I inhaled. My mouth was dry, and I could taste a sudden tang of copper, a small spatter of blood on the left side of my forehead. What the hell was I even doing? After washing my hands and sitting down to calm myself, I realised there was at least a 10-minute lapse in my memory. I'd smashed Dwayne's phone. Later, I would find the charging cable cut into several pieces in the trash bin. That night, I was dead set on finding answers. I left a message for my boss, calling in sick for the next day. I checked my symptoms, I talked to an online doctor, and I started retracing my steps. What I'd eaten, what stress level I'd been at, my blood sugar. There had to be something wrong. Food poisoning, a sugar rush gone wrong, something. Maybe my liver was acting up. It can affect pretty much anything. Still, no matter what, I always came back to square one. No definite answers, just a gnawing worry. And slowly, my eyes started to drift back to an impossible solution. Maybe all of this had something to do with the diary of Emmett Rask. That night, I dove back into it. I read about Emmett's family and his leads into finding a treatment for presenile dementia. I read about his father, who'd suffered from it. I read about his wild theories and the origins of various ailments, but it was all just ignorant early century nonsense. He had no idea what was going on, or how the world really worked. All he had was worries, and a few ideas where to look. Still, there was a specific segment that resonated with me. Emmett spoke of trying to find just the right words to get through to his demented father. The right combination of letters and sounds to convey his love, his anxiety, and his desire to help. There had to be, Emmett argued, something that transcends language. Something to convey our thoughts to whoever can understand it, and even those who cannot. Someone taught the mockingbird to sing, he wrote. Someone taught the dog to bark. And something, somewhere, taught us to listen before the age of speech. Someone spoke the first word, yes, but more importantly, someone listened. Ultimately, the diary of Emmett Rask didn't provide any answers. While interesting, it didn't explain my memory lapses. Instead, I sat back down at my computer to check my email. I wanted to see why Dr. Bogan had sent me that diary in the first place. That's when I noticed an incoming message, sent from an old phone. Dwayne? Turns out I'd sent myself a video file from his phone. It happened during the memory lapse. My legs started shaking. Ignoring it, I accepted the message and checked the video file. It was dated from just the other week. Turns out Dwayne had set up his phone to film the dance contest. He must have forgotten about it. I saw the entire scene play out, sound bursting with static from the poor microphone. There were loud bangs as the tables were flipped, and I could see myself in the background, leaning my head against the whiteboard. So far, I remembered the scene. Then Kenny started dancing. He only got a few steps in before he bumped into Dwayne, who pushed him back. The two were about to start fighting, when there was a loud bang. In the background, I could see myself repeatedly slamming my head into the whiteboard, louder and louder. The class fell silent. As I turned to them, they stared. The perspective of the camera was off, as it made me look at least 8 inches taller than I really was. I looked thinner, and my eyes seemed darker. They all just stared at me. I walked into a better angle. I was definitely taller, towering above both Kenny and Dwayne, who usually matched me in length. I could see my cheeks retract, revealing most of my inner teeth. Not in a smile, but in the way a dog would ward off a predator. I'd never made that face before. Then, a guttural sound. Someone speaking in tongues. The video started bleeding with black and white noise interference. Frames per second slowed to 10, then 5, then 1. 40 seconds of nonsense words, rhythms, and made-up sentences. And there, somewhere behind the noise, I could see myself. Hollow eyes, an unhinged jaw. Grabbing Dwayne by the shoulder, a sound escaped me. A sound so powerful, it was shaking the internal machinery of the camera. Then the video stopped. A panic rose in me, and I felt like I had to distance myself. The strangest thing was happening to the file. It was gaining in size. A few hundred megabytes turned into a gigabyte. I tried deleting it, spamming the delete key, but nothing happened. The system slowed to a crawl. I tried dragging the file to the recycle bin, but nothing happened. 10 gigabytes and rising. I was getting desperate. As I pulled out the power cable, there was a burst of static. White and black dots dancing across the screen. And then, nothing. I just stood there staring at the black screen. My reflection looked back at me. I looked taller. I hurried into the kitchen and sat down at my plastic white dinner table. I opened the diary. There had to be something I'd missed, something vital. As I read the first page, I realised it was all just nonsense. Gibberish, made-up words, page after page, all seemingly random combinations of vowels and consonants. And yet, I could read it perfectly. To convey a thought, it said, is not to speak. It is to imply, to hear your reader through your work and listen to what they need to be told. What you write is not important. What you tell is. I didn't understand. I turned the pages. 5 pages later, there was still nonsense, but the words formed perfectly in my mind. My hands trembled. With the right combination of words, you can put anything into the mind of your reader, it continued. You can grant faith, you grant conviction, you can take away pain, and you can plant a seed that will blossom into a flower of your choosing. I just kept turning the pages. and with the right words, to the right reader. More pages. Some turned so violently I ripped them in half. I was shivering, my breath shallow. Your soul lives. Eternal. I threw the book across the room. At least that's what I thought I did. As I blinked, I found it still in my hand. My arm cramped up as I saw myself open the book. The last few pages were blank. In my other hand, a pen. The blank page made my mind drift back to that night in middle school. The thumping music. The warmth radiating from Miranda. The stars listening to my insecurities. I was expected to know what to say, and now I was expected to know what to write. Then it clicked. The thoughts weren't my own, but they were there, tainting that one perfect memory with a truth I was never supposed to uncover. I was never meant to know those words. What I wrote down on that page was just useless nonsense, but I knew what it said. I could read it. In my mind's eye, I could see myself telling her, and it broke my heart all over again. There's nothing I could say to make you love me. All these years, she'd been a liar, playing with me. She had no intention of being with me. To her, as well as the others, I'd just been a face in the crowd, a plaything. The birth of my passion turned to ashes. There was a presence in the kitchen. I could feel it. Something cold and enormous, both in stature and truth. Something otherworldly, reaching from the other side of time to transform my mind with relentless words. The same being that had taught Emmett Rask to listen over 100 years ago. It came to me that night, with a parade of dedicated students in tow. He'd found the cure. A physical manifestation stepped into the kitchen. A black silhouette, a void for my mind to fill with a horror of my own. My eyes burst with colour, trying to fill the nothingness, making my brain flood like a kaleidoscope. Humanoid shapes stepped forward, pushing the book to my chest. A head the size of my torso met my forced gaze with unseen eyes. I screamed only to feed my ears a sound other than my beating heart. My eyes bulged, unblinking, trying their best to look past the impossible. "Hello," it said, and moulded me. That night, I fever dreamed of a world beyond our own, a world with a sky of static noise, ignorant lives blinking in and out of existence, leaving nothing but black flecks of dust behind. But there I stood, among generations of fools who put their ear to the ground, only to hear something they shouldn't have. In the distance, a being, the one who taught us to listen, the one who changes us. I fell to my knees, speaking in tongues, over 1,000 lifetimes, and at the blink of an eye, I worshipped at the gate of our Master, the one who steps through the void, the one who speaks and listens, the one who lives in the mirror. The next day I awoke on my couch. There was a large stain from my sweat, and I was running a nasty fever. Over the next few hours my body purged itself. Something held me back from looking in the mirror, but I forced myself to do it. I recognized myself. It wasn't completely me, but I recognized myself nonetheless. But there was also something else. There would always be something else. From the outside, it is easy to see the way my words have changed my students. My most problematic class have become my most obedient, and students like Kenny and Dwayne have changed their ways. In a way, I must have told them whatever they needed to finally listen. I still teach, and I imagine quite a few of them listen more than they used to. Maybe I'm finally finding the right words. The strangest thing about having your mind rewired is that you don't know what you were, as opposed to what you've become. There's no difference. I don't know why I want to tell you my story. I don't know what seed I'm planting in your mind, or what it will blossom into. I think that however it changes you, you will never know or realize. Perhaps you're better off that way. Perhaps you shouldn't listen. I know there is something inside me. Perhaps it is still growing or acting outside of my knowledge. I try not to think about it. I try to convince myself it never happened, but it did. Something about me is changing, has changed, and will continue to change. But I think I know what it wants, and I know that if I don't do what I'm told, I'll be dragged back to that place and thrown at the feet of that glorious thing. I know it. I know it. Your soul lives eternal. Over the past few months, a conviction has been forced upon me, an ember in the ashes of my broken heart. I don't think it is something I want, but it is something I must do. I'm finally finishing my novel, but not the one on my bookshelf. I'm going to finish writing the diary of Emmett Rask. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Saturdead from Reddit. If you liked it, I have quite a few of his stories in their own playlist. Go check them out. Fun fact, there's a real psychological phenomenon called the locus of control. Basically, the belief that words, suggestions, or even the way something is framed can directly change our behaviour. Advertisers, hypnotists, and even politicians use it all the time. In other words, with just the right words, people really can be nudged into doing things they never thought they would. Just like when my doctor told me it was all in my head, which, let's be honest, is the worst place for it to be. Good night. I've been living with Marielle for 4 years. To say she is my girlfriend is not enough. We're on the edge of getting engaged and making it official, but the pandemic put a pin in our plans. We found lots of new things to do in that time. We agreed early on to get our own hobbies, so we wouldn't go crazy being in each other's faces all the time during lockdown. I started taking online keyboard lessons and drawing, while she got back to her childhood love, online gaming. We both started a diary just to physically see what we're doing from day to day, and to remind us that we're progressing. Marielle became part of a raiding guild in a large online MMO. She's a natural organizer and second in command to the guild leader, called Password. They all have these ridiculous usernames, and hearing her talk to them over Discord sounds like a cheap spy movie. There's Password, Killer, Alder, and a whole bunch of others. My girlfriend calls herself Empty. She says it's a reference to her carefree nature, that she is empty of worry. Yesterday I woke up to find her gone. She took the car, every dollar of our joint account, and a bag of clothes. I didn't hear the car as it left the driveway. She's been acting weird and keeping more to herself than usual. She's been having trouble with her phone and computer, but most of the time we've spent together, she's been her usual loving self. I had no idea. She left an open document on her computer, and I want to see if anyone can make sense of this. It is an excerpt of her diary. Marielle, if you're reading this, please come back. 21:19 p.m. CDTGMT-5, April 6, 2021. First off, do not say the cited phrase on video. I'll mark it in cursive. If you do, it'll be replaced with the same video that mine was. It is a rule. I was uploading the in-game footage from our monthly guild meeting when something strange happened. The video was immediately taken down. I got a notice about a part of my video containing copyrighted footage, and the entire video was claimed. I first thought it was a bot, as the claimant was just a long series of letters and numbers. Seemingly random, PA01ALALKIOS04MA08. There was a part of my video that had been marked containing the copyrighted footage, and I just laughed when I saw it. It is a short segment where Password is recounting the guild member who've contributed to the monthly donation box in March. It goes, Password 01, Alder, Killer, Austin, 04, Markdown, 08. This meant Password gave $10. Alder gave $40 twice. Killer and Austin gave $40 each. Markdown gave $80 in one sum at the end of the month. I can't stress this enough. You shouldn't say those words on YouTube. The first thing I noticed about this claim was the claimant itself. The name is basically code for what Password read aloud in the video. PA01, meaning Password 01, for example. Take a second look at it. The other thing I noticed was that the video was taken down, but there's no way to dispute the claim. There's nothing but a big blue submit button. I just pressed it. Maybe I shouldn't have. Instantly, the video turned unlisted, and the part where Password is reading was replaced with a weird video clip. I'll link it. It is this odd inverted black and white clip of some kind of black background with a hint of cables. It is a mess. The text unauthorized and a series of numbers and letters run in the top of the corner. There's a monotone sound blaring. In the middle of the video, it jump cuts to a face holding up a finger to its lips, as if shushing the viewer. The figure has part of a face, part of a torso, and a hand, that's all. We can't see any eyes, cheeks, hair, nothing. Anonymous. The clip plays, and then the video resumes. I showed it to my guildmates, and they had no idea what was going on. I'm looking into this in the morning. We've got a raid tonight. 08:21 AM, CDT, GMT -5, April 7th to 2021. The numbers and letters correspond with the username of the claimant, which in turn is short for the phrase we accidentally said in the video. I think it might be some sort of key phrase embedded into the content ID system. 8 seconds, 15 hundredths. The original clip was just past 9 seconds, so there's a difference. It recognizes the phrase, takes your video down, and replaces your clip with something that censors the code if you submit. It seems fine in writing though. Maybe it changes if I upload it somewhere a content recognition software is running. Anyway, I've emailed the YouTube support about it. 12:48 PM CDT GMT -5, April 15th, 2021. 3 emails, no response. We've taken out the code part of the video and re-uploaded it, no problem. 22:06 PM CDT GMT -5, April 16th, 2021. I got a call just now. It was just a monotone noise. I recognized it from the video. The caller ID just said submit, like the little blue button I clicked on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I accidentally bugged something in the algorithm. I'm going to do an experiment. 04:06 AM CDT GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. I've been up all night. I made a video on my phone with me just reading the keywords and uploaded it to Twitter. The tweet just got deleted. I got a DM from a user with the same name as the YouTube claimant with just the word unauthorized in all caps. I've tried Instagram and TikTok, and it is all just taken down. It only seems to be YouTube where it can't just be deleted and is instead replaced and made private. Searching for the username gives literally no Google search results, not even one. 6:06 AM CDT GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. Got a text from an unknown number. It just said, unauthorized, 6:31 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. Turned my phone off. Kept getting spammed by text messages, all saying, unauthorized. 12:51 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, April 17th, 2021. I turned on my phone and got another call from Submit. This time I tried saying the words into the monotone. The tone just stopped. I sat there quiet. 6 seconds passed. Then I heard this robotic voice say, unauthorized. I think this system believes I'm trying to access something I'm not authorized to get into. Next time I'll try saying something else. 18:12 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, April 21st, 2021. It has been quiet for a couple of days, but I got another call tonight. This time I said, submit. The monotone disappeared. Then the voice responded, confirm. I just repeated, submit. Then the weirdest thing happened. It sounded like someone trying to pick up the phone at the other end, but there was a struggle. I could hear a no, but the call was cut short. I recorded the entire thing. A friend of mine is looking into the claimant on YouTube. Apparently there's some sort of invite-only forum for people who specialize on internet sleuthing and looking up the real person behind certain usernames. 23:56 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, April 26th, 2021. No response yet. 2 guys on the opposite team came up to me in the battlegrounds and begged me to kill them. Over and over. My guildies laughed their asses off, but I found it kind of weird. It wasn't just trolling, it seemed off. 9:41 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, May 4th to 2021. There was a hit on the username. There was a password leak from a game developer back in 2004 where someone had that username. There's also a password, Zamarkand, with every vowel replaced with a 6. I typed it out on my phone as a reminder to myself, and it just went black. Complete factory reset as soon as I put in that last D in the password. What the fuck? 14:12 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, May 4th to 2021. I got my phone to work, and as soon as it started up, I got called again. I started the recording. This time I said the username, then the password, in order. The voice said, confirm, and I actually got a ringing noise, as if calling someone. The other end picked up, but they were quiet. I tried explaining that this was a mistake, and that whoever they were, I just didn't want anything to do with them. Blameless, they said. You're blameless. It was a man's voice, old, hoarse throat. Yes, I am, I responded. It is all a mistake. There was such a loud noise that I dropped the phone. The voice screamed out, blameless, so loud that my phone just fried its own loudspeakers. My ears were ringing for minutes. My phone is beyond saving at this point. I think the battery snapped in half. Needless to say, the recording was lost. 18:06 p.m. CDT, GMT -5, May 16th to 2021. Someone pointed at me in the grocery store today. Young guy, late teens, glasses. He just pointed at me and said blameless. He had this weird blank stare. He lives around here. I've seen him before. I just got out of there. Freaked me out. 22:20 p.m. CD TGMT -5 May 16th to 2021. People are stalking me in-game. They're sending me private messages, asking me to kill them, over and over begging and pleading. They keep calling me blameless. My guildies aren't laughing about it anymore. 03:01 p.m. CDT GMT -5 May 17th to 2021. Someone joined our Discord, just screaming and crying. They got muted and banned. They tried joining under a different name, but our moderators didn't let them through. We've put up a temporary hold on new members. 8:40 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 17th to 2021. Things are getting out of hand. I haven't slept, but I'm not tired. I'm off the computer. Carl called me blameless in his sleep. He just flipped over, looked at me and murmured it. I don't think he was even awake. Why am I not tired? No phone, no computer, nothing. I'm off grid. Well, except for the pad I'm writing this on. 8:56 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 17th, 2021. Blameless, 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 how the F blameless, blamel ook are the S blameless. I doing this im not blamel even connect SBL TED to the inter Army net less. 12:01 p.m. CDT GMT -5, May 26th to 2021. I'm on Carl's computer. It is Wednesday. I don't sleep anymore. I don't get tired. Awake for 9 days. Blameless is not something you are. It is like a title. They follow the title, not the person. Carl keeps saying blameless in his sleep. Someone left a gun on the hood of my car. I thought about calling the police, but I just left it on the sidewalk. I took a walk in the woods behind the house today, and someone was screaming off the path. They were screaming that I had to kill them. I heard running. There were 3 of them. I got away. I hid in the bushes while they were crying. Submit was not just a button. It is a choice you do. I was an idiot who chose to submit. I am blameless now. 05:40 p.m. CDT GMT -5, June 6th, 2021. I killed for the first time today, and it made the rest shut up for a while. They kind of forced me, but not really. They put the gun in my hand, but I just wanted them to fucking stop screaming. It was this sweet release, and my ears stopped ringing. I even got a bit tired I might sleep tonight. My stomach churned. I wanted to eat them. Just delete and remove everything about them. They chose to submit too, but they are not the blameless. 03:36 a.m. CDT GMT -5, June 12, 2021. 18 of them, and there are more coming. We were in a clearing, and they were waiting for me. There were white vans parked nearby, but I didn't care who watched. I just started killing. I wanted the begging to stop the sounds, to stop the screaming. The silence feels like being reconnected to the might of God. I miss just hearing nothing. I ate so much. 05:16 a.m. CDT GMT -5, June 18th, 2021. Carl said it in his sleep. My first instinct was to kill him, to eat, but I didn't. This is also fucking absurd. I'm collecting my thoughts. I agreed to something I didn't know what it was. There was something that changed in me. I was marked. Some kind of dormant system picked up my accidental code and it woke up. It woke up in me. A target. Carl, when you read this, I've left town. I don't want to hurt more people. I'm going into the woods where most can't find me. I don't know what other changes there will be. I barely eat. I don't sleep. My skin is losing colour. And there are these blotches in my throat that make me sound weird. Hoarse throat. I just keep waiting to hear someone ask me to kill them. It's like a phantom voice, just out of reach. They just trigger something in me. And I go into this rage. Just thinking about it makes me so fucking mad. I keep getting these thoughts that aren't mine. A spot in the ocean. A woman on the edge of a cove, holding my hand to the braying sound of desperate worshippers. Black rain rising from the earth, daintily falling back into the clouds. Lightning frozen in the sky like bursting veins. breathing boils of flesh and tendons willingly given. I'm not in love with you anymore, Carl. I love the cove and the hatchet man. I love me. I'm blameless. I have to leave to save you. I don't even want to anymore, but I've already committed to doing so. If I were to change my mind now, I'd do terrible things to you, but I've already decided. I've already promised myself I wouldn't change my mind, no matter what. Even if it would mean you staying with me forever. Even if it would mean you standing by my side at the edge of the cove. Love eternal. Even if it meant us submitting. I won't do it. I'll leave you to a tragic life not knowing what God means. Because I promised myself I would, and I'm so fucking sorry. I want you to find me. I want you to submit. I also know I do not want to want this. But I do. Please don't. The document had about 180 pages after this, just filled with the word blameless, repeated over and over. I've tried cleaning it up so I could post it, but some of what she's saying is just complete nonsense. I don't believe in internet voodoo, and I don't know what the online community knows. I think she got involved with something. I've tried talking to her guildmates, but they haven't heard anything from her for over a month. She has no history of mental illness in her family. We've called the police, and we're tracking the car, but so far we've got nothing. I've tried doing what she mentioned, to upload a video of the key phrase. The same thing still happens. It gets replaced with the clip she linked. That's a thing. And I've submitted it to the police. They have no idea what to make of it, but they believe it might be some kind of cult. I don't even know what to think anymore, what to feel. I miss her so much. And to think she's been through something so huge on her own just churns my stomach. Why wouldn't she tell me? Marielle is not a bad person. She doesn't do what this text says she does. She doesn't believe in ghosts and goblins. She's a gardener, not a murderer. Her phone cover has a smiling blue sunflower on it. If you're reading this, please come back. Please seek help. Please don't leave it like this. Hi guys, thanks for listening. That story was written by Saturdead. If you enjoyed it, please give the video a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I've also got a full playlist dedicated to Saturdead's work if you'd like to dive into more. And tonight's fun fact. Did you know the very first video ever uploaded to YouTube in 2005 was called Me at the Zoo? It was just 18 seconds long and it's still online today. Goes to show some clips never disappear, unlike Marielle. Too soon? Good night. Back in 2018, I was in a difficult position. I'd lost my job working security for a local firm and was looking for something on short notice. Add to that, I was in a difficult situation with my then girlfriend. We were on a sort of pause. It was a strange time. In short, I was looking for a job and I found one. There's this charity, which I won't name, that handles distribution of something called the Little Miracle Chest. These have been around since the 80s, but they're very limited in scope. It's these colourful toy boxes that are sent out to first-time parents, mostly in the southern East Coast states. They usually contain a couple of goodies, some parental advice books, a Bible, and a couple other things. It's been around for a while, but I don't think a lot of people talk about it. I read online that a local chapter handling the Little Miracle Chests needed permanent warehouse security, so I applied. I had one of those chests as a kid, and honestly, I loved it. I thought it was a nice callback, especially at a time when I needed stability. For the sake of brevity, I'll just say this up front. I've changed a couple of names around, including my own, just to make sure my position and the location stays anonymous. I met with a guy. Let's call him Jonah. Friendliest guy you'll ever meet. Early 50s. Honest living kind of guy, if you could look past the creepy horn-rimmed glasses. He looked like a cool dad who'd stepped out of a 70s commercial. Firm handshake, calming voice. I met him just outside the warehouse, and he had the most starched white shirt I'd ever seen. "Jonah," he said, shaking my hand, "and you must be Henry." "You got that right. Glad to be here. It's like I know you already. Do you want the tour?" "Gotta admit," I said, "I'm a bit nervous about the interview." "Interview?" Jonah laughed. "My friend, as far as I'm concerned, the job is yours. We got your application is all. You fit the bill just fine." "You sure?" I asked. "I figured you'd need some, I don't know, clarity." "I got a good eye for people," smiled Jonah. "But I suppose I have one question that needs answering, if you're so inclined." "Go right ahead." Jonah put a hand up to shield his eyes from the July sun. The guy was clearly an outdoorsy type, being tanned from head to toe. "Do you consider yourself a nurturing man?" he asked. It was a perfectly fair question, but it was difficult to answer. I had this girlfriend, Jill, who I'd been seeing for about 8 months. We got along great, and had been talking about moving in together when she revealed something. She had a kid. I had no idea. It had been this thing she hadn't intended to hide. It just ended up that way. We got along so well, and by the time she wanted to tell me, it had gotten strange to bring it up. I don't think it was nefarious, but it became this strange, sticking point in our story. 8 months, and I'd never once heard she had a 5-year-old boy at home. At that point, I didn't know if things were complicated because I didn't want to be a stepdad, or because she'd lied to me. So, when Jonah asked me if I was a nurturing man, that's where my thoughts brought me. I zoned out a little, and answered as well as I could. "I'd like to think I am," I said, "but I don't know. Hard to tell." "Well, at least you're honest," smiled Jonah. "That makes up for a lot." With that, he gave me a tour of the warehouse. Row after row of little miracle chests, all wrapped in cellophane and ready to be shipped out. The little miracle chests are about 4 feet long, 3 feet wide, and has a rounded treasure chest kind of lid. The thing is made of some solid kind of wood, and has these metal handles bolted to the side. It's heavy, at least 30 pounds. On the side, you got all kinds of classic Americana printed. Boys and girls playing in the sun, a white church, green grass, a rainbow, happy couples leaning on one another. But also a few of adventurous motifs, like lions being ridden by young boys, or little girls feeding unicorns with blue sunflower seeds. It's probably the most sugar-coated, wholesome thing you'll ever see, if you haven't seen one already. Before we could enter, Jonah gave me a tap on the back. These things come straight from the printer, so we have these industrial fans going in there to keep the prints from peeling until they settle. So it's loud in there. All right. So we got these headphones, noise cancelling and all. Whenever you're in the main hall, you need these on at all times, or you'll hurt your hearing. We can't be held liable for that, Henry. We don't got that kind of money. Fair enough. He gave me the headphones and showed me around the warehouse. There was a definite chemical in the air. It was a prickly smell, like old lime and deep ammonia. It stuck with you immediately. Jonah showed me around the main hall, the loading dock, and the various entryways to keep an eye on. He pointed out a few cameras, all the light sources, and where all the emergency buttons were in case of a fire or serious accident. Once we got out of the warehouse, we put away the headphones and put them in a locker. There was this small adjoining office with 2 desks and an honest-to-God fax machine. Jonah explained a couple of details I needed to keep in mind. We got the place pretty cheap because the ground rests on aquifer, he explained. That's been shifting slightly over the years, causing a sort of incline. We've looked into contractors to help us compensate, but it's a steep bill. Long story short, Henry, you need to check to make sure none of the chests tumble off the shelves. We don't want them to break. Not one. Is that why you wrapped them up like that? I asked. For traction? Traction, and to keep the fumes in. You know, they're straight from the printer. We don't want you to get a wheezy lung. We want you around for a while. I appreciate that. Anything else I ought to know? Well, look at you, smiled Jonah, giving me a firm pat on the shoulder. Being proactive. I knew I picked the right guy. Well, since you asked, there's one last thing. He sat down on one of the desks, trying to look like a cool substitute teacher. I bet that move worked better on the younger folks. Well, 2 things, he admitted. 1, don't use the freezer. We've had to throw out a bunch of stuff because of it. And 2, do you know our motto? The motto? Yeah, the Little Miracle motto. Do you know it? You used to have one as a kid, right? And of course I knew it. It was written on the inside of the lid, so you saw it every time you opened it. God loves all his little miracles, I said. That's the motto. Hot diggity dog, Henry. I knew you were the perfect guy. He gave me another firm clap on the shoulder. A couple of signed papers later, and I was officially hired. There were a couple more things to keep track of, like where we stored keys, what to do at certain times, and how many hours of the day I had to stick around. I had an alternating schedule with a 3-week rotation. The pay was decent, but I had to scale back on a couple of things on account of only working 4 days out of the week. The extra pay for working the occasional weekend and night shift more than made up for it. All in all, I was only down about $100 or so from my last job, and this was both more stable and had better hours. Jonah was always around, mostly in the office. I saw him try to get that stupid freezer to work a couple of times, but they gave up and started using it for storage. Mostly charity merch, like hats and cheap jackets. The people who worked there struck me as harmless, but socially awkward. They would bring in the occasional plate of cookies, or wish me a blessed afternoon, but they would keep to themselves and give me a curious side-eye. Night shifts were a whole different thing. The little miracle chests look a bit strange in the dark. You have to consider the one I used to have was beat up and torn at the edges. These things were fresh from the printer. They looked nothing like my old thing. It had been thrown out somewhere around my later high school years. I grew up in a troubled home. I didn't know it was a troubled home back then, but it was. I was an only child, and my parents were constantly complaining about their financials. Whenever the 2 of them were in the same room for more than an hour, they'd yell. There was always something. The broken lawnmower, the extra shift that ruined our weekend plans, the cheap muffler, that strange noise from the shower drain. There was always something, and someone had something to say about it, and they had to say it loudly. I used to get so tired of it that I'd lay under my bed with a pillow over my head, trying to drown the sound out. That is until I realized that the little miracle chest we had was mostly soundproof. I'd put blankets and pillows in there and make it my happy place. I would spend a lot of weekends there with a flashlight tucked under my chin, reading or playing. And whenever I ran out of batteries, I'd imagine what was written on the page and just whisper it into the dark. Or I could be an astronaut for a while, floating through space. Or maybe I was a spy, hidden in the trunk of a villain's car. It sounds sad, but I never knew it was. I loved that darkness. It was my own, and no one could take it from me. I'd whisper my little truths into the void, and I felt like it understood me. Like it was a friend. I could imagine it saying, "You're our little miracle, Henry, and we'll always be here for you." And every time I looked up, there was that motto, "God loves all his little miracles." The job itself wasn't that demanding. I'd help out with the occasional loading at the dock, and I'd keep the place shut down and safe in the evenings. Most of the time, I was walking around the warehouse, listening to a podcast or an audiobook. The headphones Jonah gave me were these amazing $400 industrial things that worked as radio, communication, and media player. And he was perfectly fine with me listening to something while on my own. For all his quirks, Jonah was probably the most chill boss I'd ever had. There were a couple of times I had to step in. A couple of chests had slid a bit too far, and I'd have to wrap them up in more cellophane and put them back. Other times, the smell would get so strong that I had to step out for a while. I'd get chills from the overhead fans, and there was always something sticky to get your shoe stuck on. So it wasn't perfect, but what job is? But my troubles started for real when I started using glasses. I'd been riddled with headaches for a while, and Jonah gave me a day off to check with an optician. Turns out I needed glasses. It was a pain to get used to, but even more of a pain to wear them underneath the headphones. I'd get this chafing around the edges of my ears from the constant pressure. After a while, I decided to take a break from the headphones, if only for a while, just to get my ears some time to rest. That's when I noticed something peculiar. The industrial fans weren't really that loud, barely even a hum. I asked Jonah about it, but he insisted I wear the headphones, or at least earplugs. "It's an insurance thing," he argued. "It's really important. Please take this seriously, Henry." I didn't want to lie to him, but I did. Whenever no one was around, I'd put away the headphones. I'd still keep them around my neck if I needed to put them back on, but I'd keep them off most of the time. But that put another thought in my head. What about the floor tilt? Was that really a thing? The fans weren't so bad, so maybe this wasn't either. There was this water level tool in the office. I borrowed it from Jonah's desk and went into the warehouse. I checked the warehouse shelves one by one. None of them were tilted or at an angle. They were all perfectly straight. I had the day shift the following afternoon. There was a short moment before my lunch break where there was just me and Jonah in the office. He'd kicked his feet up on a chair and basked in the heat like a lizard. I'd only been with Little Miracles for a few weeks, but I'd already grown to enjoy the job. Asking questions about it felt shaky. Jonah looked up at me with a curious expression. "I got a couple of questions about the warehouse," I said. "A couple of things ain't adding up, and I need some clarity." "Well, Henry, that's what the good book is for," he smiled. "But I guess I could clear up some of the smaller stuff." "Let's start with the headphones," I continued. "The fans are barely audible. There's no way they could cause any kind of hearing damage." Jonah nodded with a slightly furrowed brow. "All right," he said. "Go on. And the shelves. You said the floor was crooked and that the chests kept sliding. I checked the floor and it ain't crooked. Shelves ain't either. So what are you asking me, Henry? What's this adding up to? There's something you're not telling me. If we're going to be a team, I need to know what's going on." Jonah got up from his chair and patted me on the shoulder. His frown softened into a trained, quiet smile. He held his hand out, urging me to follow him into the warehouse. We wandered over to the closest chest, and Jonah gently placed it on the floor. He unwrapped the cellophane, talking to me as it came undone.
The smell of the print unfurled like a carpet, spilling over my senses. The ammonia could have choked me, but it was the old lime smell that stuck around the longest. "I can't tell you why they slide off the shelves," Jonah said. "It's just something we have to compensate for." He tapped the chest and opened it, showing me the simple wooden interior. It was empty, with the motto printed on the inside of the lid. "The headphones are a courtesy," Jonah sighed. "A couple of folks feel bad about asking if they can play music or listen to something while they're out here by their lonesome. We figure giving a free pass makes the time go a little faster. And well, we already bought the things." "Jonah, that can't be it. That can't be all there is." He closed the lid and wrapped the chest back up. "Here's God's honest truth," he said. "This entire organization is here to care for the good Lord's little miracles. And if we do what's expected of us, that's what we'll do." There wasn't a hint of a lie. I don't know what I expected. The chests were empty, and while the explanations were weak, they were at least plausible. It was enough to keep my mouth shut for a little longer. "If there's anything else, you know where to find me," he said. "Stick to the script, and you'll do fine." And for some time, I did just that. I patrolled those halls day and night, making sure the chests didn't slide off the shelves. I listened to my audiobooks, helped load the trucks, wrapped the chests in cellophane, and that was all there was to it. I had the thought that maybe Jonah had picked a specific chest to open, so at times I'd open others just to check, but they were always empty. For a full month, I didn't think much of it, that is, until one particular night. I didn't use my headphones that evening. My glasses were chafing again. I'd gotten a text from Jill earlier that night, and I kept pacing back and forth trying to figure out what to respond. Hell, maybe I shouldn't respond at all. The message was part apology, part explanation, and a reminder that despite it all, she missed me. Part of me wanted to say I missed her back. Another part wanted to walk away. Jonah's question still stuck with me. Am I a nurturing man? As I paced, I noticed one of the chests having slid a little further than usual. A full corner of the chest was hanging off the edge of the shelf. I put my phone away, slid the chest back in place, and stepped back. As I did, I heard something. It was low, like a mumble from behind a pane of glass. "Thank you." I looked back at the chest. I stared at it, dumbfounded. "You're welcome." There was no response. And of course there wasn't. How could there be? It might have been the wind, but a part of me knew it wasn't. That noise brought me back to those childhood summers, hidden away in the safety of my little miracle chest, while my parents threw dinner plates and novelty mugs. In the safety of that chest, when I whispered something, I'd imagine someone listening, and that someone would sometimes whisper back. And what I heard in that warehouse was exactly like I'd imagined that voice to sound like. From that point on, I started looking at the little miracle chests a bit different. I began questioning whether they were affecting me, or I was affecting myself. It had been such a small sound, barely audible. A whisper of a thank you. I could have misheard. I must have. The only other option was nonsensical. Chests can't talk, and I knew for a fact these were empty. But I couldn't help it. During those long hours of the night, I had to look a little closer, listen a little longer. And when I couldn't convince myself to stop, I tried to test them, challenge them even. I'd whisper at them, knock on the lid, or pick up and shake them a bit. Of course, nothing happened, but every now and then I'd see one of them twitch or rattle. Was it one particular chest that moved, or was it all of them? One night I didn't even bother to try. I just picked a chest and stared at it, waiting for it to move. I'd looked at it for so long that the image sort of blurred, like when you hear a word too many times and it starts to sound like a noise. Then, there it was. A nudge. Just a little, but clear as day. I rushed it, tore away the cellophane, and opened it. And of course, it was empty, and I'd accidentally ripped off part of the print. Just a corner where the lion was. I thought about lying to Jonah, but I knew better. Not only did he deserve the truth, but there were cameras to tell the full story. Not that I didn't think he'd believe me, but because it didn't matter. No matter if the chest moved or not, I'd messed up. I met Jonah in the parking lot on the way to the office. He carried a much too formal suitcase and a copy of today's paper. I caught up and told him flat out what I'd seen. The moving chest, and the subsequent unwrapping. Jonah nodded, then wielded his newspaper like a judge's gavel. "Henry," he said, "you're still the perfect man for the job. I know you are, and I want to help you." "Then tell me what's going on," I begged. "Tell me I'm not crazy." "How about this?" he said. "You heard about the storm?" It had been the talk of the week. A storm brewing over the weekend, with the brunt of it hitting later that evening. The sky had already darkened. We had a last-minute cancellation, and I got no one to help. If you can keep things in check this one night, I'll see what I can do. "Can do about what?" I asked. "What can you do?" "Henry, please," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. "I'll see what I can do." I agreed. Things were going to be a bit different that evening. I was the only one on site, and there'd be no one to call for backup. That, and the storm was guaranteed trouble. We had to close the fans and lock down the shelves with plastic straps. And because the fans weren't running, I'd have to wear a mask with a gas filter, just in case the fumes got too intense. I was going to have to make sure everything was secure, which would be an effort and a half. Not even an hour into my shift, I started getting warnings about rolling blackouts in the area due to fallen trees cutting the power lines. 30 more minutes, and it reached me. The entire warehouse turned dark with a sudden click. The silence was so palpable that I could hear my heartbeat. It's surprising just how many noises are around you even when it's quiet. You kinda don't notice unless the power is gone. As the power went out, I could hear the wind picking up. It was pushing into our ventilation, making the warehouse fans squeak in protest. And with the first lightning strike, I heard the shelves rattle. Not because the ground shook, but because they suddenly moved. I checked the straps on the shelves with a flashlight, trying to figure out what had made them move. I noticed a particular chest on the mid-level that had slipped a bit, and I pushed it back in line. That was the one to keep an eye on. But as the second lightning strike collapsed into the woods outside, the shelves rattled again. And when thunder started to roll, I looked up. It wasn't just one peculiar chest. They were all moving. Some of them were actively fighting against the protective straps. Others seemed to shake, like a leaf in the wind. It's like something had kicked them, forced them into action. A couple of lids flipped up, revealing the empty insides. I could hear the cellophane stretch and strain against some unseen force pushing the chests every which way. Then, voices. "What's happening? Who's there? Is it danger?" I tried my best. I really did. I tried to ignore the movement and the whispers. I tried keeping them all still and secure, but one strap on the far end of the warehouse came undone, and one persistent gust of wind made the entire thing lean. I could see that it was about to fall long before I got there. It crashed into another shelf who bore the brunt of the weight, and luckily, it held. But one chest on the far end got loose. It collapsed to the floor and splintered on the concrete. Something leaked out of it. It looked like a water oil mixture, and it had this intense smell of old fruit. I grabbed what remained of the lid and moved it, only to see a small, translucent hand sticking out, no bigger than my thumb. Little claws curled around the fingertips. It was so white I could see its veins, where a pulse ought to twitch, but it didn't. It lay still. I let the lid go and backed away. "We die," a chest whispered. "We're dying," said another. "Mother, call for Mother." "Mother," they hissed and rattled, every chest, on every shelf, and as the hissing got louder, it turned into a wail, a cry for help, drowning into the raging storm. I backed away, not knowing what to do. A couple of straps were coming undone. Some shelves were swaying in the wind. And right there, on the floor, lay that splintered chest like a broken egg. "I'm trying to help," I called out. "I can help. Just please stop, and I'll help." "The Death Man," a chest hissed. "Fear the Death Man." "Mother, Mother." The calls got louder. A chant for Mother, for something to come help them. To deal with the Death Man. I couldn't stay. Defying the storm, I rushed out of the warehouse and into the parking lot. I was drenched in seconds as the rain fell sideways, but I much preferred the howling storm to whatever was happening on those shelves. I couldn't believe it. I ran for my car. I had to call Jonah. I'd gotten about 30 feet when I noticed something on the road ahead. It looked like an oncoming flash flood. Mud and trees and bushes being swept up into a big pile, roiling its way across the road. It was far off, but there was something about it. It looked out of place. I stopped for a second to look a little closer. It had eyes. It wasn't oozing across the road, it was crawling like a massive reptile. I'd mistaken its scales for tree bark. It was a creature. An unreal reptilian thing, and it was coming straight at me. And now that I looked at it, it was fast. I never made it to my car. I turned back to the warehouse. I sprinted as fast as my legs would allow and slammed the door shut behind me. 2 seconds later, the door imploded with a metallic twang, hitting me in the shin bone and sending me sprawling to the floor. "Mother," the chests cried. "Mother comes. Mother saves. Mother eats the Death Man. Eat the Death Man." Something groaned. It sounded like a tree bending in the wind, but there was a tune to it, and it repeated like the croak of an angry frog. The living. Mudslide reached into the warehouse, only to reveal a 5-clawed forelimb, each claw the size of my leg. It cracked the floor like wet sand. Then, a roar. The air rippled, and the pressure made my ears pop long before I even heard its sound. It was part hiss, part croak, and part shriek, all wrapped into one furious bellow that rattled the windows. I got back up on my feet, wobbling from the gash in my leg just as the thing reached the loading bay doors. Those are solid metal. I thought they'd hold for a while, but they bent wide open with little effort. It was like watching a rabid dog tear into a pillow fort. The storm spilled onto the warehouse floor. The wind shook the shelves as the creature stopped in front of the broken chest. A split white tongue tasted the air, each segment the size of a grown man's thighs. It poked around the splinters and looked up with a pupil the size of a bowling ball. "Kill the Death Man," one demanded. "Kill him! Kill him now!" "Mother, Mother." The bellow rolled out of that thing like a revving engine. I saw claws sink into the concrete as it dragged itself forward, heading my way. I hobbled into the main office. I could hear that thing thrashing around, trying to follow me. For a second it stopped. I thought maybe the door was too small for it. Then I heard a scratching noise, like construction tools being dragged across the wall. It was going to break the entire room. I didn't know where to go or what to do. I could make a run for it, but that thing would be on me in seconds out in the open. I had to keep stalling it, but I didn't know how. It was protecting something young and small, hidden within the chests. I don't know what to do, I gasped. I don't know what to do. I thought about Jill and not seeing her again. About never answering her last text, only for her to see my name in the obituaries. Then, a chime, a ringtone. Jonah had an extra phone in his top desk drawer, a cheap, disposable flip phone, and it was ringing. I pulled it out and answered, gasping for air as my eyes flicked back and forth. Jonah's voice came through from the other side. "Henry," he said, "I'm sorry it came to this." "What is this?" I gasped. "What do I do?" "Where do we go when we're scared, Henry?" "Where are we safe?" "That's what I'm asking," I yelled back. "What do I do?" "Think, Henry. Where are you safe?" I blinked. My mind snapped to attention, and I looked around the room. And there, by the window, was the broken freezer. I climbed into it, hiding beneath a pile of merchandise while the storm raged outside. I could hear the wall give way to tooth and claw as a primal bellow rattled the confines of the freezer. I just lay there in the dark, clutching the phone like my childhood flashlight. I calmed my breathing, listening to Jonah's voice. "Just like back in the day," he said. "What are you talking about?" Another bellow. Something bumped the freezer, making it wobble, but it didn't tip over. "She's upset with you," Jonah said. "She hasn't been socialized like the others." I didn't say anything. I just held the phone tight, closed my eyes and tried to breathe. "I'm sorry. I didn't think it'd be this bad. I just thought they'd get a little scared from the thunder, maybe show you something, but..." Another lightning strike in the distance. Thunder roared across the sky, and the creature outside thrashed across the room, trampling the desks and breaking the cheap metal chairs. I could hear a bookshelf crash, and seconds later, something smacked into the freezer. It fell over. The freezer collapsed to the side, but the lid stayed on. I had my breath knocked out of me with a violent thud, but I stifled my wheezing behind a handful of shirts. "Stay still," Jonah whispered. "Do nothing." I heard massive lips smacking as something wet dragged across the freezer like sandpaper. "She doesn't know you're a nurturing man," Jonah said. "She's mourning." I thought about Jill. And with death staring me in the face, I knew the answer to the question Jonah had asked me on that first day. I was a nurturing man. I had been all along, and if I could get out of there in one piece, I'd show them. I kept my eyes closed, just like I'd done as a child. I'd pretend the world was different as chaos reigned outside, that they were play fighting, or throwing pies like circus clowns. I thought back on those moments in the dark where I'd been an astronaut, ready to set off to distant planets, to make friends with alien life, or the moments when I'd read aloud from some comic book I'd bought with my monthly allowance. A white tongue slipped through the lid of the freezer, tasting the air. A waft of warm swamp breath swept over me as the creature snorted, looking for my scent. But that freezer smelled more like Jonah than me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'm sorry." "I know," Jonah whispered back. "You're still God's little miracle, Henry. We both are." Another low, rumbling bellowing. This one rippled through my body as if softening me up for a bite. The tongue protruded again, missing the sweat top of my head by mere inches. Then it stepped back. It dragged itself across the floor, pulling half the office along in a sudden U-turn. order slips and receipts stuck to its scales, whipping around in the wind. Debris from broken desks and flattened chairs clung to it, floating along like a natural disaster. I lay there, tucked among the battered merchandise, listening to the howling storm. The worst had passed, and the warehouse chests were quiet. "I'm so proud of you," Jonah sighed. "So proud of what you've become." And I would stay there until dawn with Jonah, waiting for the wind to stop yelling. Most of the damage was covered by insurance. This part of the county was apparently prone to floods, it seemed, which was one of the reasons it was so cheap. Of course, there was no flood, but I got the sense that they knew that. I met Jonah a couple of days later on a park bench not too far from the warehouse. He was having yogurt and brought a thermos of piping hot coffee. We hadn't spoken since that night, but he seemed just as cheery as always. I wasn't. "I need to know what this is," I said. "All of this." He looked up at me, then back down at his yogurt. "Mango flavour." "I never lied to you," he said. "The Tapex is God's little miracle. We just make sure they grow up to be good. They need to socialise, to listen. So you send them out to children. You hide them in chests and just let them go. It works," he said. "We rarely have a problem." "And what are they?" "In the wild, they're terrifying," Jonah shuddered. "But it's like with dogs. They can be your best friend, or roam in packs, looking for prey. So that big thing was a wild one." "Not wild one," he corrected. "A poorly socialised one." "Then what do the good ones look like?" Jonah finished his yogurt, putting the little plastic spoon down. He wiped his lips and rubbed the tips of his fingers together, making a strange sound. His fingertips were solid, like sanded down bone. "They can look like a good friend," Jonah said. "A kind uncle, a goofy aunt, or a friendly boss who don't ask too many questions. Someone who knows you very well." I looked at him, past the horn-rimmed glasses and the calming smile. There was a tint to his eyes that I hadn't seen before, and a slight protrusion along his spine. "It's not without purpose, Henry," he said. "We're all just trying to be better people." He got up and stretched a little, then let his demeanour sink back into a familiar expression. "See you Monday?" he asked. "For the clean-up?" I got up, looked him over and shook his hand. "See you Monday." It's been a few years since. The first thing I did after that meeting was call Jill. It didn't take long for us to reconnect. She gave me every opportunity to back out, but I kept at it. And beyond all my insecurities and questions and worries was a life of calm and warmth. One that I could nurture into something beautiful. A place with bedtime reading and early morning car karaoke. You might be surprised to know that I still work with Little Miracles. We got one of the chests at home. The creature that lived in it slipped out last summer, having grown too large to stay in the double-bottom floor. I don't consider these things a threat any more than I do a stray dog or an outdoors cat. I get it now. I get how they work, and I don't have to wear any headphones at work. They don't mind me hearing the voices. Jonah has never said it out loud, but I think he and I both know where we first met. He's been with me for a long time, all the way back to when I read books by flashlight. Thanks to him, I guess someone listened to all those times when I whispered into the dark. It's a good reminder that God loves all his little miracles, and maybe we should too. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. That was Little Miracles, written by Reddit's own u/Saturdead. If you liked what you heard, please subscribe, like, and drop a comment. It really helps me out and keeps the stories coming. And now, fun fact. Did you know that in Finland, every new parent actually gets a government-issued baby box. It's filled with clothes, blankets, and essentials, and it even doubles as the baby's first crib. Unlike the little miracles chests, though, those ones don't whisper back. I don't think they do anyway. Good night. I've been thinking a lot about what I went through that night a couple of years back. I've never had the chance to process it. I think when you go through something traumatic or unusual, you compartmentalize it to the point where it feels like it happened to somebody else. That's what it feels like to me. Back then, I was living in a suburb near Pittsburgh. I was making ends meet, but margins were slim, and the notion of owning my own house felt like a dream at best. I'd been dating a girl for 2 years, looking for the perfect time to propose, but I just couldn't find the right time and place. But my fortunes were about to change. I got offered a promotion at my job. I'd be a shift manager at a large chemical plant in a couple of weeks. But even better, I got an email about something that might be the perfect time and place for me to finally propose. I was subscribed to a newsletter for a particular singer-songwriter that my girlfriend and I both enjoyed. The first thing we'd ever bonded over was music. There was a promotional campaign where there would be a sneak release of tickets to an upcoming tour, and the first 30 in line would be offered backstage passes. I couldn't imagine a better place to pop the question. Maybe I could get a chance to do it on stage if I asked nicely. But it had to be a surprise, so I kept it to myself. I made up an excuse about going to see my brother and packed a camp-out kit to get in line well and early. The newsletter recommended all of those interested to be in line at least 24 hours ahead of the ticket release. Please be patient and understanding, the email read, and please, wait in line. I drove out there early Saturday morning. They'd arranged it as a sort of a pop-up store. It was going to have all kinds of merch, and by opening day there'd be plenty of people dropping by to get ordinary tickets. But I'd be one of those 30 who got the good ones, come hell or high water. It was awkward getting there, though. They'd shut down 3 of the roads for maintenance, making me zigzag between cones and waiting for traffic in opposing lanes to take a turn. There was an apartment complex nearby, but that had been tented up for fumigation. A couple of nearby stores were shut down after health inspections. All in all, it was just bad timing, and there would be no comforts. But I got a bunch of gear packed. I'd be fine. I had an audiobook, some TV shows, and a lawn chair with a slot for an attachable umbrella. I could sit out there for days if need be. As with most pop-up events, there was no big sign, and the location was closed with metal shutters out front. The only thing that showed that this was the place was a discreet little poster on the side of the door that read, "You made it." The newsletter had mentioned that particular poster. It was all designed in a way to make the release feel exclusive. I got there about 23 hours early, and my heart sank. There were already people in line. Luckily, I only counted 27, but for a short moment I was ready to throw in the towel. I got to the back of the line, did a second and third count, and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one cut in line, I was in the green. So I set up my chair, attached an umbrella to my chair, and got started on the first season of Monk. After a couple of hours, the line had grown to about 50 people before slowing down. Maybe those in the back were hoping people up front would either drop out, or maybe they hoped there'd be extra tickets. The email had mentioned that there might be a couple of extras, but it couldn't be guaranteed. But I was still in the green, so I didn't have to worry all that much. It wasn't an unpleasant place to stay. The building was facing away from the sun, and there wasn't any traffic nearby because all the maintenance. I think the crews had stopped working for the weekend because there was little to no machine noise. I didn't hear a single jackhammer or concrete mixer, just the ambience of the city and the murmur of the people in line. There was a bit of a tussle up front. This one woman was getting up and talking to people. She was hard to miss. She had this neon green band shirt and blue-coloured hair. You could see her from a mile away. She went down the line asking if anyone had any antihistamines, allergy pills. She was having some sort of reaction. Turns out, no one had any, so she had to head off to find some. There was a drugstore a couple of blocks away, and the guy next to her promised she could keep her spot, so she walked away, thanking those around her for being so understanding. Thing is, she never came back. Hours later, her spot was still vacant. By dinner time, I kicked up a conversation with the guy next to me. He'd arrived just after I did, so he was still among the first 30. His name was Rodney, and he had this lean metalhead kind of build. Arms covered in tattoos, and those kinds of pants with zippers that you can turn into shorts. It didn't look like his kind of venue. "I'm surprising my girl," Rodney smiled. "She loves this stuff." "Same here," I said. "I think I might pop the question. Congrats. Love to see it." He offered me a Coke, and I took it. He hadn't prepared himself quite like I had, so I offered him a pad to watch some shows while I listened to my audiobook. We shared a couple of stories, some snacks, and added one another to our socials. I chomped down on a cold burrito for dinner and took a nap. Rodney was on his phone talking to a friend for a bit. The people ahead of me were having a conversation of their own, and I only caught parts of it. They were discussing if there were 30 available tickets in total, or if there were more tickets given out to the first 30 people. Was there only one ticket per person? Because if all in line wanted 2 or more, that would be over 60 in total. The email hadn't specified it, so they were a bit worried. I had no idea, but there was no point in arguing about it. We'd see in about a day. There was this one guy who was a couple of spots ahead of me that had to step out of line. He had a friend coming by to drop off some stuff, so he asked if they could hold his spot for a bit. It'd just be a couple of minutes. I saw him disappear around the corner, doing that I'm in a bit of a hurry kind of jog that polite people do. A couple of minutes passed, then half an hour. After a full hour, he still wasn't back. "Isn't that strange?" I said to Rodney. "2 people have gone to get something and none came back." "Sure, yeah, strange," he nodded. "But some people just say those things to get an excuse to leave. It's embarrassing to say you're bored, you know. I guess. It's just strange." "I work at the hospital," he said. "I'm an anesthesiologist. I know what people who crack under pressure looks like. They always shuffle away with a convenient excuse." "You sure that's it?" I asked. "Nah, but I got no other explanation." "Fair enough." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sounds of the city lowered to a mumble. Cars gave way to people walking their dogs, and in this particular neighbourhood, there was a lot of those. There were a couple more people who got out of line and walked away, not to return. We were still well over 40 though, but I think some got cold feet as the city got dark. A couple of light posts from a nearby street cast long shadows across the pavement. I was having a nap when Rodney poked me. He looked confused. "Some folks in the back are saying we're in the wrong line. They're opening some name brand store. There ain't no ticket sales." "You shitting me?" I scoffed. "You can't be serious." A guy 3 steps ahead looked back. "This ain't no store opening," he called back. "It's an autograph signing." That kicked up a murmur. All of a sudden, the entire line was talking. There was some confusion about what we were actually doing out there. A lot of people were there for tickets, but for different artists. Some were there for a shop opening, an autograph signing, or a giveaway. A couple of phones were passed around and shown so we could compare emails. All emails were from different accounts, seemingly official enough to get past the spam filters. They all advertised different things, but they ended with the same line. Please be patient and understanding, and please wait in line. It became readily apparent that no one had the faintest idea what this opening actually was. A couple of folks just got up and left. Finally, the guy at the very front stepped out of line. "I'm not sticking around for some fucking scam," he spat. "I'm going home. You should too." A couple more people packed up but hadn't decided what to do. I was a bit on the fence about it. But as I watched that first man round the corner, I figured there'd been some kind of misunderstanding. Maybe they were doing several promotions at once. I heard his voice. He sounded surprised and a little angry. "What is this?" Then he screamed. A blood-curdling, ear-bleeding scream. It got quiet. Everyone looked at one another, trying to find an answer to what was going on. I got out of my chair to get a better look, but Rodney put his hand on my arm. "Hold on," he said, lowering his voice. "Don't go. We should call someone." He agreed, but we could see other people were already calling for help. The man from the front of the line never returned. There was someone in the back who called for help. A few people walked down the road to see if everyone was okay, but they never returned either. A patrol vehicle came by about 20 minutes later. 2 police officers walked up, asking questions. Everyone said the same thing. A man had stepped away, and it sounded like he got hurt. The officers did a sweep of the road, and when they came back around, they shrugged it off. "There's nothing here," they said. "You sure he didn't just call out to a friend?" There were a lot of raised voices at that. But what could we say? It wasn't illegal to step out of line and not come back. There was no blood or sign of a struggle. Maybe we hadn't heard what we thought we heard, but people were raising other issues, like the emails we'd been sent. It all seemed like a plot to trick us. That, the officers had something to say about. "No, it's legit," one said. We were informed that there'd be people waiting in line for some kind of event. They had no idea what the promotion was for, though. And even if they did, they couldn't disclose it. It was all arranged by an event promoter, who'd in turn been hired by someone else. All in all, there was nothing they could do but to wish us the best of luck and be on their way. As they left, I noticed them meeting up with someone walking their dog at the end of the street. They shook hands, looked at us, and went their separate ways. Rodney and I stayed up late. We decided we'd take turns sleeping, just to make sure no one took our things. I took the first shift. The line had whittled down to about 30 people by then. There'd been a lot of people trickling out after the uncertainty of what this was supposed to be. Of course, none of them came back. I didn't hear anything else, but there was this rising unease that there was something inherently dangerous about stepping away. I could hear a couple of people talking about it, that is, until a woman further back had enough. She'd been sitting quietly for a while, listening to people talk over her. "It's not a big deal," she groaned. "Look, I'll walk 1 lap around the building. I'll leave my purse here so you know I'll be back, all right?" Maybe she was tired or frustrated. Maybe she wanted to prove a point. She stepped out of line and rounded the corner with a huff. Judging by the size of the building, it ought to take her a couple of minutes at a brisk walking speed. But as those minutes dragged on into half an hour, it was clear she wasn't coming back. She'd left everything behind, so it was clear this wasn't voluntary. Something had kept her from coming back. No one would willingly leave behind their identification, credit cards, or phone. A couple of people discussed leaving as a group. Someone mentioned leaving while being on a phone call, to report back as they went. But no one wanted to take the risk. We didn't know what was going on, and no one was eager to put themselves on the line. Instead, we waited, speculated, and murmured back and forth about what might be going on. Was it a trafficking thing? Gang-related? Or was this whole thing just a big misunderstanding? I woke up Rodney around midnight and leaned back in my chair. I told him about the woman leaving her things behind, and I could see something settle on his brow. It was a strange position to be in. We were either completely fine or in incredible danger. But which was it? Which made more sense? I had a nervous sleep, no dreams, just a stream of thoughts. I kept waking up for the dumbest reasons. A car playing loud music a couple streets down, a barking dog, someone throwing away a bunch of glass bottles. Just everyday city noise. Rodney had slumped against the wall chewing on some licorice. When he noticed me watching, he pointed down the street. They keep coming back around. Who? I asked. Not sure. Some guy walking his dog every 30 minutes or so. The same guy? I don't know. Maybe. We kept our eyes on the street, and just like he said, a man with a dog passed by. He was wearing a large coat and a baseball cap, and the dog was one of the larger breeds. Possibly a St. Bernard, or some kind of sheepdog. Every 30 minutes, Rodney reiterated. I don't think he's walking his dog. So what's he doing then? Rodney shook his head and took another bite of licorice. Patrolling. It was the middle of the night when the police came back. 2 officers, same as before, walked down the line with an audible sigh. Someone called again, they said. What's going on? A young man got up and pointed at the woman who'd left her things behind. The police scooped it up, checked it, and promised to take it back to the station. As they were about to leave, the young man asked if they could escort him to his car. They agreed. As he left, he looked back at the rest of us, holding up his phone. A woman he'd been sitting next to held up her phone in response. I'll stay on the line until I get home, he called out. I'll keep you updated. It seemed to go well enough, but as they rounded the corner at the end of the street, I noticed one of the officers looking to the left and raising his hand, as if waving at someone just off to the side. We all looked at the woman with the phone. She was hunched over, cradling it with both hands, listening through wireless earpieces. She'd say something occasionally, like a quiet, "Yes, I'm still here," or "Are you okay?" Then, after a couple of minutes, her eyes went wide. "Hello?" she said. Dan, are you there?" There was no response. I could see the tears pool in her eyes as her hand started to shake. He'd promised to stay on the line. Something must have gone wrong. "They're picking us off," muttered Rodney. "Someone is picking us off." "But why?" I whispered back. "What's the point?" "Think about it," he said. "This whole block is basically shut down. Roadwork, maintenance, fumigation, renovations. It's just us out here. But why us? Why now? There's got to be a reason." Everyone was awake by then. We tried to figure out if we all had something in common. We all looked different, and we were all different ages. We were there for different reasons, and we lived in different parts of town. There was nothing readily apparent that we had in common. "Dan works at a bottling plant," the woman with the phone added. "I'm in retail." Others joined in. One was an airline pilot. Another was a bodyguard, a firefighter, a translator. All very different people in very different lines of work. However, we had one thing in common. We all had access to something. Rodney had access to pretty much whatever at the hospital. The woman working retail had access to influential private clients. The firefighter had control over who had what shift and who would respond to what call. The translator could listen in on privileged information. I was no different. I was about to become shift manager at the plant. I could choose what and who went where and when. "Is that it?" Rodney said. "Is that what we're here for?" "But what's the point of taking us out?" I asked. "This isn't hurting anyone but us." The man walking his dog was back for another round, but now it looked like he'd slowed down a bit. As Rodney talked, I saw him stop at the end of the street, giving us a long look. And his dog looked too. Somewhere around 3 a.m, a whole group of people got up from the back of the line. The idea was clear. They were going to rush out of there. Others protested, saying they could call people over to come help. "If we all call someone, we can make a crowd," a man called out. "We can leave as a crowd, and we'll be fine." "No, we have to spread out," someone else said. "We go different ways and we go fast. Some of us are bound to get out." Rodney got up too, but his voice drowned in the crowd. Things were getting heated and people were pushing one another. Angry fingers were being pointed. Phrases were repeated over and over and over. The argument was quickly turning into a shouting contest. "There's at least 8 people patrolling," Rodney tried to say. "I've counted. There's at least 8. At least 8. But no one listened. And as push came to shove, a group from the back of the line spread out and ran into the night. Rodney slouched back down against the wall, breathing heavily. We all held our breaths, listening. We could hear footsteps running down different alleyways. It started with a crash, like someone taking a tumble into a trash container. Then, one pair of footsteps stopped. Not long after, another stopped. And from a far-off corner, I heard this barking. A loud, growling bark. "No!" someone pleaded. "No, no, no!" There was no screaming, no gunshots. All the sounds just stopped, and no one came back. The guy from the back of the line called out to them, but got no answer. We were down to about 20 people. Some were calling home. Others were calling the police, but they weren't about to come back here for a third time. One called a taxi, but they couldn't find a place to park, so they had to stop at an adjacent street, which we couldn't get to. There was also this one woman with a face tattoo that asked to borrow a phone. Rodney handed over his. "I'm getting my guys down here," she said. "You'll see." "I'm done." She made a call, shouting angrily for a couple of minutes. After the person on the other end finally seemed to understand the gravity of the situation, Rodney got his phone back. About 20 or so minutes later, 6 very tired men came wandering down the street. I could see the outline of holsters inside their cheap jackets. "We're going," the tattooed woman called out. "Y'all can come if you want." A couple of people got up. I looked at Rodney, but he shook his head. "Suit yourself," she continued. "We're leaving." We watched them walk away and round the corner. I heard them starting a car and putting it in gear. There was music playing, something loud with a thumping bass. It sounded like they were about to drive away when I heard a bark, but it wasn't just a bark. It was more like a growling cough. Then a gunshot, then another. The sound bounced against the walls, ringing out over the city. I saw a couple of lights turn on in distant buildings. Then all was quiet again. No one wanted to go look. Some people screamed at nearby houses, hoping for someone to open a window and look our way. No one did. The line itself was in complete disarray by then. People were packing and unpacking, pacing back and forth, hoping some opportunity would show itself. I wasn't immune to it, but I tried to stay calm. Rodney helped a lot. He was a lot more calculated than I'd imagined when I first saw him. He counted the people walking by. He measured the dogs. He listened for repeating sounds. My mind was tired, but my heart kept my eyes open and frantic. "I don't get this one thing," I said. "There's a timeline." "What do you mean?" he asked. "They gave us a time this would open," I continued. "If they're just going to keep us here until they've picked us off, why would they give us an end point?" "There's got to be something to it," he said. "Some reason for this specific place, and this time." "And what happens when it opens?" We looked at one another. Whatever was going on, there couldn't be anything good in there. Rodney brought up the idea of breaking into the place we'd been lining up for. A couple of folks were on board, but the front gates were barred shut, and the personnel entrance was on the back of the building. That kicked up all previous arguments about calling for help, or moving as a group, or running like panicked animals into the night. We tried to bend a piece of rebar into a makeshift crowbar, but we couldn't get it to work. The place was locked down hard, and we hadn't brought anything to break through. We couldn't do it. A couple of people thought about collecting jackets and making a line so we could pull them back if need be. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer. "Nothing happens until we're out of sight," someone said. "As long as we're within view, nothing happens. So someone can go to the end of the street, look around the corner, and come back." We had a volunteer for that. A large guy in his early 40s. He brushed off our worries, grabbed his backpack, and went to the end of the street. We could see him the whole time as he called back to us. "There's a car here," he yelled. "The door's open, there's no one here." "Can you see anything?" Rodney called out. "Nothing," he said. "Not a soul." He turned to go back to us when he stopped. He looked to the side. There was a hint of doubt there. Rodney peered up at me, then back at the man. "I think the patrol's coming around," he said. "Any moment now." Suddenly the man started running back to us. By the time he reached us, 3 of us were up on their feet to catch him and slow him down. He was panting like he was having an episode. We looked back towards the street, where a person walking his dog had stopped to look at us. "That's no dog," the man wheezed. "I don't know what that is, but it's no dog." For a couple of seconds we all just stared at the stranger. There really was something unusual about that dog. Its back legs had a curious shape, and there was a shine to the eyes that I hadn't noticed before. Almost blue. A couple more people would crack in the following hour. One just straight rushed down the road. Another tried to leave, but was held back by the others. A couple tried to call people for help, or to have someone escort them to their car, but nothing came of it. One guy kept spamming the police over and over, yelling at the operator that if they were that upset with him, they were free to come down and arrest him at any time. By dawn, there were less than 20 of us still waiting in line. It was about 6 a.m. when I saw someone coming down the road. A woman with blue-coloured hair and a neon green band shirt. I poked Rodney. We recognised her. She'd been the first one to leave, the one who went to get allergy medication. "She came back," I said. "You sure?" Rodney asked. "You sure that's her?" "Positive," I said. "Same clothes and everything." She waved at us. She was smiling and a bit bouncy, like she'd had a good night's sleep. In comparison, the rest of us were nervous wrecks. "I heard there was trouble," she said. "I'm sure it was a misunderstanding." "What happened?" I asked. "Nothing happened," she insisted. "Pills made me sleepy, so I went home. I just came to get my things, see what's going on." I wasn't buying it. And by the looks of Rodney, he wasn't either. Others didn't seem all that sure, but a couple seemed to relax their shoulders a bit. Despite my reservations, she got a lot of people up on their feet. Maybe they really wanted to believe that it was all just a big misunderstanding. And yeah, it was convincing. She'd come back after all, but maybe she was some kind of plant. Or maybe it was just someone who sort of looked like her. About half of all the people who remained joined her. They left together, giving the rest of us a tired wave goodbye. Some broke down in tears. There was this one woman whose face has burned into my mind. She was completely beside herself, shaking like a dry leaf in the wind. "I'm scared, okay?" she cried. "I'm scared. I don't understand what's going on. I just want to go home." She was assured and hugged and led by the hand, and slowly but surely, they all wandered off down the street, and none would return. About an hour later, there were less than 10 of us left. Rodney shook his head as he looked from side to side. "No patrols," he said. "They've missed it 2 times. "You think we can go?" I asked. "No," he said. "Something's up." He shook his head as we looked down the road, only to see someone approaching. It was one of the people who'd been walking their dog. Except now they weren't just passing by. They were stopping at the end of the street. A couple more joined, blocking off the other exits. One by one, they bent down and let their dogs off their leash. I looked at Rodney. For the first time, he looked scared. I could see his chest rising and falling with little claustrophobic breaths. We were being closed in on from all sides. "They fanned us out," he whispered. "They outnumber us." "What the fuck do we do?" I whispered back. He got up, and I followed. Others were taking notice as well. But as we began to spread out, we could see the approaching people moving to intercept. Then, the barking. I'll never forget the moment the dogs stepped out of the shade of the surrounding buildings. They looked almost completely black in the shadows, but they remained equally black when they stepped into the morning light. They had this ink-black, slick skin. Their back feet looked like something from a bird, and the entire body was hunched over on all fours. It was more humanoid than I'd thought, and as they got closer, they stretched out. The smaller of them, at full length, was at least 6 feet 7 inches. One of them looked my way with a shark-like grin, scratching the pavement like an eager dog with long pointed claws. I looked back at Rodney a final time, and in a split-second realization, all hell broke loose. Someone made a run for it, only to be tackled to the ground. One of the dogs got them by the neck and bit down hard with a sickening snap. One guy tried to climb a light post, hoping he could get up to a window of a nearby building. 2 more creatures tore down the light post, breaking it with a snap as he came tumbling to the ground. They were picking us off one by one, killing us, feeding on us. A couple had time to scream for help, but the creatures targeted whoever made noise first. The 40-something-year-old man who'd gone out to the street earlier was tackled face first into the pavement and had those razor-sharp teeth dug into the back of his neck. My mouth tasted salt as morbid death smells crept up my nose. We didn't stand a chance. There were at least 12 of them, and they knew what they were doing. Rodney and I stayed by the wall, trying to make ourselves as small as possible. I got a good look at some of the dog walkers. A couple of them were complete strangers, but a couple of them I recognized from earlier. They'd been in line just like me and Rodney. Maybe they'd been plants, or something else entirely. The creatures were feasting. One of the handlers went up to the locked building and rolled it open as one of them walked up to me and Rodney. He looked us up and down as one of the creatures settled down by his side, snarling and drooling, starved and ready to pounce. The man adjusted his glasses, peering out from under his baseball cap. "We got any hatches left?" he called out. The building opened. I couldn't see what was inside from my angle, being pushed up against the wall. "All done," someone responded. "Got them all." The man looking at me and Rodney was maybe 30 years old, with a fashionable beard. Simple square glasses. I couldn't have picked him out of a crowd. He looked down at the dark creature and adjusted his nondescript baseball cap. "Which one you want?" he asked. "Which did you dream of?" I felt something to my right. Rodney reached out and grabbed my hand. Not because we were making a break for it, or to try some last-minute master plan. He was just scared, and when you're scared, you want to hold someone's hand. So he held mine. The creature looked us over. A hint of blue reflected at us from its deep eyes. We fumbled for the right words to say. Some plea. Some brilliant, last-minute monologue. Something to appeal to their sense of kindness and humanity. But the stranger with the glasses didn't move a muscle. He might as well have been shopping for groceries. And with that, the creature growled. It had decided. It pounced on Rodney. I held his hand for as long as I could. I didn't look. I remember the sensation of screaming, but I don't remember the sound. My throat turned raw. The muscles in Rodney's hand tightened, then fell limp. The man with the glasses took a step forward, shushing the creature. There, he said. "It's okay. Dream well. Eat." Bone crunching, sinew snapping, meat, and the smell of hot iron. I closed my eyes so hard my skull ached. There was noise all around me. I didn't hear most of it, as I could barely make out anything over the sound of my own heart. There was biting and ripping, interlaced with the most casual-sounding conversation. "You got the shells?" someone asked. "No need. We're torching." "You sure?" "It's clear. We got a firefighter." I looked up. A couple creatures began to look different as they ate. Some had brighter skin. Some were shorter, fatter. I heard clattering as their claws fell off their fingers. Bones snapping as their legs straightened. Then the man with the glasses clapped his hands at me. "Hey," he said. "You can go." "What?" "You can go," he repeated. "We're done." I got up off the ground and cleared my eyes. A couple of people looked my way, and I could tell they weren't entirely convinced. Some were armed. I recognized one of them as the woman with the face tattoo. "You're letting me go?" "Sure," he said. "We got a full brood. We don't need you." "You can't kill people and walk away," I whispered. "You can't. You can't do that." He shrugged at me like I'd asked him what the time was. I stepped back and no one followed me. I glanced at the creature gnawing on Rodney, only to see that it had started to gain his features, his face, his gangly arms, and all the while, the man with the glasses calmly shushed it and stroked its back. The others were setting fire to the building, using a can of gasoline and a strip of newspaper. I only saw a brief glance of the inside. Black rock-like fragments littered the floor. Strange organic formations stuck to the wall in batches of 3 to 6. When he noticed I wasn't leaving, the man with the glasses casually waved a pistol at me. Not to shoot me, but to show that he had it. "Go on now," he said. And as the fire flared up, I stepped around the corner, and I didn't return. I came home in tears. I remember breaking down in the hallway, trying to explain everything all at once to my girlfriend. I told her about the tickets, and the plans I'd made, and the people I'd met, and the dogs, and the handlers. All of it. I tried to show her Rodney's socials, and as I did, I noticed he was posting. My heart skipped a beat. "Long night," the post said. It was just a selfie, posted 10 minutes earlier. He looked fine. Healthy even. But there was a little blue tint to his eyes that wasn't there before. No people went missing that night. Everyone came home, eventually. And from what I've read, there haven't been any incidents. Everything just keeps going like normal, like nothing happened. So who can I call? What can I even say? You can't report a person not being properly killed to the police. I even texted Rodney once, and he responded like it was no big deal. I just went home, he said. I'm fine, we should hang out sometime. I haven't agreed to it. I don't think I can. I don't even know what to think anymore. About a week or so after all this went down, I got a card. An apology card with a sad blue sunflower on the front. Inside was a handwritten note. Sorry for the inconvenience, it read. There were 2 tickets to the concert, backstage passes. I ended up going. I proposed. I think I recognized a couple of people in the crowd, but I'm not sure. Now, years down the line, it all feels like a nightmare. I can't point to a single thing and say, hey, look, it really happened. There are no witnesses, and in the eyes of the law, no crime has been committed. But I know what I lived through that night. That'll stay with me forever. And I know this was violent and ugly and sick. But that email asked me to wait patiently, and maybe that's what saved my life in the end. Maybe I'm still waiting. But for what? Hey guys, thanks for listening. I've narrated quite a lot of Saturdead stories recently, and I think you'll agree his writing is absolutely amazing. I may be a published author myself, but honestly, I don't think I'm at his standard yet. If you'd like to check out more of his work, I've got a dedicated playlist for you. And if you fancy hearing some of my own stories, I've started narrating those too. They've got their own playlist, and it should be up on the screen now, or in a minute, or maybe a little while ago. I'm not very good with timing. While I've got you, it would be awesome if you could subscribe, maybe drop a comment with your favourite story, or give this one a like. It really helps get the channel out there. I'm juggling work, motherhood, and everything in between just to get these stories out to you, which is probably why half the time my coffee's gone cold before I get to drink it. And now for a random fun fact. Did you know the longest line ever recorded was in Poland in 2012? Over 45,000 people stood in line for a single cup of coffee at a festival, and some of them still didn't get served. Makes waiting in a horror storyline sound a bit more appealing, right? Good night. When I met Dawn Anderson, I didn't know what to think. She'd booked a counselling session seemingly out of the blue, and I had no prior information about her. She'd just called into the office, booked a session with my assistant, and popped up. It was a pale November Thursday and my final session for the day. The streetlight outside was in an awkward position, casting long shadows across my office. As I closed the blinds, Dawn shifted in her seat. I've sought help before, she admitted, but I always get the impression that no one really listens. Therapy is often misunderstood, I said. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It is just maintenance, like taking a shower or doing your dishes. I haven't done my dishes in weeks, she laughed. A darkness fell over her face as she hit herself upside the head, repeatedly. Her curly brown hair swayed with each smack. No, she said. I have done my dishes. It's fine. I was exaggerating. I'm not lying. No worries, I said, sitting down across from her. Let's just have a chat and get to know each other. That sounds good. She nodded, calming down. Thank you. Dawn was born in 1993 as the only child of Morgan and Lita Anderson of Tomskog, Minnesota. Dawn seemed a bit distant when talking about her childhood, as if repeating something she'd rehearsed. They were very strict and distant. Sometimes they didn't seem like parents at all, she said. They had their moments, but there was no warmth. She would go on to tell stories about how they'd beat her if they thought she was telling a lie. They once withheld food for 3 days because she didn't tell them what she'd done at school that day. Withholding information, they argued, was a form of lying. They did do nice things at times. They'd often take her swimming down at Frog Lake, and they always made sure her room had plenty of flowers and toys. It was strange, though, she admitted. Going swimming was almost a chore, twice a week, rain or shine. When it was too cold to go swimming, they'd give her a mud bath where she was thoroughly scrubbed. It became routine, right down to rubbing my gums with it. It was almost as if Dawn brushed it aside. To her, childhood and parenting wasn't important. She seemed more urgently distressed, and as she recounted her past, she would often stop to make sure she was remembering it right. Apparently, it was very important for her to be as accurate as possible, a remnant from her strict upbringing. But I'm not here to talk about what used to be, she said. I'm here to talk about here and now. All right, I nodded. Let's talk about it. Who are you today? I'm a liar, she sighed. I've started telling lies. I waited for her to add something to it, but that was it. That was her big reveal. I leaned back in my chair, clutching my notebook. Does it happen often? I asked. Not really, she shrugged. Every now and then, but it really bothers me. People tell little lies all the time, Dawn. That doesn't make them bad people. They don't tell them like I do. We locked eyes, and I could tell she was sincere. This was something that truly bothered her. For her, this was like admitting a murder. My lies are different from others, she continued. I don't know how to explain it. They change things. Most lies do, I said. They change our perception. They manipulate. Yes, but they only manipulate people, she complained. Lies don't change what really happens. What do you mean, Dawn? She shifted uncomfortably in her chair. She took a deep breath and touched a curly strand of her brown hair for comfort. Meeting my eyes, she spoke in a low tone of voice. The streetlight outside broke the moment you closed the blinds. I looked back at the window. Strange how I hadn't noticed it. That awkward light would shine right into my patient's eyes. But it had gone dark. Very observant, I said. I didn't even notice. That's because I lied, she said. It just seems true, but it isn't. That light worked just fine up until I said it didn't. So you turned it off? I asked. With your lies? Yes. She was dead serious. I got up from my chair and peeked out the window. Just as she said, the light was completely broken. It was strange how I hadn't noticed it earlier, but sometimes you can get so caught up in routine that you don't notice the obvious. As I sat back down, she looked defeated. That's the thing, she sighed. It is really hard to convince people that I'm telling the truth, that things change based on my lies. How would that work exactly? I asked. I don't know, Dawn said. But I didn't have an appointment when I came here today. I lied about it, and then suddenly I had one. That's not right, I smiled. We had a call in last Tuesday. We got your number and everything. I held up my cell phone, showing her the booking receipt. There it is. I change things, Dawn insisted. What I say changes things. It changes what has happened to accommodate for my lies. So when did this start, Dawn? I think it has always been like this, she said. I think my parents knew. Maybe that's why they taught me never to lie. But you started lying anyway, I said. Can you remember something recent? There have been a few accidents, Dawn said. I used to have a friend who went to veterinary school, and an acquaintance who worked for a bank. We'd been out of touch for a few years, and when we met up, I got them mixed up. I was so convinced that the person who I talked to had gone to veterinary school, but they didn't. Number they worked at a bank, I'm sure of it. But now they had both gone to veterinary school. They couldn't have. Memory is a fragile thing, I said. What is most likely? That you misremembered something, or that your misunderstanding changed events that have already happened. I know what you want me to answer, but the proof is overwhelming. So why did you come here today, Dawn? I want to stop lying. I never want to tell a lie again. She breathed a sigh of relief. I nodded, making notes in my notebook. What's stopping you? I asked. What stops you from being completely honest? Honestly, it is addicting, she said. Once you start, it is hard to stop. How so? I don't think you understand. The possibilities are staggering. It's like if you could win the lottery by snapping your fingers, what would stop you from just snapping your fingers all day? Getting a sore thumb, I suppose. That's what it feels like to me, she said. It's like having a sore thumb in my mind. Every lie I tell is just... it takes something away. Life is full of little inconveniences, I said. I don't think you should punish yourself for finding ways to cope. It is not just coping, and it is not just punishing myself. It just happens, like using a muscle too much. It aches. It hurts. Is that why you hit yourself on the side of your head when we started talking? Yeah, she nodded. It distracts from the pain inside. Well, some of the things you're describing are impossible, Dawn. You can't change the past. I can see why you would like to, given the way you were raised, but it just can't be done. I'm going to stop you right there, said Dawn, holding up her hand. Tell me something you did this morning. All right, I put on fresh white socks. Then why don't you have any socks on? As soon as I said it, I felt like an idiot. I'd stepped in a water puddle as I got to work and didn't have a spare pair with me. My wet socks were still hanging on the bathroom radiator. You didn't let me finish, I smiled. I do have them, just not on me, right now. No, see? It changes, and you just adapt to it. She knocked herself on the side of her head, clenching her eyes shut. Sparkles of sweat ran down her forehead. Dawn, look at it from my point of view. What is more likely? That you saw I wasn't wearing socks and used that information? Or that you can change the very fabric of events? I know how it sounds, but that's what happens. And as long as it is just small things, all I get is a crackle in the back of my head. But as soon as I start telling big lies, it feels like I'm being ripped apart. With big lies, do you mean something we can't ignore? Do you have any examples? The first lie I ever told, she nodded. I had this dream of sunflowers when I was a kid, a whole field of them, all swaying in the wind. When I got to school, I drew them on a piece of paper. The yellow crayon was taken, so instead I coloured them blue. That sounds lovely. It was, until I got home. Our entire backyard was this large field of blue sunflowers. My parents, of course, acted like it had always been there. But it hadn't been. No, Mom had a garden there. She grew tomatoes. We still had some in the fridge, but she insisted they were store-bought. So they never found out you were lying. Not at first, but I felt so bad that I admitted it. That's when I didn't get to eat for 3 days. They said it was because I hadn't told them about the drawing soon enough. Well, I think you will find it difficult to convince me this is true, Dawn. But that is irrelevant. It is true to you, and that's what is most important. If you want to stop lying, there are ways to do so. But I'd like to get to the root of the problem and see where this comes from. It bothers me that you don't believe me. I'm sorry to hear that, Dawn. But what you're describing is simply impossible. It bothers me greatly. We looked at one another. Dawn wasn't budging, but neither was I. How come you've pretended to write all this time, when your pen has run out of ink? It's just to put the patient at ease. I smiled, like a doctor with a stethoscope. It is expected, but not always practical. The last 40 pages you've written is just the text, listen to Dawn, over and over. Of course it is, I chuckled. That's how I practice my cursive. And you don't see anything odd about this? Nothing at all. Coincidences happen, but all that you point out are things I can clearly remember. I can't be surprised by a stated fact. But that's just... ugh. Dawn wiped her nose as a single drop of blood dripped out. I offered her a napkin, but she refused. This was clearly affecting her. I've talked to 8 other people about this, she said. No matter what, they keep denying me. No matter what absurd proof I present, all they do is rationalize it and call me schizophrenic. I don't think you are, Dawn. I think you have a trauma to... It is not a fucking trauma. Dawn stood up, pacing back and forth. She was getting agitated. I stood up next to her, carefully putting my hand on her shoulder. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Tea? You're married, right? She asked. Do you love your wife? Of course. With all my heart. Do you, though? Do you really, really love her? Undoubtedly. Dawn shook her head. Can you feel, right now, the happiness she brings to your life? Yes, but what? Then why are you considering divorcing her? It was like the twist of a knife in my chest. It was such an alien thought. But of course, I had been considering it for a long time. I couldn't think of a reason at the top of my head, and the way it made me feel was just awful. Patricia and I had had our ups and downs over the years, but we'd always grown stronger because of it. Sure, we'd hit a rough patch in the past few weeks, but... You said you loved her, said Dawn. You said you were happily married. Then something changed. Not changed as much as... I scratched my head. I felt strange, like something had flipped my world upside down. 2 drops of blood pushed themselves out of Dawn's eyes, little red tears. You have to believe me, said Dawn. Please, believe me. I'm trying, but... Fine, let's go, growled Dawn. Let's fucking go. She put on her jacket and pushed me down into my chair. She was getting aggressive, and I considered calling for security. Then, as soon as I sat down, she sat down across from me. She took a hold of my hand and didn't let go. Remember last night, when you stabbed your wife? She asked. How the fuck did she know? My mouth opened wide like a fucking trout as my mind started to race. There'd been no one else there. It had been an accident, a fluke. We had talked about our thoughts of a divorce, but it was nothing serious. Then it just escalated. You buried her in the backyard. Your hands still smell like dirt. What do you think about that? She continued. No, you can't. I could feel my body shutting down. Some sort of shock factor coursing through my brain. My hands started shaking. My eyes started tearing. I remembered it all so vividly. Patricia's soft hands covered by dirt, shovel after shovel. The way I scrubbed my hands, but couldn't get rid of the smell. I still had dirt under my fingernails. It had happened, but I tried to push it away. To pretend like nothing. An alibi. Why would you do that? You loved her, didn't you? I did. I'd loved Patricia with every bone of my being. And yet you kept her head in a plastic wrap in the back of your goddamn freezer. Of course. I couldn't let her go. I broke down. I cried like a fucking baby. There was no way Dawn could have known this. I had barely even admitted it to myself. Compartmentalizing. There were 1,000 little reasons leading up to what I'd done, but to have it all splayed out like this in front of me, it was too much. My world was crumbling. My peace of mind had already rested on a knife's edge, ready to tip me over the side, but now I felt like I was free falling. A pale hand feeding the worms outside. A bathroom smelling of chlorine and bleach. A perfectly good hacksaw that I couldn't bear to look at ever again. Green eyes staring at me through thin plastic, asking me why. I threw myself out of the chair, enraged. She couldn't know. Dawn was suddenly bleeding out of her mouth, eyes and nose. Still, she smiled. Every time, she laughed. Why does no one ever listen? You've said enough. Really? Dawn pushed me away, breaking the leg of the table between us. As I landed on my back, she held me down with a hat rack. You drowned your daughter in a well. You ran over your mother with your car. You've killed 3 hitchhikers using the loaded rifle in the trunk of your car. I just screamed as the memories came flooding back to me. It was true. All of it. How the fuck did she know? It had been years. I'd covered my tracks so well. I got a hold of her foot and dragged her down to the floor next to me. I could barely see her in between my teary eyes. But I had to do something. I had to stop the pain. I had to end her. I tried to get my hands around her neck, but she resisted. She was stronger than I thought. Then again, she coughed as one of my hands touched her neck. All I've said today has been a lie, hasn't it? My mind went completely blank. As my eyes lost focus, I saw Dawn getting up. Her eyes were completely red, swollen with blood. She kept beating the side of her head with the palm of her hand, coughing all the while. I'd probably given her a bruise. It was, but it takes a while to rationalize the bigger stuff, she said. Give it some time. I didn't do any of that, I didn't. Of course not. All I said was a lie. But why? How? I think that's enough, sighed Dawn. I can't say I'm surprised. No one ever believes me. Just try to remember me as Dawn Anderson, a young human woman, and not the way you've truly seen me. As she left the office, I was still sitting on the floor. I couldn't even understand why. I had no reason to be upset or attack her. Sure, she'd been provoking me with mental images of harm coming to my family, but to attack her like that? It was insanity, stress-induced hysteria or something. I sat alone in my office, feeling the pale light of the streetlight outside warm the back of my neck. I don't know what to believe, and I don't know if I will eventually rationalize all of this to some insane degree. But I know that it shook me to my core. There was something about Dawn that I'd never seen in another patient, and to some degree, I believe she knows something impossible. And when I went home to open my freezer that night, I was genuinely scared to see something look back at me, even though Patricia was sleeping soundly in the other room. But the shock of hearing what Dawn had said, and the images it conjured in my mind, it remained. The untouched spot in my backyard, the hacksaw in the garage, it was still there, unused. I held Patricia tight that night, as I dreamt of murder, as if it had really happened, if only for a while. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Reddit's own Saturdead. He's definitely my favourite writer on Reddit. I've even dedicated a whole playlist to his work here. If you like what I do, please consider subscribing, liking, or leaving a comment. It really helps me keep going. And now, a fun fact. Did you know the average person lies about 1 to 2 times a day? Therapists say we usually lie to protect ourselves, not to deceive others. But not me. I don't lie. That's why when you ask what I look like, I tell you I'm 5'6", size 8, with platinum blonde hair and with piercing blue eyes. And definitely not sitting in my pajamas eating crisps in the dark, talking to myself on the internet. Good night. Every now and then you get that snap picture of just how small the world really is. It's one of those times when you're halfway across the world and recognize a guy from the gym, or you spot your childhood crush ahead of you in the line at the DMV. I've moved a lot and lived a lot, and these things happen to me every now and then. So when it does happen, I don't always think much of it. Until not too long ago, I lived in a small townhouse. I worked as a shift manager at a component factory in northern Pennsylvania, not too far from Pittsburgh. It wasn't anything fancy, mostly compartments and storage for snowmobiles and tractors. Honest work, but it took quite the drive to get there, almost 50 minutes by car, one way. But I had a great place. It wasn't big space-wise, but there was a great open floor plan that made the place feel 3 times bigger than it actually was. 2 floors, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room with an adjoining kitchenette. Perfect for a bachelor or a small family. The only problem was the bedroom door, which could jam if I closed it too hard. I was coming back from a bad breakup. My ex and I had been talking about moving in together, but we just couldn't make it work. She had these anxieties that kept her from really committing, and she ended up second-guessing herself to the point where I was no longer a part of the conversation. After a while, we simply had to accept that she had no idea what she wanted, but she wasn't in a place to be with me either way. I accepted a transfer up north, along with the promotion, and wished her the best. I'd been living up there for about a year when, one morning, I noticed someone moving in across the street. It was nice not to be the newest guy on the block anymore. I only saw glimpses of the owner. There was a woman standing outside on the lawn, pointing at 2 movers and trying to direct them, with a voice that could barely be heard outside her own head. It was like watching someone trying to tow a car with a rubber band. By the time I got back home that night, there was still furniture on her lawn. I decided to be the good neighbour and head over, see if she needed any help. She was doing her best to tip and angle a 3-seat couch by the time I got there. She wasn't making it through the door on her own. I waved at her. "Excuse me," I said. "You need any help?" "It's fine," she said. "Thank you, really." "You sure?" "Looks like you need to angle it and pull sideways. That's a rough one-man job." She rolled her eyes and let out a sigh. She nodded in quiet resignation, and less than a minute later, the couch was on its way through the living room. It's always a bit eerie to move into a new place. Everything looks so barren that you can hardly imagine it being a space where people lived and breathed and laughed. For the time being, this woman's life was all boxes and bare floors. Every step echoed off the walls. I helped her with a couple of boxes before she let her guard down. She had this short brown hair that sort of clung to her sweaty face, and these deep pockets under her eyes. I could tell she hadn't been sleeping a lot. There was a shake in her hands that showed she'd either been skipping meals or was deathly nervous. After carrying in some of her kitchenware, she stopped me at the door and forced a smile. "Sorry," she said. "I'm Julie." I introduced myself, shaking her hand. She was definitely trembling. "The movers screwed you, huh?" "Yeah, they were only paid to dump it all on my lawn, it seems." "Sorry to hear that. Looks like you're almost done, though." "Yeah, but the unpacking's gonna take a couple days, but it's nice to get settled." There was something about her voice that seemed familiar. An accent. It reminded me of my own. Then it just kinda clicked. I knew this woman. Julie and I had gone to the same school. I hadn't recognized her. She used to be the tallest girl in class. Then she'd just sort of stopped growing, while the others kept going, making her the shortest girl in class over the course of about 2 years. Now that I thought about it, it had to be her. It was obvious. I'd had enough of a crush on her not to forget that face anytime soon. The moment I recognized her, it was like she recognized me in turn. She let out a huff and looked me up and down. "I can't believe it," she laughed. "What are the odds? Julie, you wanted to be a teacher, right?" "Yup," she nodded, "and I am." "And you had these apple earrings," I said, gesturing. They were the size of golf balls. She couldn't hold back a snort and stepped away, crossing her arms. "You went out with James," I added. "Man, haven't seen him in years." Her smile froze in place. She nodded, rubbing her shoulder in a self-hug. I noticed she had a wedding ring. "Yeah," she said. "Good times." She excused herself and thanked me for the help. She offered me a 20 for the trouble, but I waved it off. She insisted, but I'd made my mind up. She ushered me out the door. "I gotta check on Danny," she said. She'd been awfully quiet. "You got a kid in there?" "Yeah, my girl Danny." She smiled. 4 years old. She's in her room. She's had a rough day. "Well, tell her I said welcome to the neighborhood, and feel free to drop by sometime." "I'll do that." I wandered off, only to stop halfway across the lawn. I looked back, only to see her still leaning against the doorway. "You still got those apple earrings?" I asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Times change." It was a stupid question, but I couldn't help myself. I waved goodbye, and that was that. I caught myself glancing out the living room window a couple of times before I headed to bed that night. I could see Julie in her window, putting up decorations. A couple of framed pictures, curtains, a couple of lamps and candles, and finally, a pot housing a tall, blue sunflower. Unusual. I'd had a huge crush on Julie in high school. I'd thought about asking her to prom, but James got there first. I ended up going with Margie H., who was more interested in using me as a dress-up doll rather than a boyfriend. There was a lot of "do this, it's cute," and "don't do that, it looks weird." She ended up spending most of the night with her friends across the room. James and Julie, on the other hand, only had eyes for each other, slow dancing under the disco ball to all the greatest hits of the 90s. But there seemed to be no James around anymore. Perhaps it was just like she'd said, times change. But looking back at that night, I couldn't imagine the two of them apart. Not for a moment. I tried not to bother Julie and her daughter for a couple of days. I thought about heading over to say hi someday, but I figured they needed some time to get settled. I was probably overthinking it, but I didn't want to give a bad impression right off the bat. It's one thing to be helpful. It's another thing entirely to be creepy about it. And you don't want to mess things up with someone you're going to see across the street for years, maybe decades to come. I wondered about her daughter, Danny. I was yet to actually see her. I had to leave for work so early that I'd never duly take her to daycare. And by the time I got off work, they'd already come back home. Julie wasn't letting her play in the front yard. Then again, maybe that was by design. You don't want your 4-year-old to run amok near a busy road. So I tried to keep my curious eyes to myself and focus on my own life. But after months of empty inboxes and being ghosted on apps, you start to cling to whatever light in the dark you can spot. And I couldn't help but to think that maybe a light had moved in just across the street. One day, as I came home and browsed my mail, I noticed a letter addressed to Julie. She had a different last name. It took me a while to connect the dots. She had James' last name. Given how she had a wedding ring, I couldn't help but consider that maybe they were still together. Either way, I had a misplaced letter to deliver. I made my way across the road and knocked. Julie opened, holding a phone to her ear, talking to someone. I handed her the letter in silence, and she rolled her eyes apologetically at me. She wasn't in a very enthusing conversation on her phone, apparently. She mouthed "thank you" back at me. As I turned to leave, she put her phone down for a second. "Hey, would you mind helping me with something?" I turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "I need some help with Danny's room. I'm useless with electronics." "I'll give it a go, sure." "Thank you so much. Drop by tomorrow around 7 if you can, alright?" "Tomorrow, 7. Got it." She put her phone back to her ear and waved goodbye. I just stood there for a couple of seconds trying to catch a glimpse of her through the window, but the only thing I could see was that blue sunflower of hers. The thing was tall, and it always seemed to be turned your way, no matter where you looked. It was downright creepy. The next day I went over to see Julie. My heart was thumping away in my chest a little harder than usual. I was trying to keep it cool and not get my hopes up, but there's something about an old crush that just taps at your heartstrings. I knocked on the door, peeking at the window. The sunflower was still there, and I could have sworn it was still turned towards me, even as I stood by the front door. Julie opened the door with a tired smile. She had this pink blouse with white lilies and a pair of slightly too big jeans. She had some makeup on, I noticed. "Just got back from work," she said. "Come on in." She'd done a lot to the place. Pictures of her and James on the wall. All carpets were out. Birthday cards on the fridge. Guest towels in the downstairs bathroom. She'd put in some work. "You've been busy," I said. "Is Danny doing okay?" "Oh yeah, better than me, that's for sure." I looked over the wall of framed pictures. Julie and James at the Grand Canyon. Julie and James dressed up for Halloween. Julie and James at their wedding. James' light hair was a nice contrast to Julie's dark mahogany. "I don't see any pictures of Danny." "There used to be plenty," Julie said. "These are the only ones we could keep." "Sorry to hear that." I looked at Julie, who nodded her head matter-of-factly. I could tell I'd struck a nerve. She showed me upstairs and to the left. She was yet to put up any lights, so the corridor was a bit darker. There were these big yellow letters on the wall leading up to Danny's room. She must have painted them by hand. "Little Lady Sunflower," I read out loud. I call her that all the time. The first time I said it, I had this cold, so it came out as little, not little, and it just kind of stuck. Now that's cute. Well, the little lady is with her aunt tonight, so she won't mind us stomping into her holy kingdom. Danny's room was as classically girly as girly things get. A well-made pink bed, pink curtains with white stripes, toys and dolls and stuffed animals, picture books with horses and nature and cute animals. It was all very neat, though. Either Danny was the most organised 4-year-old in the world, or Julie had taken some time to clean up before I got there. There were a lot of little things to go through. Julie needed help running an Ethernet cable along the wall. It took some time to set up, but it felt nice doing something with my hands. Then she had me change a couple of lights that she couldn't reach. I didn't ask her about it, but I found it strange that she wanted UV lights in her kid's bedroom. Julie brought out a couple of boxes, the final items on the agenda. Cameras. "It's just been me and Danny for a while now," she explained. I get nervous. Hey, you're the parent. Ain't no shame in being careful. I'm glad you understand. She had me set up 2 cameras in the bedroom, one overlooking the hallway and one overlooking the bedroom window. I helped her set up the Wi-Fi and showed her how to access the feed and recordings. It was simple stuff, but not very high quality. Having helped her out, she made me coffee and sat down to have a chat in the kitchen. We talked about old friends and memories, reminiscing about the times we'd talked as kids. But I could tell she was holding something back. Every now and then, she would completely shut the conversation down, instead focusing on the cup she cradled between her hands. Then, after a sip or 2, she changed the subject. Finally, I just had to ask. I'm sorry to bring this up, but I gotta ask about James, I said. I see him on the pictures, and you're wearing the ring. Oh. She snapped to attention, shaking her head. Right, of course. I'm sorry. I thought everyone heard about the fire. I was halfway through an apology when she shushed me. No, it's fine, really. It's been months. She told me about the fire. They'd lost their home some time ago. This was the reason she didn't have that many things to put on the walls. Most of it was lost, along with James himself. I didn't even know he was still in the house, Julie said, trying to keep a brave face. I thought he was in the backyard, waving in the firefighters. I was out front with Danny. I'm so sorry, Julie. Feels strange to say it out loud. But that's what happened. It's gotta be tough on Danny. Poor thing. Julie put her hand on mine and took a deep breath. Thank you, she said. You've been a great help. That's what old friends are for. Right, she smiled. Friends. We said our goodbyes, and I watched her close the front door. I could hear her wander back upstairs. It was dark outside, only briefly interrupted by the occasional passing car. People coming and going, paying no attention to the love-struck man gawking at the widow's front door. I snapped out of it, giving it one last look before I called it a night. The blue sunflower was still there, in the window. I couldn't help but to wonder. Out of all the things she managed to save from that house, why did she save a houseplant? Her own husband hadn't made it out. How come the flower did? As I walked back across the street, a curious thought struck me. The camera that was angled at the window could probably see across the street. She could see me right now. Why do you need a camera for the second floor window anyway? Especially for a window that can't be opened. Wouldn't it be better to have one by the front door? Over the next few days, I met Julie a couple of times. I came over with a bottle of red wine as a late housewarming gift, and she came over with some leftovers. She made this mouth-watering sausage stroganoff that kept your stomach warm all day. She also made her own snacks, like peanuts and sunflower seeds, lightly salted and honey-roasted to perfection. After a few weeks, it was rare for me to go a full day without seeing her. And yet, I hadn't met her daughter. Danny was always busy with something. Sleepover at a friend's house, staying with her aunt across town, going to bed early. There was always something, and I was yet to see a picture of her. I asked Julie if she could show me her phone once, and she promised she would. But she would change the subject and forget shortly after. But it was hard to be suspicious, and even harder to care. Julie was getting comfortable in that house, and it showed. There was a glow coming back to her. One day after work, there was a knock on the door, a longer one than usual, slower. Julie was standing there with one of my phone bills. The mailman had messed up again, and I reminded myself that I had to have a chat with them about it. Then again, I didn't mind the inconvenience of having Julie over every now and then. At first, I thought she was just coming over in a rush, but there was something to her demeanour that was different. She crossed her arms, but she wasn't reserved. It looked casual. "Did you enjoy the snacks I brought?" she asked. "Danny loves the roasted ones. I'm a sucker for salty stuff." "What about sweets?" I thought about it, nodding as I made a mental list. "Depends on the sweet." She grinned at me. "I'm kinda sweet." It didn't take much more than a wink and a giggle for us to end up kissing. We made out on the couch as I fumbled for the remote control. I couldn't get in the mood with a Judge Judy rerun going ooh and ah in the background. Finally, as we made ourselves comfortable, I could let my heart go. Julie had this wonderful lavender shampoo that filled my senses, but there was something strange about her kisses. They had an almost chemical taste to them, like a tinge of ammonia. Maybe she just had a weird toothpaste. Somewhere in the awkward fumble of eager hands and skin touching skin, a whisper reached the back of my ear. "I've missed you," she mumbled. "I've missed you so much." I didn't know what to make of it. I think I tried to rationalize it as her wanting to be with me for a while, or perhaps she really enjoyed our time back in high school. Then, another whisper. "I've missed you, James." There was an awkward pause. We tried to laugh it off. She shook her head, taking a deep breath. She tasted the words for a second and leaned in close. "Danny is with her grandma." I expected her to say something. Excuse herself, perhaps. But there was a trauma there, and we were both consenting adults. Mistakes were bound to happen. One thing would lead to another, and Julie didn't go home that night. I don't blame myself. I was lonely and stupid. Even before she moved in across the street, Julie had always been a bit of a girl next door in my mind. In one way, this was a dream coming true. But in another way, it just felt wrong. Nothing we did that night felt as true and honest as that one mistake she'd whispered into my ear. "I've missed you, James." The next morning, I woke up in a daze. It felt like I'd had too much to drink, but without the headache. The world felt draped in cellophane. I woke up in my room, alone. Julie was lucky she got out of the bedroom at all. I'd slammed that door pretty hard, and the lock was finicky. Maybe she had a knack for it. I could hear noises coming from downstairs, so I threw on some boxers and a bathrobe and wandered into the hall. I could hear Julie as she moved around some plates and glasses, and she was singing this tune, like something from a commercial. "You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too?" It was strange. I'd never heard that song before, and yet I knew the lyrics. I wandered down the stairs as Julie waved me to the table. She'd made grilled cheese sandwiches. I sat down by the table as she gave me a peck on the cheek. She handed me a plate and sat down next to me, cheerful as ever. "I made your favourite," she said. "I didn't know this was my favourite," I smiled back. "Haven't tried it yet." I picked it up and held it. Then, something cold ran down my spine. These weren't my plates, and these weren't my glasses. She'd served orange juice, but I didn't have any in my fridge. This wasn't my kitchen. These weren't my windows. Not my chairs, not my tablecloth, not my house. Julie looked different. My hands looked different, and as I was about to take a bite, this escalating pulse deafened me in my right ear, as a radiating warmth burst through in waves. My heart was terrified, long before my mind was. And as my instincts screamed at me to run, I instead turned to my right, to the third chair at the dinner table. A voice spoke to me. It cut through the cellophane of my mind. It wasn't loud, but it enveloped my ears. The vibration didn't come through sound, but through a pulsating warmth rattling my inner ear. A droning creak. More clicking than voice. Like someone smacking their lips and tongue into clicking little words. "It's your favourite, Daddy." I dropped my plate. I was sitting in my kitchen, alone. No Julie, no one to my right. Just my dinner table, across the room from my kitchenette. The clock on my wall showed that I had another 40 minutes before I had to go to work. I couldn't hear anything. It was like my ears had popped from pressure, and no matter how much I squirmed and turned, it didn't pop back. I put my finger in my ear and felt a blockage. I turned my head to the right and scratched, only to sense this mounting pressure on my eardrum. I had to resort to using a toothpick to open my ear up. When I did, dirt poured out of my ear canal and onto the dinner table. It was a lot. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath. Julie had left a sticky note on the front door. "Had to get up for Danny," it read. "Talk soon." She'd signed it with a little heart. I washed my ears, had a quick shower, and got ready for work. On my way out, I noticed the mailman. I was halfway to my car when I turned to him. "Excuse me," I said. "Can you make sure you don't mix up our letters again?" "Mix up who?" he called back. "Me and the neighbour. I keep getting hers. I've been doing these rounds 12 years. I ain't about to mess them up now." "Well, you did. Several times." He laughed, shaking his head. "I don't think I did." That whole day passed in slow motion. I had to stop a couple of times just to sit down. I'd get this pressure in my ears, like I was free diving at an uncomfortable depth. Sometimes I'd get these white flashes, like I was standing somewhere too bright. Little stings and burns, giving me the semblance of ticks and twitches. I forgot to bring my lunch, but one of the guys could tell I was having a rough day. He offered me a turkey sandwich. As I went to get it from the fridge, that pressure started to build in my ear again. But this time, as it swallowed my sense, a voice came through. "Mom made your favourite." I turned to see the break room table covered in plant dirt with little green sprouts. Something bulbous moved just beneath the surface. "Mom made your favourite." I held a fistful of sunflower seeds. The sprouts on the table were growing so fast they resembled spasming tadpoles, reaching for the fluorescent lights. And the bulbous growth kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. "Mom made your favourite." My fingers cramped so bad my nails dug into the meat of my hand. Blood mixed with the mush of a turkey sandwich between my fingers. I fell to my knees trying to force my fingers open, but it didn't work. 2 guys came running, trying to help me straighten my arm hand. They couldn't do it without risk of breaking my wrist, so they had to sit there with me and wait for a paramedic to come. It took a shot of muscle relaxant to get it loose. They had me scheduled for a doctor's appointment. I was sent home early that day. I hadn't taken a sick day since I started, so they could tell this wasn't normal. Things looked different driving home in the middle of the day. You never see the sun like that usually. There are different sounds, different cars on the road. Makes it all feel unreal, like a bad dream. Coming home, I headed straight for the bed. By the time I woke up, it was dark outside. Walking downstairs, I noticed a letter by the door. I must have missed it. There was a post-it attached. "You didn't hear me knock," it read. "Just wanted to drop this off." I picked up the letter. Just a phone bill. Strange though. Would the mailman really make that kind of mistake after I specifically reminded him? Did he do it out of spite? No, that didn't seem right. I had a curious thought. When I helped Julie set up the camera in her daughter's bedroom, she'd given me access to her Wi-Fi. I'd also set up the password. I had no intention of spying on her, but if one of the cameras caught the view of the mailman, I could see if he really messed up that bad, or if he'd done this to mess with me. The feed reset every 48 hours or so there'd be plenty of time to check. I sat down with my laptop. I had to find just the right spot at the edge of the living room, but I managed to get a weak signal of her Wi-Fi. I typed in the password, connected to the camera, and rolled back the footage. I felt a bit bad about doing it, but there was no way she'd know. Sometimes we do things behind closed doors that we're not proud of. I checked the feed from earlier that day. I saw Julie leaving my house in the morning. I saw myself walking out, heading off to work, having a quick conversation with the mailman. I then saw him watch my car roll out of the driveway and walk up to my house, dropping a letter through the door. That couldn't be right. I kept watching. Julie came back out of her house holding the pot with her blue sunflower. She put something into my front door, and it swung wide open. She grabbed the letter, looked inside, and then entered. According to the feed, she was inside my house for over an hour. She came back out, still holding the pot with the blue sunflower. She hurried across the road and back into her house. A few minutes later, I saw her inside her daughter's bedroom, still holding the plant. I could only see her in the corner of the feed, caring for the plant, watering it, tending to its leaves. Then she turned on the UV lights. I fast-forwarded. Slowly, I could see the sunflower turn, not towards the sun, but towards the camera. There was a knock on the door. I shut my laptop and got up off the floor. I peeked out through a window, only to see a strand of dark mahogany hair. Julie. The next second, I was opening the door. I hadn't planned on doing it, but I did. Everything looked brighter. Long day? I asked. I hadn't said that. Not with my voice. Julie walked through the door with a tired smile. She gave me a peck on the cheek. "I hate being a temp," she said. "Claire won't stop bugging me." "She'll come around," I said. "She seems like one of the good ones." I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know any Claire. We sat down by the dinner table. I don't remember making pancakes, but they were on the stove. I plated and served them with a spoon of ice cream and some raspberry jam as Julie told me about her day. She talked about going to see people this weekend, about making plans with her parents, and after dinner, she kissed me. But not like she'd kissed me earlier. This was a real kiss. Like she'd held back the love. "I love you," she whispered as she pressed her forehead against my shoulder. I looked up, catching a glimpse of my reflection in the kitchen window. My hair looked brighter. "James!" I gasped for air as the front door swung open. I was wearing my bathrobe. It was dark. Julie looked at me, her eyes wide. "Took you long enough," she smiled. "Did you get your letter?" "Yeah," I said. "Thanks." "No worries. You okay?" "You look a little pale." "I don't know," I said. "I don't know what's going on." "You want me to come in? I can make you some." "No," I answered before my brain could register what I was saying. Julie gasped, like I'd struck her. I could feel something bubbling in my chest as my heart raced. "I want to see Danny," I said. "Can I see her?" "Sorry," Julie said. "She's at her friend's house." "I don't think she is." Julie's wounded expression melted into a mild amusement, like I was playing a joke on her. I'm sorry. I don't think she's at a friend's house, I repeated. And I don't think she's with her aunt or grandmother. And frankly, I don't think the mailman keeps messing up our letters. What's with the tone? She asked. Did I do something wrong? Did you? Our eyes stayed locked for a couple of seconds. Then, something changed. You want to see her? She asked. Fine, I'll get her. She stormed off across the street. My heart sank as I watched her pick the blue sunflower from her window and head my way, cradling it in her arms. I slammed the door shut and backed away from the door. Seconds later, something metallic rattled into the lock, and the door swung open. She really was good with locks. Here she is, Julie said, cradling the pot. Don't you recognize her? Don't you recognize your daughter, James? I'm not James. I can't believe it's taking you this long. She walked inside and slammed the door shut. She put the pot on the floor. I backed away. As I did, she started humming that tune again. That melody. You're my friend. I'll sing your tune. Setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy. Buddy Blue, won't you be a sunflower too? Something ruptured in my head. My right eye went red and blind as a stream of blood poured out of my nose, burning my senses with a sting of copper. I closed my eyes, only for an unnatural vision to come out of the dark. How I backed away from Julie, in another place, in another house. Memory of a voice, but not my own, speaking from inside my mind. It's not a child, Julie. We can't keep living like this. She's yours, James. Everything that stands between you and this family is you. I want to be a father, not a fucking gardener. Flashes of pain. Memories of tears stinging behind my eyes. Late night talks. Checking the bathroom trash to see if she was still throwing up sunflower seeds. I was back home, making my way up the stairs. Julie was downstairs. The pot was still on the floor. Then, as I closed my eyes, I was somewhere else. I was a little bit taller, and my reflection had a lighter complexion, brighter hair. There were pictures on the walls, pictures of James and Julie, and a lot more. And in more than half of them, she's cradling her blue sunflower. What are you going to do, James? An echo yelled from downstairs. Are we going to keep living like this? I'm not doing this. I want more kids, she screeched back. She needs a sister, a brother, and right now she needs a father. It's not a child, Julie. It's a fucking weed. I birthed her. Blinding light, an operating room, holding Julie's sweaty hand as her nails dug into my skin. A terrified nurse falls to her knees. Her hands are covered in dirt and blood. A doctor holds what looks like a blue walnut. It fits in the palm of his hand. It has a pulse. I scream until my lungs ache. But Julie smiles. 100 nights of smashing pots and throwing that fucking plant in the garbage. Only for it to come back brighter, stronger, bigger in the morning. Every touch and kiss from Julie came with that one nagging thought that she was just using me to bring more of them into the world. Every whisper of venom, cutting through my heart, until one day when I stand alone in our bedroom with a lit match. It smells of gasoline. You'll come back, Julie says from across the hall. She'll bring you back. And I don't care. My eyes open. I'm crawling down the hall. I hear Julie walking around downstairs. Danny had me feed you a ton of this stuff, she called from the kitchen. I thought you'd be James by now. I looked down at an empty corridor. My legs hurt. I was warm, like an invisible fire choked the air. My hands looked different. Were they even mine? There was a sound coming from the stairs as something moved. The flower pot tipped up from the top step. The blue sunflower swayed a little. In little stretches, it came down the hall, moving on its own. And from the bottom of the pot, something stirred. She'd cut out the bottom of the pot, allowing something to reach out. The moonlight burned the image into my mind as I saw the pallid arm of a 4-year-old child pulling its way towards me. It came closer. As I blinked, I saw the flames spread around me as a vision of Julie looked at me from across the hall, shushing the blue sunflower like an upset child. I blinked again. The pot was closer. The sunflower was just outside my bedroom door. The deep navy blue of its petals rattled with excitement as white, dirt-covered, grub-like fingers pressed into the floor, pulling itself forward. I was burning, and I was not. But I did exactly what James had done on that fateful day. Despite the fire, the pain, and the uncertainty, I kicked the door closed. It slammed shut with a bang. Something touched the knob, but it didn't budge. The lock had jammed. Something pounded on the door, louder and louder, but it wouldn't budge. I blinked. "Then go ahead and burn," Julie cried out. "Burn, James. She'll bring you back to me, and it all starts over again." I blinked. The memory sounded different in my mind. I know what she'd said, but I remembered it differently, like I'd heard 2 voices at once. "Then go ahead and hide," Julie cried out. "Hide! She'll bring him to me no matter what you do." I had to do something drastic, but I was stuck. The window didn't open. In that burning space in my mind, I heard the windows crack and break as the pressure from the fire burned my retinas shut. And in this place and time, I wrapped my hand in my bathrobe and smashed my bedroom window. 2 cracks in the glass echoed behind my ears. Without shoes, or a shirt, or a plan, I tumbled out the broken window, and in another world, a part of me still burned to the sound of Julie humming that one tune over and over and over. I landed hard. I cut my leg and foot on broken glass. I lay there watching blood pool around my ankles. The neighbour's dog was barking. They must have heard the screaming. There was something moving in my blood. Tadpoles, bean sprouts, seeds. Someone called out to see if I was okay. Someone that wasn't Julie. And before I passed out, I saw her around the corner, looking my way. She wouldn't have time to do anything. Her voice faded as my fingers ran cold and my vision dark. "She'll bring you back, James. If not now, then later." She turned and walked away. And as she did, her blue sunflower turned towards me for a final time. I think the blood loss saved me. It got out some of whatever poison she put in me. She set her house on fire and disappeared that night. She left most of her things behind to burn. I was stitched up and took some time off work. Weeks later, I would still get these occasional flashes whenever I sat down at the dinner table. I'd see Julie sometimes. She would laugh and smile. Other times, she would have her back turned to me, tending to her plant. I moved out not long after, somewhere closer to work. It's hard to pretend this didn't happen, but it's even harder to explain it to someone who doesn't believe it. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. For a moment I was James, and if I'd been just a bit less careful, I would still be James. Maybe that's all I'd be. But a couple of weeks ago, I got something in the mail that proves I'm not out of my mind. It was an unsigned greeting card. Someone must have dropped it off by hand. "Congratulations," the colourful print read. "You're gonna be a dad." Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was The Sad Sunflower, written by Saturdead from Reddit. I'm in the middle of recording a full playlist dedicated to Saturdead stories, so if you enjoyed this one, make sure to subscribe and stick around for more. And here's a creepy little fun fact. A single sunflower head can contain up to 2,000 seeds. That means one plant carries enough seeds to feed an entire murder of crows, or start an entire field on its own. Imagine a field full of little lady sunflowers. Good night.
For many years, I didn't want to tell this story. It's painful, embarrassing, and to a greater extent, unbelievable. But if I'm ever to move on, I need to put this behind me for good. So yes, I'm going to talk about Costa Rosa. A lot of you are probably going to go, what's Costa Rosa? And yeah, that's fair. It was a niche hashtag that circulated certain social media circles back in 2017. It was a sort of background community manager for a group of influencers. No big mainstream names, but they had a decent set of followers. They were all into the more obscure corners of the web, focusing on a particular age group, a social issue, or some kind of special interest. These were people who got sponsorships by staying content approachable, sponsor friendly, and authentic. In truth, they all had media coordination groups with managers, stylists, and a whole slew of background people making sure their content was filtered and greenlit. I was part of this background team. For obvious reasons, I can't say their names. Some of them are still around, in one way or another. Others I will refrain from mentioning out of respect for their loved ones. Now, Costa Rosa. For weeks, me and the coordinators had been running into a problem. There was something we called an expectation of excellence, and it was getting impractical to coordinate localised trips and bookings for content creators on different continents. We had a vegan guy in Cardiff and a friendly, middle-aged, sort of red state baker in Tennessee. As you can imagine, we had to do a lot of varied work. So after weeks of dwindling interest, we had to funnel attention into something new. Someone had this idea of a joint resort. We reached out to various locations about sponsorship deals, and in return, we'd made their place look gorgeous. It was the kind of push where we could put all eggs in the same basket and get some great content out of it. The problem was, no one was biting. Then someone said, does it have to be a real place? It sounded like a stupid question. I mean, it had to be. You can't go somewhere that doesn't exist. But the more you think about it, you can make anything as real as you want. We could say it's exclusive, someone said. Invite only. A private island kind of thing, another chimed in. We just need a name and an area. Some Central American island. Think Belize, Panama, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka's in Africa. No one cares. We finally settled on a fictional island off the coast of Costa Rica. All we needed was a name. I'd been quiet up until this point, and the silence was getting to me, so I just threw it out there. Let's call it Costa Rosa. The Pink Coast was our make or break project. We came up with all kinds of crazy ideas. We had a food guy who pulled out 3 kinds of crab recipes and called them cultural secrets of locals. One of our video guys added that we could edit certain videos to make the beach look pink. We came up with names for streets, hiking trails, local fishing boats, all of it. We made a list of every fruit you could find on the island. We made it all up, just so that if anybody asked, we could have the answers. And it got to the point where people were loudly clapping at each other's lies. I vividly remember when someone came up with the idea of a bioluminescent waterfall, saying it could be proof of the island's beautiful biodiversity. And I'm not going to lie, I was into it. This was the kind of business we were in, and Costa Rosa was this huge breathing $sign. And of course, our influencers would be into it. You just had to frame it all in a way that made them look like heroes, inspiring the little people to step out of their comfort zone and aim for the stars. I was having some trouble privately though. I graduated college with a bachelor's in communication, and that's where I met my fiancé. But I sort of stumbled over the influencer business. I've always been a bit pear-shaped, and working with these larger-than-life, beautiful people made me feel like I was part of the in-crowd. I'd never had that, which was something my fiancé couldn't really understand. We got into a ton of fights about it. When you work from your phone, you're never really off the clock. You see something cool when you're out shopping, tag it, send it. You hear about some interesting place downtown, check it out, talk to the owner, get a foot in the door. People around me got tired of never really just hanging out with me. And in hindsight, I can see why. They were always the third wheel. But when our first Costa Rica content was launched, things turned bad. We were having some of the worst fights ever. I thought it was inspiring. He thought it was fraud. I argued that we weren't selling anything, but he argued that we were selling a lifestyle. Either way, it got to the point where we postponed the wedding. I suppose it was a good thing we'd been too lazy to renew our passports, or we'd be out thousands of dollars from a non-refundable honeymoon. We didn't officially separate, but the distance from the couch to the bed seemed longer every day. In about 2 weeks, the whole project went off the rails. Sure, we were getting clicks, and we had a couple of sponsorships lined up. But there were things that we hadn't anticipated. For example, there was another group in Eastern Europe that hijacked the whole thing. They made their own videos with their own influencers going to Costa Rosa. They never even talked to us about it. They just stole the whole thing. They weren't even discreet about it. We had a couple of other small-time copycats. Somehow, things got worse. Scams, fake raffles and lotteries. Like this video to get a chance to go to Costa Rosa kind of stuff. And it was moving some real money too. We were panicked. We'd never signed off on that. Our talent hadn't either. But what were we supposed to do? If we came clean, our careers were over. One of the team came up with an idea. We could go somewhere that is as close to Costa Rosa as possible and show the real thing. That way, we had our backs covered. We could point to the map and say this was it. Sure, we could admit taking a few artistic liberties, but it would cover our tracks. And somehow, we found the perfect spot. I didn't know the real name of the place. We all agreed to just call it Costa Rosa, as to not slip up. It all went by so fast. There was a group call, something about boarding tickets, someone waiting to pick me up. I lost my luggage at the airport, but there was no time to stop. All I had to do was get there, and everything would sort itself out. I slept through the flight and mumbled through the transfer. There was a boat somewhere. Temperatures shifted and the language on the signs looked different from home. And within a few hours, I was standing with my bare feet buried in the pink sands. They really were pink. Now, we'd made up a lot of stuff about Costa Rosa, sure. The pink beaches was one thing, but there was also the fog. We called it a refreshing summer phenomenon. A heavy fog that rolled in from the coast every morning, causing this white, almost cyan mist. But there really was a mist on the island. I could barely see my hands in front of me as I stepped through it. Seeing this place for the first time felt like a Disney movie. You can't really believe spots like this exist. It was almost exactly as we described it. Pink sands, fruit trees, colourful birds. No bioluminescent waterfall though. Then again, those were only seen at night. I couldn't believe how lucky we'd been. This might as well have been the real thing. We were a group of 16 people, 4 of which were influencers. The rest of us were all behind the camera. We were all saying the same thing. It felt like stepping into a dream. It was too perfect, and we knew perfect. Perfect was our business. There was no one there to greet us, so we didn't know where to go. Our bags must have been taken to the hotel. We'd figured they'd gotten the arrival time wrong, so we spent most of the afternoon just relaxing by the water, watching the tides roll in and tickle our feet. It really was beautiful. I remember dozing off for a bit as the others tried to get the hotel manager on the line. Someone suggested we walked, but we had camera equipment and not a lot of patience, and, well, we weren't in a hurry. It was mid-afternoon when Jay woke me up. Jay was one of our cameramen, a Southeast Asian guy with these big round glasses. No matter what you said, he'd just nod and smile. Not because he didn't understand, but because he found out early on the best thing to do was just kind of go with the flow, lean into the vibe. "There's people," he said. "I think we're heading out." I groaned and got up, only to see a dozen strangers flocking around our team. Lots of smiles, hugs and welcomes. Pleasant people. But then I realised these people didn't live on the island. They weren't even crew. They were tourists. "I can't believe we're here," someone yelled. "I thought it was a scam," another said. Hand to God, thought it was a scam, I did. People were coming up to us to shake our hands and chat. All of them were viewers of our content in one way or another. They'd recognised our talent immediately. Who shot me a half-smiling, "Please get me out of here" kind of look. We took charge and sorted things out, making sure we all got some space to breathe, and making it clear that we appreciated the enthusiasm, but this was a private occasion. The tourists didn't seem to mind. They weren't coming down from their high anytime soon. "I can't believe we're here," one said. "It really feels like a dream." We walked. There was no point in standing around, and we needed some space from the tourists. I couldn't believe how bad our luck was. This place had been thoroughly vetted, and the chance of someone else finding it at the same time we did was astronomical. It wasn't just unlikely, it was close to impossible. It was one of our talents, Kim, that finally spoke up. A short woman in her early 30s with a big personality. She had this marriage advice / calisthenics themed channel. "Can whoever booked this just call the hotel?" she said. "It's been hours." Everyone stayed quiet. We didn't have a clear answer. We just kind of pointed at one another. I figured someone who didn't show up was the one who made the booking. But it left a strange thought. This had all gone very fast, suspiciously so. We spent most of the afternoon and early evening following a long road, picking fruit straight from trees, and drinking from the island springs. We met a couple more tourists, but they didn't seem to recognise us. They didn't even speak the language. They were just so happy to be there. It was all so fantastic. You didn't feel tired, no matter how long you walked. You didn't get that hungry or thirsty. There was fresh fruit hanging from low branches and exotic smells coming from blooming flowers. There was this one blue-looking sunflower that was about as tall as me, just off the side of the road. Everything just felt right. Promoting this place like that would be the simplest thing in the world. But there was also a strange quality to it, and I couldn't help but notice it affecting the others. I first saw it on Jay. He was looking down at his hand, slowly opening and closing his fingers, like he was trying to sense something. When he noticed me looking, he reached out and put his hand on my cheek. I pulled back a little. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't know you were real." I laughed it off, and he did too. We never found that hotel. We did find new road signs, but no one was paying enough attention to care. The roads had the same names as those we'd brainstormed in our group chats. Some of them hadn't even been made public. As the sun began to set, the island changed. We could see a faint glow coming from the water, and there was a serenade of hissing insects in the distance. Even at its coldest, Costa Rosa was comfortable. Some folks stripped down into their underwear. It all had this sort of spring break kind of vibe. Like we weren't actually there to work, but enjoy ourselves. Some folks were pulling pranks. 2 guys went skinny dipping. One of our producers found a mossy spot near a rock and took a nap. And Kim, the faithful calisthenics person, she was making out with one of our social media managers. By the time I walked away, they'd gone to second base. But I paid most attention to Jay. There was something about him that didn't seem right. He was pulling off these slices of bark from the tree and rolling it into a pointy end. He poked his fingers with it over and over, as if to see if he could feel it. I don't think he did. He was smiling too much. It was hard to concentrate. I was constantly shaking my head trying to focus. I must have looked like I was having a seizure, but I doubt anyone was paying attention. They were busy dipping into their own kind of nonsense. As the sun set on Costa Rosa, I fell asleep in the moss. It was the warmest, kindest sleep I'd ever felt. Perfect temperature, perfect softness. Who the hell needed a hotel anyway? By morning, the fog rolled back in. I could barely see my own hands. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I got there. It took me a moment to mentally retrace my steps. The flight, the boat. It was all a blur. All that mattered, that was I made it to Costa Rosa. Everything else was secondary. It looked like everything had been covered in a soft cloud. I could see a couple of silhouettes in the distance, but I couldn't tell who was who. I sat there, taking in the atmosphere, eating fresh fruit for breakfast, though I couldn't remember where I got it from. When the morning fog finally cleared, there weren't many of us left. Some had wandered off, others had made their way back down to the road. There were also these hiking trails that I suspect some had followed. Both Kim and Jay were gone, and no one seemed to have a plan. We were all distracted, me included. As I walked around, feeling the gentle moss between my toes, I tried to think of what I'd packed. A pair of socks, a shirt, anything. I could vaguely imagine a suitcase, but I couldn't make heads nor tails of what I'd packed. I remembered getting into a taxi, or maybe an Uber, but then there was a blank space. There was a check-in somewhere, a ticket, maybe. I tried to think of my fiancé. We were still together, officially, but there was something we'd talked about that was nagging me. Not our fights, but something trivial. It really bothered me, like an itch in the back of my mind. It took me a while to realise I'd wandered around in a daze. I had no idea where I was anymore. There was no path, the others were gone, and yet everything was pleasant. It must have been around noon when I finally saw some other people in the distance. A small group gathered around a clearing. My first instinct was to wave at them, but my chest tightened. There was something off about them, giving it that second of hesitation. I noticed a couple of things. All 3 of them were fully dressed, and they were strangers to me. There were 2 young men and an older woman. One of the men was carrying something in his right hand, and they were looking down at the ground. I kept my head low and listened from a distance. It feels so real, the man holding something said. Like I'm really here.
It's amazing, said the older woman. It's perfect.
They shared some fruit and had a laugh. I was just about to get up when I saw the man holding something turn to another angle. He was holding a gun. He pointed it at something on the ground and fired 3 rounds. The others cheered. I've always wanted to do that, he smiled. I love this. They turned their attention northward, away from me. They must have heard something. Chuckling to themselves, they walked away, leaving me to sneak ahead to see what they'd done. The soothing tropical silence cast a stark contrast to the sudden gunshot. I almost choked on my own spit when I saw her, face down in the undergrowth. Kim, shot dead at close range. More people had arrived at Costa Rosa that morning. It's like everyone had been invited and arrived at the same time. They all said the same thing. This was a dream, too good to be true. They couldn't believe that they were really at Costa Rosa and that they were there to enjoy it. No. For them, this was too unbelievable. I stayed close to the road, listening and watching, hoping to see someone I recognised. But it was getting harder to concentrate. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It had to be a dream. I had barely felt my fingers when I pinched myself, and yet, for some reason, I knew I shouldn't give in, even though it was easy to. I heard gunshots throughout the day. There was smoke in the distance, and by dinner time, when I went to the beach, I saw 2 women playing in the ocean, trying to drown one another. They laughed and cheered as they fought, scratched and struggled with one another. They could barely feel a thing. It was just a funny game. But one of them dipped below the surface and the bubbles stopped. And yet, the other kept laughing. The more people I met, the more nightmarish they seemed. Some of them brought things to the island, like the man with a gun. One brought chains. One brought barbed wire. There was this one guy walking up and down the hiking trail with some kind of Star Trek sword. Others seemed friendly enough, casually chatting with people they recognised. But sometimes they just act out and attack, seemingly at random. In the afternoon, I heard someone yell. They'd spotted one of our talents. I think it was the baker. And all of a sudden, people were rushing to find them, cheering as they bound and leapt through the sands. I've always wanted to meet her, someone said. She has such a lovely voice.
I can't fucking stand her,
another muttered.
Self-centered bitch.
It's like they were thinking out loud. It wasn't a conversation, just a constant verbal stream of thought. I followed them for a while. A few of them saw me, I think. But they didn't care. I wasn't the famous face they were looking for. I looked like anyone. I didn't want to think of what they might do if I tried to intervene. I was outnumbered. But as I watched from afar, I didn't pay enough attention to my immediate surroundings. When a familiar face crept closer. I didn't notice Jay until he was right next to me. I barely recognised him. He fashioned a shiv from a broken camera stand, and he was half covered in dried blood, and yet he was calm as can be, slow blinking like a warm cat resting on a porch. He reached for me, and my instinct was to pull back. He could have that shiv in my neck in an instant. I froze. He slowly ran a bloody hand across my cheek. That was it. I've always wanted to do that, he whispered. You look so soft. He nuzzled his nose against my ear and sighed. Then he stepped away. "You're so nice," he mumbled. "I like you." And that was it. He wandered off, having let his intrusive thoughts win. Maybe I was lucky not to be the one running. Maybe I was lucky not to be running through his mind any more than that. Maybe, to him, I just looked soft. Maybe that was all there was to it. Others weren't so lucky. They got a hold of the baker and dragged her out of the woods. There was cheering and a scream. They tied her to a pole and dragged her through the pink sands like a prize pig. "It's not real," she cried. "It was never real. We made it up. We made it the fuck up." I couldn't bear to look. Someone had a knife. Another had a spear. Others were recording with their phones. The screams grew shrill and panicked before it stopped. They left her roasting on the fire. Everyone wanted a part. Some of them were adoring fans. Others just wanted to see a woman burn. They sent out search parties to look for the others. Most tourists had stopped caring, instead resorting to rolling and mewling on the beach like animals in heat. I must have sat there for hours before someone noticed me, a middle-aged man with wild hair and dark eyes. I couldn't see what he was chewing on, but it smelled like meat. "Come sit by the fire," he said. "It's perfect." I wanted to say no, to run, but I had to keep a low profile, or I'd be next. If I just pretended, I could at least get some time to figure out a plan. So despite my instincts screaming at me to flee, I swallowed my fear. "All right," I said. "I'll do that." He smiled at that, not giving it a second thought. They made a second fire in the sand. They danced and sang. Some of them had brought bottles, presumably with some kind of vodka in it. It was a torrential mess of impulses on display, everything from violences to carnality. I sat by the fire, hoping I had disappeared deep enough into the background for no one to notice. It seemed to work. I sat there staring into the flames where a crackling cranium stared back. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed up long enough for the bone cinders to turn ashen and for the morning fog to roll in. It was like watching the island get wrapped in a blanket, but there was something more to it, now that I paid attention. There were people walking in and out of it, people coming and going, some disappearing into the mist while others appeared out of nowhere. There was no way boats or planes were coming and going that fast. I could only draw one conclusion. Costa Rosa was, in no uncertain terms, not real. This couldn't be real. I wanted to give up. The others seemed to have it so easy. They just accepted it for what it was. Love, hate, violence. They could do it all and not feel a thing, but I was too close to it. I knew Costa Rosa for what it was, and no matter how many times I wandered into that morning fog, it just wouldn't let me leave. That morning, I figured it out. The thing that had been bothering me. The passports. My fiancé and I hadn't renewed our passports. It would have been impossible for me to travel abroad. Somehow, I must have known all along. Maybe that's why I wasn't as affected as the others. I had this gnawing reminder that I couldn't get out of my head. But now that I'd realised it, did that mean I was as susceptible as the rest of them? There were a lot of new faces there. Others came and went. Some were happy just laying on the beach, soaking up the sun. Others were hung from trees and skinned. It was an absurd mix of impressions. 2 people walking hand in hand on the beach discussing their favourite TV show, and by the tree line, a man making a dagger from a broken bone rib. I didn't get out of it unscathed either. There was this one woman who was obsessed over my hair and tore out a fistful of it. One young man just went up to me and started kicking, again and again, until he got bored. I had rocks thrown at me, not with the intent of hurting me, but as to settle some kind of bet. Contest, perhaps. But it was just starting. Every hour, something was escalating, developing. By nightfall, the luminescent waters ran red. People were tied to burning palm trees, leaving sizzling corpses behind. Some were howling at the sky and killing each other with sharpened flint, bone and rock. They painted each other with ash and blood, screaming and laughter intermingled, and I couldn't tell them apart. To them, it was all just a dream, and nothing mattered. I found a hole and covered myself with palm fronds, hoping to wait out the night. I didn't want to take any chances. People were getting attacked left and right, and there was no telling what they might do if they noticed me. They were barely speaking anymore. Some were just screaming or barking at one another. A couple of coherent voices were screeching nonsense about a broken god and a rotting tree plucking the moon from the sky. Then a noise. My cell phone. I'd forgotten I even had it. I thought the battery had run out long ago, but apparently it hadn't. The service was showing 0 bars, but I got a text message. I pulled it up, reading it inches from my face. It was my fiancé. I know we need space, but I miss you. That's all there was. I tried to respond, but I couldn't. No bars. I held the phone close to my chest, feeling my pulse tap against my hands. People were running back and forth, just a couple of feet from my hiding space. They were taking down trees, making rope, cutting down the island. Each other and themselves. It was all just firewood to them. Then someone looked down. I could see a white eye through a space in the fronds. It was a young man, no older than 20. Half his head was shaved, with a deep cut going through his eyebrow. He kept getting blood in his left eye, making him spastically blink. Little mole lady. Little mole lady in her hidey hole, he said. Is that as deep as you go? I didn't say anything. I looked up at him, hoping he'd get bored if I didn't provoke him, but it did nothing. He just straightened his back and picked something up, something long and sharp. Let's get you out of there, mole lady. A makeshift spear made from a plastic rod. The first stab struck my left bicep, poking into a nerve. The second strike hit inches from my ear, making a couple of strands of hair stick to the mud. The third strike dug into the edge of my shoulder, cutting a surface wound. It was all so fast that I didn't get to think. Before I could begin to kick and scream, something happened. The young man, like so many others, was attacked. A quick strike to the neck. He'd clutched his throat and collapsed into my hiding spot, warm blood pooling over my torso. Desperate fingers clawed at me, silently begging for help. His attacker walked up to get a better look. Turns out it was Jay. He looked at me and his victim. It's like it didn't even register with him. Jay had seen and done so much that this was like having breakfast. It was barely a conscious action. He leaned in a little to get a better look, and smiled. He must have recognized me. As always, he wandered off. I lay there with a dying man on my chest, and waited for it to be over. I just had to make it through the night. I clutched my phone until my fingers clamped shut and closed my eyes. No sleep came to me. A kaleidoscope of screams and cheers filled my mind with unspeakable images. But through it all, I waited. People rushing by didn't really take notice. All they saw was a dead man resting on a bed of palm fronds. By the morning, I had a plan. People who bought into the fantasy of Costa Rosa seemed to come and go as they pleased. Every time that morning fog rolled in, something happened. So I was going to give it one final push, a real, honest attempt. I wandered down to the beach. The pain from my cuts and bruises was dull, but ever present. A soft breeze touched my exposed hair. Then I took out my phone, turned it to selfie mode, and pressed record. And despite there being no bars, the video went live. "Hey," I said, mustering every bit of cheer I could. "Thanks for dropping in. Here I am, living the good life at Costa Rosa. Just look at this beach. Why would you ever want to go home, right?" I didn't know whether anybody was watching. Maybe there was no one on the other end. But the camera felt like an eye, looking straight through me. "Right?" I repeated. I held my smile for as long as I could. The video feed got cut and the battery died. Then, a gunshot. A young man by the tree line, at the edge of the morning fog. Same one who'd taken down Kim. Fucking vultures! I didn't even notice going down on one knee. I couldn't get back up. Clutching my stomach, I kicked and crawled away from the beach and into the ocean. Only then did I realize I'd been shot in the stomach. The salt stung my wounds. Costa Rosa was perfect. It was beautiful. It was everything we needed it to be. And it would take me home. I just had to believe it. I'd shown loyalty, and it would reward me. It had to. Dear God, it had to. I took one final breath as my head dipped beneath the surface, fog. In the distance between Costa Rosa and wherever we may be, there is a glimpse of something inhuman. Something that listens to what we want and makes it happen. Like when we wished upon stars as kids, we wish upon likes and favourites as adults, praying they'll grant us our desperate wants. Money, love, fame, the same wishes, but different stars. They only give us what we ask for. There was no malice, just an island in the sun. Salt water slips into my ears. I could hear my heart slowing. A pressure built in my head as I sank. A fog draping over my eyes. I reached out, hoping. The fog parted. I was crawling. The sand had turned to concrete. A pleasant breeze turned to sudden cold. It was desolate and familiar. I'd walked up that driveway 1,000 times. I was home. I called out to my fiancé, and he heard me. And through the gunshot, the stab wounds, and the bruises, a single soothing balm remained. I managed to say my thought out loud. "I got your message." I'd been gone for days. I just walked out of the house and disappeared. No one had seen or heard it. I'd just gone. They'd been looking for me. I tried keeping up with the others from the hospital. Most were dead. The baker had burned to death in her bed. Kim had been shot. Others fell asleep behind the wheel and destroyed themselves. But it didn't read as mysterious deaths brought on by mysterious circumstances. It was all just the way these things happen. People die in fires and cars every day. I didn't have an answer. But when they asked who shot me, I told them someone came out of the fog. It was half-truth at least. Jay, on the other hand, was still missing. If I were to guess, he's still on Costa Rosa, living his best life. That video of me on the beach of Costa Rosa is still out there, It's real. You can see the fog and the pink sands. I've seen some bot networks copy and paste parts of it in some kind of AI-generated compilation crap. But the hashtag is gone. The promos too. I think our sponsors scraped the SEO clean from the web. I've gone back to get a master's degree since then. If this has taught me anything, it's that I'm a good listener, and I should do something with that. But you won't see me in the comments anytime soon. I've gotten married. My wounds have healed. But it still stings whenever I see someone mention those I used to work with. I see their faces in thumbnails sometimes, adorning things like top 50 social media celebrity deaths and other morbid crap. I think those pink beaches are still out there somewhere, and the bioluminescent waterfall. But honestly, I've started to forget what it felt like. Maybe that's a price you pay when you turn your back on Costa Rosa. You start to forget. That's partly why I wanted to write this down. But I suppose if there's anything I've learned and will remember forever, it's this. If you're in a business of lies, you can't expect good things to come true. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story was written by Saturdead from Reddit. If you liked it, please give it a like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I've even got a full playlist dedicated to Saturdead's work, so if you want more like this, it's all waiting there. I really enjoyed narrating this one. It's important to stay true to yourself. In life, as a creator, when I started this channel, I was absolutely terrified of you hearing my shitty voice. I decided that I was probably going to use AI to narrate my stories, but that wouldn't have been genuine, and it wouldn't have been me putting in the work. So, for better or worse, I did it myself. It takes a while. I record and re-record several thousand million times because my accent can be heavy and I pronounce words silly. But it's important that you hear that I'm doing it and not a computer. So be yourself. Even if your voice shakes, you'll probably not end up on a murder beach if you don't, but even still, it's the best way to live. And here's a useless fun fact for you. About 10 years ago, I was set up on a date, and my sister came round to help me get dressed because I'm useless and always wear black. And she said to me, "Right then, off you go, and if I have to give you one piece of advice, do not be yourself." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because you're fucking crazy." So I walked down to meet this bloke, and I thought to myself, I can pretend to be someone different. But then what happens if we get together and he falls in love with the pretend me? So I didn't. I was myself. I stuttered and stumbled and said stupid things, and we've been together for 10 years now. And we've just had our 8th wedding anniversary. So it does pay to be yourself for the right person. Good night.
Dad, I'm going to be a ghost. Miri has always been fascinated by the supernatural. It's been one of those ever-present interests that have persisted over the years, sometimes to a troublesome level. But this was different. She'd sat me down at the kitchen table and told me this like it was some sort of revelation. This was her telling me something serious and fundamental about herself. This was a change, a shift, something important that she wanted to involve me in. and I had no idea what she meant. "I'm stating my intention," she said. "That's the first step." "Honey, what are you talking about? What steps? What are you—" "I'm not here to argue, Dad. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. You're scaring me, Miri. I am taking active steps to ensure my place in the afterlife. It is no different than when Mom took me to church. I'm following my beliefs. I'm going to be a ghost, a spirit, and the first step is to state my intention." "I don't know what to say," I sighed. "I just want you to be happy. Please, I'm trying to understand. You don't need to do anything. This isn't about you. I know, honey, I've said what I need to say, Dad. I just need your support. So here's a little history lesson about Miri, or Miriam. She turned 19 last September and has been saving up to study at WVU next year. I'm helping her to the best of my ability, and she has the inheritance from her mom to go through, but it's still a bit of a struggle to make ends meet. Ever since she was a kid, Miri has been a bit of an oddball. Her mom had some personal problems and left us at an early age, only to pass shortly afterwards. There was an element of substance abuse, but Miri was never around for that. I've had full custody of her all her life. That Miri even remembered her mom taking her to church was an honest surprise. I don't have a lot of fond memories of Miri's mother. The good times we had is so far in the rearview mirror that I can barely see them. And when I do, they look pretty bleak. Miri's interest in the supernatural blossomed somewhere around her 6th birthday. When other girls wanted to be Disney princesses, Miri wanted to be a ghost. And not just the kind where you wear a white sheet with some holes for eyes, but pretty advanced stuff. Pale white foundation with dark eyes. She even asked me to get her those all-covering sclera contact lenses, but I put my foot down. She was still too young, in my opinion. Even so, I probably bought her half a dozen Victorian-looking dresses so she could turn herself into a ghost for Halloween. It was her thing. Everything was ghost this and ghost that. I just figured she'd grow out of it, that she would be done with it and move on to something new. But that didn't really happen. It just matured, in a way. Little cartoon ghosts turned into spooky Goosebumps type stories, then TV shows and scary movies, then reality shows with ghost hunters, then horror movies and listening to mediums online. And as she reached her teenage years, her interest reached a whole new level. A step away from the fun and quirky to the dark and practical. And now that she is an adult, albeit young adult, she came to me with this absurd statement that she, my Miri, was going to become a ghost. I subtly talked to some of her friends and checked her social media. It's hard keeping track of all the ways kids can express themselves nowadays. And yes, Miri is a grown woman. She can do what she wants. I've raised her right. But this just sounded wrong. Still, I didn't find any evidence of any kind of abuse or harm. Miri still posts wholesome memes about her favourite salty licorice candy, or sharing upbeat inspirational TikTok videos. She's not that different from other girls her age, in many ways. She's a young adult with ambition and drive. So this conversation came out of nowhere. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept walking up to her door to hear if she was sleeping. It was hard to tell, and I didn't want to bother her. She deserved her privacy. Instead, I ended up pulling an all-nighter. I was on my tablet for hours, looking for signs of whatever she talked about. Actual, practical steps towards becoming a ghost. Something about stating your intention. My eyes had started to roll back into my skull when I finally found a whiff of relevant content. A series of video lectures from someone who called themselves a paranormal researcher. I looked them up. They're just some loon from some middle-of-nowhere town in Minnesota. Not exactly a leading expert in post-natural supermortem experience research, in my opinion. How is that even a field of study? Doesn't even make for a good acronym. But this video series was about the practical steps to becoming a ghost or vengeful spirit. It all sounded very official. They even had charts, and I figured this was where Miri had been inspired. First step, to state your intention, verbalizing it and putting it out there. They called it a path from realization to actualization. I figured that, hey, at least it was just the first step, and she'd come to me about it, so at least she trusted me enough to share this experience with me, whatever that entails. The second step was called anchoring. Imprinting an item, piece of clothing or symbol to your identity. Something simple to focus on at the last moment of life, which can become an anchor to your supermortem experience. The video reviewed ways of anchoring and things that make appropriate anchors. This was where the idea of haunted things come from. The anchor. The third and final step was by far the most disturbing. Emotional devastation. By combining an anchor with the intent to pass into a supermortem being, at the time of massive trauma, you could solidify a supermortem connection. The greater the scale and depth of the trauma, the more potent the reaction. They spoke about it so casually, like it was a high school science experiment. But what they were actually suggesting was nothing short of personal calamity. Murder, death, and tragedy. Was this really what Miri was aiming for? The next day when she was at work, I decided to go through her things. It wasn't my proudest moment, but I was only doing it to see if there was any more information about these steps, and her ambition to follow them. What would it mean to Miri to experience emotional devastation? Was she planning something? What would that even look like? Thankfully, I didn't find anything overtly dangerous. No weapons, no goodbye notes, nothing out of the ordinary. Thank God. But there was the second step, an anchor. She had an obvious anchor, her silver cross. It was a necklace she'd worn since she was a kid, a memento from her mom. It was an obvious choice. She rarely, if ever, took it off. This put me in a dark place. If she was already at step 2, she could be on her way to step 3 at any moment. Maybe even right then and there. Look, I was in a bad mental space, and this whole situation wasn't making things better. Miri is her own person, and I support her to the core of my being, but I'm also a father, and that part of me doesn't go away. So I got in my car, and I went to see her at work. I was exhausted, panicking, and confused. Didn't even notice that I parked in the handicapped space. I just stormed in. She was just working her shift. Didn't seem to have a worry in the world. Needless to say, we didn't have a very constructive conversation. She said some pretty harsh things, and not all of it was untrue. I didn't stay long. Miri and I had trouble talking after that. I tried to bring it up during dinner, but she just locked herself in her room with a takeaway salad from work. I tried messaging her, but she left me on read. I stood outside her room and asked her to talk to me. Nothing. I crashed hard that night. I was exhausted, physically and mentally. Miri still wasn't talking to me, and I had to recover from my all-nighter. I went to bed early, hoping it would all feel better in the morning. I wish that was all there was to it. A couple of bad days. But no. There was more. I woke up in the middle of the night. A single sliver of light peeked in through the bedroom door, poking me in the eye. I turned to face the door, only to see Miri standing in the doorway. She just stood there, still in her work clothes. One hand on the doorknob, one hand holding something. Miri wasn't looking at me. She had this odd blank stare, like she was looking straight through me. Her mouth hung open, slack-jawed. She was panting, as if she'd been running. I looked at her. She looked back. There was this primal part of me that didn't recognize her. Something telling me that this wasn't Miri. This was something else. Something dark. After a while, she just up and left, closing the door behind her. I didn't even notice I'd been holding my breath until the door clicked. It felt like I'd stared down a lion. I hurried up to the bedroom door and reached for the handle, but I stopped myself. I'd never locked that door. Miri didn't lock hers, and I didn't lock mine. It was a social contract, a show of trust, but it brought an important question to mind. How far was I willing to trust my daughter? I tried talking to her the next day, but I only had a few minutes before she went to work. I had work too, so I couldn't do much to keep her in the conversation. She just acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. There was no step 3. There was no big plan. She hadn't been at my door last night. No. If anything, I was the one being strange. That's how it sounded, at least. I had trouble staying focused at work. We'd been having some staffing issues, and some of us had to pick up the slack. Micah and his twin boys had been sick after their latest camping trip. Meanwhile, I could barely remember the last time Miri and I spent some quality time together. Between work and her diverging interests, there was little for us to talk about, and now there was even less. The following night, I considered locking my door. I had trouble sleeping. There was that gnawing thought in the back of my mind that maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't wake up. If Miri was serious about this thing, she might do something stupid. I didn't like to think about it, but it was possible. Killing your dad might be one of the most emotionally devastating things one could do. If she really believed in these steps, this study, then there was no telling what she might do. But somewhere around midnight, I drifted off to sleep. And just like the previous night, it didn't last very long. I woke up by that stray light hitting my eyes again. I peeked out from the covers, only to see Miri's silhouette against the hallway light. This time, she was holding a knife. "Miri?" I yawned. "Miri, what are you—" "Shut up," she growled. "Honey, I'm just—" "Shut the fuck up." She'd never spoken to me like that. Her hands were trembling, knees bent like she was ready to pounce. I found myself looking for something to shield myself with, but there was nothing. Maybe I could push her down with a pillow or wrap her in a bedsheet. She took a step forward but stopped herself. I reacted instinctively and shot out of bed, pressing myself against the wall. Miri just smiled. Her breathing was forced and rattled. Just shut the fuck up. Let me do this, she continued. I want to do this. Honey, you have to talk to me. For a moment she looked up at me. You're right, she said. Not tonight. And then she left. I followed her into the hallway, calling for her to stop this. That we should talk about this. That she was sick, and that I wanted to help her. I just let every word I could find fall out of my mouth like a verbal waterfall, stumbling over my own thoughts along the way. In response, she plunged the kitchen knife straight into the wall. inadvertently cutting the cable to one of the hallway lights. I just stopped and watched her go back into her bedroom. Then, she locked her door. I sat with my phone for hours contemplating what to do, who to call and what to say. I wanted Miri to get help, not jail time. I didn't know what to do. I looked at all kinds of sites relating to mental breakdowns and illness, but I couldn't find anything in particular. I kept coming back to this one thought. How far would I go to protect my daughter? I decided I'd do what little I could. I would call for help in the morning. Until then, I was watching her myself. I dragged a chair through the hallway, past the knife in the wall, and sat down next to her locked door. I'd listen, and I'd make sure she was okay. Then tomorrow, she could get help. I must have fallen asleep in that chair. I woke up to the sound of a startled shriek as Miri got out of the room in the morning. She wasn't prepared to see me there. I could see she was confused and a bit hurt. This was the Miri I knew and loved. I recognized her. "I can't deal with this, Dad," she sighed. "Not like this. We need to talk about last night. I'm not doing this." She picked up her bag and headed for the front door. I followed her. "Miri, you're not walking out that door. We're dealing with this. Aren't you late for work?" "Miri, for God's sake." I slammed my hand on the kitchen table, rattling an empty dinner plate from last night. Miri just looked at me and shook her head. "I'm staying with a friend tonight," she said. "Sort yourself out." "Miri." She was out the door, but I followed her down the driveway. She got in her car, locked the door, and ignored me. I pounded on the window, called out to her, and pleaded. She just backed out and left me there. I didn't even have my shoes on. I took a sick day, trying to find someone to call for help, trying to make sense of the symptoms, but I was hitting dead ends at every turn. Some sites called her schizophrenic. Others said it could be lead poisoning. One site just kept recommending overexposure therapy, whatever that is. I spent all day on the phone, but no one could tell me anything. They asked me to book a time for consultation and to take her in for examination. But as soon as I explained that she was legally an adult, the conversation stopped. It seemed that my options were to either call the police or get her to come voluntarily. Neither was a feasible option. I couldn't lose her. I tried calling Miri all day, but there was no response. She'd either blocked me or turned off her phone. She wasn't online on her socials, and she wasn't checking her email. I considered going to her job to talk to her directly, but I'd already tried that once. Going back there might get me barred forever. I tried to convince myself it was something temporary or a misunderstanding. I really tried. But the mental image of her standing there with a shaking knife in her hand had been burned into my mind. The greater the scale and depth of the trauma, the more potent the reaction. I watched the video over and over. Step 3. Step 3. Step 3. I fell asleep looking at my tablet that night, and for the final time, it didn't last long. I woke up again, but not to a strand of light touching my eyes. I woke up to the sound of thumping feet sprinting down the hall, heading straight for my bedroom. I wasn't prepared in the slightest. I thought Miri was staying with her friend. Instead, she burst through the door, knife in hand. She didn't even stop to breathe. She came straight at me. I rolled out of bed and tossed my covers at her. She just laughed. And not her signature Miri laugh, but something off. A cackling, hysterical laughter. It pulled at a cold nerve along my spine as my pulse raced. She was going to kill me. Step 3. As she untangled herself, I hurried into the hallway. I could hear Miri panting behind me, trying to catch up. She was so excited, manic joy. I threw myself into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me and turning the lock. I could hear her rush past the door, not even stopping to check. She had a plan. I didn't skip a beat. I scrambled for something to defend myself with. Not to hurt her, but maybe hold her down or keep her off, tie her down or wrap her in a towel, anything. But I didn't get to think for long before I heard a thump at the bathroom window. I barely had the time to turn my head before she threw herself at it, breaking the glass with reckless abandon, throwing shards all over the floor and falling haphazardly into the empty bathtub. I backed away, feeling a piece of glass digging into my big toe. Miri struggled to get up. She was still laughing. I backed out into the hallway, hearing the crunching noise of crackling glass as Miri got out of the bathtub. I shut the door and held it back, trying to give myself some time to talk to her. She threw herself at the door, slamming her head into it over and over. "Miri," I called out. "Miri, what the hell are you doing?" Her laugh grew from maniacal to this deeply unsettling heaving. I could hear the thumping of her head reaching higher and higher. Seconds later, she was just making this awful droning noise, exhaling loudly against the door. The thumping stopped. "I'm calling the police, Miri." "We need to deal with Dash." The door was torn right off its hinges as Miri ripped it out of the frame. She looked about 3 feet taller, and her one arm had taken on a strange shape, like it had an extra joint. And her face. That wasn't her face anymore. I stumbled backwards. I felt a part of me grow cold as I realised I had a knife lodged deep into my left shoulder. Miri's long arm had shot out like a scorpion stinger. It was such a shock that my legs just gave out. My body wasn't responding anymore. My heart had had enough. I sank to the floor as she loomed over me. This wasn't my Miri. This was something else, and it was doing something to her just as much as it was to me. I was panicking, not knowing how to save either of us. That dark, sinking feeling where you realise just how fast you're running out of options. "I'ma be a ghost, Daddy," the thing grinned. "I'ma be a ghost." My mind took me down an unsuspecting road, akin to your life flashing before your eyes. A realisation dawned on me. There'd been someone else in my life that had followed the 3 steps to become a spirit, maybe inadvertently. Miri's mother had said one last thing to me the day she lost custody. She had leaned forward, spat on my shoes and growled, "I'll haunt your fucking nightmares." She'd said so many horrible things to me over the years, I hadn't really thought about it. It was just one more thing in a long list of abusive language. But in the context of those steps, it could be considered an intention. An anchor? Well, the silver cross. It had meant a lot to her, just as it did to Miri. An emotional devastation. Well, pretty much everything about that woman was a tragedy. From the way she lived to the way she died. It was a long shot, but it might be her. And looking at the face of Miri's twisted image, I could recognise the malice, and as it pulled the knife from my shoulder to end me, I did what little I could. I tore the little silver cross from her neck, put it in my mouth, and bit down, breaking it into 2 distinct pieces. With a desperate shriek, she sunk the knife into me again. I recognised her anger from that day at the courthouse. This was the same woman who'd had Miri taken from her all those years ago. And with every beat of my heart, the world grew darker as I bled out on the floor. But unconsciousness is just like blinking. One moment you're there, one moment you're somewhere else. And I went from feeling bad to downright miserable. I was in a hospital, recovering from 3 stab wounds, bandages on my shoulder, hand, and the side of my stomach. There was this parade of people asking to talk to me. A nurse, a doctor, and then a couple of police officers. I insisted that I had to see Miri, and that I wasn't pressing charges. It was hard to explain how this could all be a misunderstanding, and that I desperately wanted to see my girl again. They agreed to let me see her. Miri was wheeled in. Her feet were bandaged from severe glass cuts, so she had to use a wheelchair. There was an awkward silence as they allowed us to speak in private. When we were finally alone, she held my hand tight. I sighed with relief. "Why would you want this?" I asked. "Why would you want to be a spirit?" "It's... Dad, I'm sorry. She took a deep breath and wiped a tear from her eye. "I just wanted to be like Mom." Turns out, Miri had been getting visits from her mom for years. A whisper in the night, telling Miri to join her. Little hints and nudges. No wonder Miri had such an obsession with ghosts. She was experiencing one almost daily. She was wearing its anchor around her neck. With that gone, Miri had a clear image of what had happened. The nightly visits, the obsession. It was like a fog had cleared from her mind. Such a relief. Now, Miri still has an interest in the supernatural to this day. That, if anything, will never change. But now she can explore that interest on her own terms, without any outside influence. And if she still wants to be a ghost, well, that's her choice. But I don't think a girl like Miri can go through with step 3. She really is a sweetheart. I don't want anyone to think otherwise. She's still going to WVU, and when all is said and done, I think we can get past this. But I wonder, why does she still lock her door at night? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That story was written by Reddit's own Saturdead. I've got an awesome playlist full of their stories if you'd like to listen to more. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you want to catch the next one. And for tonight's fun fact, in Japanese folklore, yurei, or vengeful ghosts, are said to form when someone dies with a strong, unfulfilled intention. So Miri wasn't really trying to become just a ghost. She was setting herself up to become a poltergeist. Good night. One would have thought I'd be used to this by now, typing with one arm. It takes time to get used to, especially when you've spent most of your life in front of a keyboard. Muscle memory digs deep. A few years ago, I was in a car accident. I was going 60 down an empty road, coming home from a long day of overtime, when some kind of animal came charging out of the woods. Trying to avoid a collision, I swerved off the road. My front left wheel got caught in a ditch, sending the entire vehicle careening off the road, only to smash into the trunk of an ill-placed black walnut tree, driver's side first. I have this vague memory of blinking lights and vague shapes in the distance. I was so cold, but at the same time, it was so unreal. I couldn't even understand what had happened. I was brought into emergency surgery. My left arm was, literally, hanging by the thread of my jacket. It had come off clean by the socket. According to the surgeons, I was lucky. Most of my shoulder was intact, so it became a matter of salvaging what they could. The cut had been clean. I did suffer some whiplash damage to my neck and lower back, but considering I could have easily died or gotten paralysed, losing an arm was considered mild. Looking back at it, I'm inclined to agree. Considering what could have gone down, I was damn lucky. Still, in that luck, I wished I could have gotten just a tiny bit luckier. See, I had this gold ring that I'd been given by my later mother. A simple thing, with the engraving of a musical note on the inside, a memento of our shared love of music. We played Louis Armstrong at a funeral. That ring disappeared in the accident. Somehow, that's what bothered me the most. My arm could be reattached. It could heal. But that little memento was just gone. What followed was a long period of intense physical therapy, medication, and painful readjustments. It took weeks before I could even move my fingers again, and when I did, it felt like pushing your nerves through an unwashed garlic press. It was this stunning chemical-level kind of pain, the kind where your body just shuts down, begging you to stop. But over time, I started to get over it. Small movements started to get better. I could tie my shoes, press the space bar, hold a knife. I wasn't about to juggle anytime soon, or play the piano, but I could get by. Soon enough, I got back to work. People were glad to see me. I wasn't going to be able to work at full capacity in my usual role, but I could still sit in on meetings. I won't bore you with the details, but most of my work relies on answering emails, proofreading, and translation. It's pretty technical stuff that requires a lot of pitter-patter on keyboards. At one point, I was stuck in a particularly drawn-out meeting between two clients that we were facilitating. I was there mostly as an observer to fill the seats, but I was supposed to weigh in if something related to my department came up. Of course it didn't, but I still had to act interested. My colleague was trying to draw up a compromise between the two parties, laying out terms and conditions. Meanwhile, I was nursing a cup of coffee and waiting for the day to be over. Looking over to my side, I noticed something odd. I wasn't just holding the coffee cup with my left hand. I was stroking it with my index finger, sort of like how you'd scratch a wary cat under its chin. It was a strange sensation. I was looking at my own arm, my own hand, and I couldn't feel what was happening. I couldn't feel the ceramics tapping against my finger, or the twitch of the nerve as it contracted and extended. It was just happening. An involuntary twitch, perhaps, but it didn't feel like it. It felt intended, somehow. A few similar events took place that day. Grabbing the bathroom door for a little too long, knocking over desktop decorations, suddenly letting go of my jacket as I was about to head home. It was just little things. I was still having trouble even using my arm in the first place, so these quirks didn't bother me too much. A friend of mine was giving me a ride home. I wasn't at 100% yet, and sitting behind the steering wheel felt like inviting disaster. Instead, I sat in the passenger seat, nodding off as the trees passed me by with a steady rhythm, causing me to blink. A noise pulled me back. The driver said something, but I wasn't paying attention. Turning to him, I excused myself. "Sorry, what was that?" I asked. "What are you doing?" the driver repeated. I looked over. My left hand was wrapped around the parking brake, as if ready to pull. I forced myself to let go. "Nothing," I said. "Sorry, it's nothing." "Right," he nodded. "Just don't do that." "Yeah," I agreed. "Yeah, no. Sorry." That night, I was exhausted. It felt like my lungs had been robbed of breath. I felt weak and trembling. I was cold, yet feverish. Famished, but without an appetite. I went to bed early, face planting into the pillow. I had horrible nightmares, none of which I can remember. I kept waking up over and over, not being able to discern dream from reality. My bed was soaked with cold sweat, sending shiver after shiver up my spine. By the early hours of the morning, a stray ray of sunshine burned my eyes open. I was lying on my side, looking towards the window, leaning on my left shoulder. The fingers of my left hand were moving on their own, and not just moving, but bent in every which way, as if lacking bones. They were vibrating, shuddering, like wounded worms fearing a predator. I grabbed my hand, and my fingers were back to normal. I could move them as usual. For a moment, I was doubting what I'd seen. It was one thing to experience oddities, but that was unreal. I must have laid there for half an hour, just expanding and contracting my hand, begging my body to work with me. "Enough of this," I begged. "Please. Enough. Please." I clapped my hands, cracked my fingers, and ran them through my hair. It was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary, right? A couple of weeks passed without any serious peculiarities. I could even work a little. There were a few of oddities, like unknowingly grasping a warm cup, or my fingers pointing in all directions when in contact with cold water. Just strange little things that I could easily get control of. That was, until one morning at work. We were out of coffee, so I was making myself a cup of tea instead. As the water came to a boiling point, I accidentally spilled some on my arm. The reaction was immediate. My arm whipped out to the side, throwing the pot across the room. For a moment, my arm looked like it didn't have any bones, rippling like a skin-covered liquid. It made me think of it not as a part of me, but as an alien thing attached to my shoulder. And for a brief moment, in the blink of a heartbeat, I could see my fingers grow and shrink, fingernails throbbing, like a cat throwing up a hairball. Suddenly it stopped. Looking back, I could see one of my co-workers watching me from the other side of the room. She must have heard the crash. "You all right?" she asked. "Yeah, just got a burn," I sighed. I'll be fine." She side-eyed the broken pot on the other side of the room and nodded. Not entirely convinced. As soon as she left, I looked down on my hand as if shying away from a wild animal. It was alien to me. It was something other. A twitch was one thing, but this was downright unnatural. Coming home that night, I had a weekend ahead of me. I ran my symptoms through a couple of online services. While there are a few ways the human body can trick itself, like the alien hand syndrome or phantom pains, this was different. Physical properties do not rapidly change. Then again, maybe I was imagining it. I decided to do something crazy. An experiment. I wanted to recreate what had happened in the break room. I boiled up some water and poured it into a cup. I held my left hand over my sink, grabbing the cup with my right. I stood there trying to calm myself. I wasn't insane. This was a rational thought that I had to play out in order to eliminate an outlandish possibility. I prepped a cold pack and ran the tap. Then, taking a deep breath, I poured some of the boiling water on my left hand. 12 fingers. My hands split into 12 fingers, lined with raw, open wounds. My wrist rolled, like a cobra fixing its eyes on a prey animal. This was no longer an arm. It was a nest of flesh-coloured snakes. My mind blanked. I fell backwards, smacking at my arm as if trying to kill it. I couldn't feel a thing. It's as if all sense of touch ended at my shoulder. I crawled backwards on the floor, trying to wave my arm away, but it clung to me like a parasite fixed on my shoulder. Seconds later, a searing pain ran up my arm. Looking down on my hand, it looked as it always had. It was just a hand with a burn. I could barely feel it through the pounding in my chest. Every noise in the room was overshadowed by my pulse. I ran my hand under a tap and wrapped a cold pack around the wrist. It wasn't a bad burn, but it wasn't nothing. I did some research, looking up news from around the time my accident took place. There were a couple of reports, but nothing out of the ordinary. A domestic call, a brawl at a local restaurant, a couple of missing pets. There were a couple of other reports, but they were short and didn't lead anywhere. a mention of a couple disturbances, some idiot blasting music in a parking lot. But there was one more thing I noticed. In one of the reports covering my accident, there was a picture of the car. There was spatter of the blood on the hood, with something meaty stuck in the grille, as if I'd hit an animal. That caught my interest. I couldn't remember hitting anything, so what the hell was that about? The next day my arm was acting up even worse. It kept going cold, as if circulation was cutting in and out. Before heading out, I wrapped it up in bandages, partly because of the cold sensation, and partly because I just didn't trust it. There was no way to tell what could happen or why. I managed to get a hold of the owner of the junkyard where my trashed car had been towed. I went over there early in the day, just before the fog cleared. Now, this was long after the car had been crushed and stored, but it was the only lead I had. An older woman greeted me at the gates, letting me in. We had a short chat about the accident as she showed me around, ending up at a stack of metal that could hardly be recognised as anything. The only thing to even hint at my car being in that pile was a thin slice of coloured metal from one of the doors. I dug around there for about 20 minutes, all while being observed by this old woman. "Yeah, won't find much," she said. "If the police didn't get it, the insurance folks did. Been a lot of people digging around." "Not a lot, nah," she said, shaking her head. "But you ain't the first." And she was right. There wasn't a drop of blood or bone or anything. It was just scrap metal in a pile of even more scrap metal. I was wasting my time. But as I was about to leave, I noticed something. I hadn't thought about it, but I could see the old woman was wearing a ring. It looked like a wedding ring at first, but she was wearing it on the wrong finger. I pointed to it. "You found that?" "What about it?" she asked. "It's got a tune engraved on the inside, right? Like a music note." There was no response. She just looked at me and sighed. Turns out, I was right. She gave it back. She'd found it near the hood of the car the night they brought it in. Grabbing it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, and since no one had come asking for it, she'd kept it. I was a bit annoyed, but mostly relieved that I got it back. But the question remained, how had that ended up at the hood of the car? "There was all kinds of gunk just kinda hanging there," she said. "Figured it was an animal. And you're sure that's where you found it?" "Sure as sure can be, yeah." I stood there for a moment, feeling an uncomfortable thought forming in the back of my head. There was no way for that ring to go from my broken arm on the driver's side to a pile of meat stuck in the grille of the car. But the proof of it had been in front of me all along. I had worn that ring for 12 years. There was a permanent indent on my finger. Looking down at my left hand, there was no such indent. This wasn't my arm. As soon as that thought settled in my mind, I could feel the arm twist and turn. Hadn't it been for the bandages, there's no way to tell what it would have done. It squirmed and pulled against me, thrashing like a dying fish on land. The old woman just looked at me. "You all right? Want me to call someone?" she asked. I don't know," I said. "I don't know. I had to get to the bottom of this." I hurried out of there as fast as I could. It was getting late in the afternoon when I got back home. Grabbing an old backpack and a couple of painkillers, I was about to head right back out. But a thought hit me. Maybe it wasn't as abstract as I thought. Maybe it wasn't just a feeling. Maybe something was really there. Looking down at my arm, I could feel it stirring, just within my control. Something sleeping, waiting to spring into action. With my right hand on the front door, I stopped and spoke out loud. "Whatever you want, just don't," I asked. "Don't." There was no response. No stirring. On a spur-of-the-moment whim, I packed one more thing into my backpack. just in case. A Hail Mary. Making my way to the scene of the accident, it was impossible to tell anything had ever happened there. I could barely even make out the place where I swerved or where my wheel got caught in the ditch. I found the general area in the field where my car had spun out of control, and from there, it was easy to find the tree I'd smashed into. It was still there. I spent hours going over it all, following the path the car had taken, starting from that tree, and working my way back. There was nothing there, nothing new. It was all just gravel, weeds, and pavement. What had I expected? A signed confession? As the sun dipped behind the clouds, I could feel a cold wind coming on. I'd lost track of time. As I turned back, there was a sudden cramp in my arm. A shock of pain crept up my spine, spreading throughout my body like a spider's web. I could feel my left arm, throbbing against the bandage wrap. Something was wrong. I was in the middle of the field. I could see for miles in every direction. Cars passing by in the distance. Wet grass staining my pants all the way up to my knees. And this one cold wind cutting straight through my clothes. I shivered, but my left arm didn't. Taking a step back towards where I came from, another shot of pain struck me. This one tripped me, sending me face first into the grass. It knocked the air out of my lungs. I rolled over on my back, gasping for breath. My left hand was creeping up my stomach like a spider with a meaty tail. It stopped over my face, tapping the bridge of my nose with the index finger. I couldn't feel a thing. Moving to push it off, it instead struck back, grasping my right hand in return. "Stop," I wheezed as I sat back up. "Just stop." Stop this, but it didn't. I just sat there, a wounded man hauled in his arms. Struggled back and forth for well over half an hour, getting back on my feet, only to get knocked back down. By the time I'd made my way back to the road, I looked like I'd been hiking for miles. My hair was a mess, and my clothes were covered in grass and mud. I had a handprint across my face, like I'd smacked myself. I'd trusted myself with a short drive to get there, but I wasn't sure about going back. It felt reckless to get behind a wheel in my state. Still, I couldn't just walk all the way back home, and having it towed would be a pain in the ass. I got back in my car while I thought about it, wiping myself off with a towel from my backpack. It had gotten dark outside. The overcast didn't help. I could almost taste the rain. I contemplated my options and figured that if I kept it slow and only used my right arm, I could carefully make my way home. I put the keys in and turned on the headlights. There was an elk standing in front of my car. It sniffed the hood of my car curiously, then proceeded to stare me down. I was just surprised. I got a good look at it. There was something wrong with one of its hind legs. It lacked fur, and there was a sort of spreading baldness reaching halfway up the side of the body. My arm was slowly rising on its own. As if looking over the dashboard, the elk recoiled, as if in pain, and set off in a troubled three-legged gallop. It disappeared into the woods. Looking down at my arm, a stray thought hit me. Was this spreading too? I painstakingly made my way back home. I dropped my backpack in the hallway, locked my front door, and collapsed into the shower. I was exhausted. I stood in the shower for about half an hour, looking down at my mother's ring. I was wearing it on my right hand now, but it just didn't feel the same. That wasn't where it was meant to be. Still, it was nice to have it back. Whenever I turned the ring a little, I could feel the engraving against my skin. It was a little gesture I did when I was anxious, as a reminder that it was still there. I got dressed and ready for a slow evening at home, without any further drama. My arm wasn't acting up. But as I passed through the hallway, something didn't feel right. At first I couldn't say what it was. Maybe the hum of an old lamp or some air duct acting up. I wasn't sure, but it was something. It had to be. I stepped up to the front door. There used to be a light coming from the hallway outside. That light was always on, and there should be a little light coming in through the peephole, but there wasn't. Had a fuse blown? I had a closer look. There was someone just outside my door. A click. My left hand had unlocked the door. The door flung open, knocking me back. A tall silhouette, close to 7 feet tall, pushed its way into my apartment. It was dressed in a sort of black poncho, covering its face with layers of bandages. A single frog-like eye stared me down as it pushed forward. I scrambled backwards on the floor. It was fast, damn fast. It stepped forward and reached for one of my legs, but I managed to pull away in time. I got back on my feet, barely managing to pull my left arm along. It was trying to grab a hold of something, as if to slow me down. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, I grabbed a lamp from the windowsill, throwing it across the room. The intruder ducked, then came at me again. I ducked under, just in time, and headed for the door. As I reached the front door, my left arm tried to force it shut. I fought against myself to get out, but it was useless. The door was shut and locked, and my left hand refused to budge. The 7-foot-tall shape came around the corner, slowly approaching. I had to think of something. Anything. My backpack. It was right there. I had packed a couple of things earlier. A towel, some bandages, painkillers, and a water bottle. But I'd also packed some lighter fluid, seeing as how my left arm had reacted so violently to boiling water. I had this stupid idea that the prospect of a straight-up fire would do something even worse to it. It didn't seem so stupid anymore. I grabbed the lighter fluid and sprinkled it on my left arm. The tall shape stopped, seemingly reacting to the smell of it. I wanted to say something, but all that came out were empty breaths. We were like animals, circling each other, waiting for one to make the first move. I emptied the lighter fluid, grabbing a box of matches. I held the box with my mouth, and a triplicate of matches in my hand. I spilled the rest on the floor. For a moment, we just looked at one another. A single inhuman eye peeking through the bandage wraps. The vague shape of 4, maybe 5 extremities at its side. How many arms did this thing hide under the poncho? A flash of realization came to me. This is what I had almost hit with my car. And with that, I lit the matches. It leapt at me, but it was too late. The moment the open flame touched the skin on my left arm, it detached. The open nerves just let go of me, and the thing fell off my body. It squirmed on the floor like a dying animal, grasping at whatever its fingers could reach. Adrenaline forced me out the door. A heartbeat behind me, the 7-foot-tall figure scooped up my burning arm and pushed past me. Within seconds, it was gone, leaving me with an open wound in the stairwell, smelling of lighter fluid. One of the neighbours called for help. I didn't even notice how much blood I was losing, but it was bad. They sent me back into emergency surgery, this time without an arm to reattach. It was deemed that the wound was self-inflicted, a result of some stress-induced psychosis. I wanted to agree, but I saw what I saw. I've been trying to convince myself otherwise, but I lived this. This wasn't any other life but mine. I've since learned to live with a full prosthetic. It's not much, but I can trust it, and I can wear my mother's ring the way it was supposed to be. It's starting to make an indent on the synthetic skin. I don't like to think about what would have happened if I'd let that thing stay on. But just a couple of weeks ago, I got an answer. I was stuck in traffic, looking out over the fields, when I saw a group of elks in the distance. One of them had no fur. None at all. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. Another excellent story by Saturdead. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment your favourite creepy moment, and subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Would you have lit the matches? Or tried to reason with the thing at the door? Here's a random fun fact. Black walnut trees release a natural chemical called juglone from their roots, leaves, and husks. It's allelopathic, which means it can inhibit or even kill many nearby plants. Tomatoes are especially sensitive. Also, the husks stain skin and fabric a deep brown. Creepy tree, creepy vibes.
I've had a fear of rats for as long as I can remember. I don't know exactly what it is about them that scares me. It's not just the tail, or the way they move, or how they sound. It's everything. And it's nothing. To me, rats have always been synonymous with unconditional terror. It all comes from a childhood trauma. A large rat chased me up a hill where I had to hide in a tool shed. The thing seemed rabid, and I had to sit there for at least an hour, listening to the squeals and cries of the desperate thing that wanted to eat me. It was an unusually big rat, larger than some cats I've seen. It's called musophobia, and up until recently, it hasn't really been an issue. I mean, sure, I can get panic attacks and a flight reaction by just seeing one, but I've been able to keep them out of my life more often than not. Sure, now that I'm a parent, I won't let my 2 kids have a hamster, but I'm pretty sure the Yorkshire Terrier we have keeps them busy. My phobia became an issue not too long ago. I was driving the kids home from school. Traffic was being rerouted for maintenance, so I had to take the smaller dirt road instead of staying on the main. It wasn't far, and there was barely any traffic. The road goes by a set of fishing cabins set up around the lake, but was extended to lead back to the main road further up ahead. Usually there's nothing but frogs there. As I drove by, a small family of 6 rats ran straight across the road. This had never happened to me before. My body spasmed and my mind blanked. I panicked and I turned the car straight into a pine tree. It was such a strange feeling. I heard this loud scream and I tried to cover my ears only to realise I was the one screaming. My oldest daughter managed to call 911. My reaction was far scarier to them than the crash itself. We were fine. I was driving slowly and everyone turned out okay. Even the car was okay, after some light bodywork. However, my wife insisted I start going to therapy to deal with this fear once and for all. I couldn't say no. Not again. There aren't many mental health professionals in the nearby area, so the list of available therapists wasn't long. I could go for 2 sessions a week if it wasn't too far away. I was looking for assisted exposure therapy, and truth be told, I was a bit on edge about the whole thing. My wife was the driving force behind this decision, so she pretty much pointed me where to go. She chose to sign me up for a session with Dr. Jane Bogan. Dr. Jane was excited to see me. She was in her 40s and had this combed-back Elvira-looking hairdo, but without the volume. At first sight, you might mistake her for a medium or a psychic. It wasn't the best first impression, but her credentials checked out. We shook hands, her wrist rattling with jewellery and chains. She insisted I call her Jane. The office was kind of murky, dark grey wallpaper with a matching carpet, plenty of bookshelves with a desk set up in the corner, and of course fancy leather lounge chairs, the kind you can straighten out to lie down in. Her office assistant Jeremy offered me a coffee and a donut before returning to the adjacent room,
Apparently he helped all 4 officers in the building with their scheduling, but Jane was the only one working today. Jeremy was a short, balding man with a tired look. He had some kind of accent, but I couldn't put my finger on it. European, I think. "Today he's all ours," Jane joked. Jeremy didn't laugh. Jane and I had a long talk about my phobia. I told her about the tool shed on the top of the grassy hill, and the screeching sounds of the rabid rat, the desperate scratching trying to make a dent in the front door. I told her about the car crash and how my body just seized up and refused to let me act. Jane was a very active listener, asking follow-up questions and making notes along the way. She nodded, made eye contact, and seemed very attentive. She was good, and just talking openly about my fear was refreshing. And at the end of my first session, Jane explained her thoughts to me. "Until next time, I'll present the treatment plan, but I can already say you're a prime candidate for overexposure therapy." "You mean exposure therapy?" I asked. "No, this is different," she smiled and touched my hand. "Overexposure therapy is slightly different, but far more effective in the long run. It also doesn't require you to actually meet or touch any rats. It can be done right here in the office." "Really? I've never heard of it." "I'm licensed to perform it," she said, and stood up. She pointed out a diploma next to a desk. Right there, underneath the degree from Minnesota State, was a license from the Board of Behavioral Health and Therapy, BBHT. It looked official enough, and I didn't have any reason to distrust her. I agreed to discuss it with my wife. Of course, it wasn't much of a discussion. I didn't mind trying something new, and my wife was overjoyed to see me progressing. We tried looking up overexposure therapy, but it didn't give us anything. Most links were just explaining how regular exposure therapy works. I didn't like the idea of facing my fear, but with the guidance of Dr. Jane, it felt a bit easier. She was a professional, after all. I called her and agreed to do the treatment. She explained it would be best to set aside a full day for it. We booked the upcoming Saturday. It wouldn't be cheap, but she guaranteed a breakthrough. "I'd wager my reputation on it," she laughed. The next Saturday, I kissed my wife goodbye and left to see Dr. Jane. I was nervous, but seeing my girls wave goodbye as I pulled out of the driveway calmed my heart. They were so worried about me. I had to get better. When I got to Dr. Jane's office, she was waiting for me in the parking lot. Jeremy was there as well, despite it being a Saturday. My car was the only one in the parking lot, making me wonder if Jane lived nearby and walked to work. As I got out of the car, I noticed Jeremy holding a cup of coffee and a donut. We hadn't even stepped inside yet. He didn't blink much. "Glad you could make it," said Jane. "It's going to be a long day." Jeremy handed me the coffee and the donut, and we entered the office. One of the lounge chairs was set up so I could lie down. I noticed how Jeremy lingered in the room until Jane stared him down. Then she turned her attention to me. It felt like staring into a furnace. "Have a seat." I laid down as she dimmed the lights. "Close your eyes and don't be alarmed," she continued. "What are you—" I didn't have time to say anything else. Jane touched her thumb to my forehead and my mind was set on fire. That's the only way I can explain the sensation. My mind flared and there was an intense heat, wave after wave fanning out from the point on my forehead she touched. Heat and freezing cold. There was a taste of metal and a smell of burning rubber, like getting a tattoo on my brain. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't feel my hands or feet. It felt like I was sinking into the chair, deeper and deeper. "Relax," a disembodied voice demanded. I felt my breath stopping, my heart slowing. Fire turned to ice. I could have sworn I was dying, but my body didn't respond. I was losing control. Then my eyes burst open. It felt like breaching the surface after diving too deep. My pulse shot through my body like an automatic rifle. I was shaking, and my eyes teared up. To call it disorientating would be an understatement. I was still in the office, but it was night. I'd arrived at 10 in the morning. Now it was close to midnight. Jane was gone. Jeremy too. My pockets were empty. I called out, but there was no response. I was alone. I opened the office door and stepped out into the parking lot, only to realise I was actually far from alone. There was Jeremy. His eyes were wide open and seemed larger than usual. The pupils were different sizes. His mouth was wide open like a panting dog, revealing a tongue long enough to reach his belly button. He was completely naked and covered in deep, bloodless cuts. He stood in the middle of the parking lot under the single working lamppost. He seemed taller, like stretched, soft plastic. We locked eyes, his mouth curled into a smile, never blinking, never closing his mouth. And now he was sprinting towards me with complete abandon, naked feet slapped against the concrete. He almost tripped as he stumbled across the curb. I slammed the door shut. Jeremy's entire body weight slammed against the door with a deep splat. The door buckled but held. Jeremy was screaming. It was a pained, primal shriek like someone being set on fire. All-enveloping pain pressed in a rasping and dry voice. I hurried back to the office. One of the bookshelves looked loose, so with enough force I was able to tip it. I had to try. The bookshelf wasn't heavy, but the over 100 books on psychology held it down. I summoned all my strength and tipped the whole thing in front of the door. I sat down, back to the bookshelf. I noticed I was screaming too, yelling at him to stop and leave me alone. It wasn't a conscious decision, it just happened. I was so disorientated, it seemed like time was standing still. As Jeremy broke through the door leading in from the parking lot, I braced myself. He flung himself against the office door, but the added weight of the bookshelf and myself was enough to keep it shut. "Stop!" I heard myself scream. "Please, just stop!" I scrambled to hold him back, cutting my thumb open on a splinter. I didn't even notice it until my hand started slipping from the blood. I stared across the room. I could see a full moon outside the office window. Slowly, a face appeared on the other side of the glass, stepping out of the dark. A woman I'd never seen before. Hairless, also with deep cuts across her skin, eyes wide, pupils differently sized. Her mouth wide open, her long tongue pressed against the glass like a dying eel. "No," I heard myself sigh. "Please, just no." She nodded as her mouth turned into a sinister smile. Using her arms and face, she started to break herself against the glass. She didn't bleed from the cuts. I didn't know what to do until the glass shattered. I bolted to the left through the side door to the hallway. I followed the corridor to the right as the office door broke in behind me. Jeremy was through. I could hear the two of them panting as they chased me. I saw two options: get out through the window or lock myself in the bathroom. I refused to corner myself, so I chose the window. I smashed it with my elbow and climbed out, feeling cold fingers brush against my neck. It was cold outside and dark. I just ran, hearing the panting behind me. I followed the path into the pine forest, getting scratches from the trees across my face. It is nothing short of a miracle that I didn't trip. I paid no attention to my feet. As the ground turned upwards to a hill, I lost my breath. I knew this hill. This couldn't be here. It was the same hill where I'd been chased into a tool shed as a kid. And there it was. There was nowhere else for me to go. They were faster, and I had to find cover. This was impossible. I'd done this once before, and now I was doing it again. I ran up the hill, flung the old wooden door open, and shut it behind me. The door had a side bolt, so I locked it. There were no windows, but the entire shed was flimsy at best. I cursed myself. This was just another dead end. For minutes, it was quiet. Maybe they hadn't followed me. Maybe they took a different path. I relaxed my breath, feeling blood return to my fingers and toes. Then they came. They smashed themselves against the door. They tore at the frail planks. The pained screams exploded and echoed across the hillside. I couldn't hear myself think. Desperate, I looked where to go next, but I was cornered. It can't end like this, I panted. It can't. It won't. Not like this. I cried. I pleaded. There was more of them now, at least 6. One of the planks on the left side broke off, and 5 arms reached in for me. Pale arms, with deep, bloodless cuts. The full moon reflected on blinking eyes and long, slithering tongues. Not like this. The side bolt had lost 2 screws. It was a matter of seconds. No! I armed myself with a claw hammer as the door burst open. Jeremy was the first in, but I didn't get a chance to attack. 3 different arms grabbed me, disarmed me, and pushed me onto the floor. Cold, naked flesh pressed against me. Countless eager faces drooled with delight as teeth pierced my neck. Then I woke up. The clock showed 20 minutes past 5 in the afternoon. I was on the floor of Dr. Jane's office, curled up in the fetal position. There was a cold towel on my head, and Dr. Jane was calmly stroking my shoulder. My head was warm, and a great headache was subsiding. Jeremy was nowhere around. "There we go," she whispered. "You're fine, you're fine." I couldn't speak. I was shaking like a leaf. Jane helped me back to the window seat. "That was the end of the treatment," she smiled. "You're done." What was that? What was... I had completely forgotten why I was there in the first place. Jane reached for something. "Hold your hands out," she said. I did as she asked. A second later, a small white mouse was placed in my palms. The confused little thing just sniffed me and stood on its hind legs. I didn't react. In my mind, I was about to be eaten alive just seconds ago. "You seem to be cured," Jane smiled. "Treatment successful. You can give him back now if you want." I wouldn't mind holding him for a bit. I really didn't. I wanted the little mouse to stay. It was a tiny comfort, a living creature I could feel meant no harm. "Good," Jane nodded. "So, what happened?" "You were overexposed," said Jane, filling out some paperwork. "An extreme stress reaction dampens all other reactions." "I don't understand." "Say you have an oven with 4 settings," she continued. 4 being the highest setting. That's where you were, with your fear of rats. Maximum power. Strength 4. She handed the paper over to me. It was her bill for the day. "I changed your maximum setting to 10. Suddenly a 4 doesn't seem so bad." "But how?" She sat down across from me and locked her eyes with mine. There was something dark there, a hint of red. "I'm very good at what I do." She took my hand and turned it over. That's when I noticed a cut along my thumb. I was allowed to keep the white mouse. I bought him a little cage, some toys, and plenty of food. When I got home that night, my wife couldn't believe her eyes. My girls named the mouse Kenny, and he was gently played with late into the night. much to our Yorkie's dismay. My wife called it a miracle, but I didn't know what to call it. My mind was still in a daze. I find myself thinking back to that day. It wasn't a dream or a vision, it was real. It had to be. Thumbs don't cut themselves on imaginary splinters. Sometimes I find myself staring into the mirror, seeing my pupils dilate into different sizes. It feels like my tongue has grown longer. Hell, my forehead seems to have a slight magnetic pull where Dr. Jane touched me. It's a very unusual kind of headache. There was also an incident, just a few days ago, where I cut my finger dicing potatoes. Not a drop of blood came out. I barely even felt it. I can't bring myself to go back to Dr. Jane. If there's even a slight chance she'll put me back on that hill, I won't ever talk to her or see her again. I might have had the fear of rats scared out of me, but it's been replaced by this deep existential dread for what Dr. Jane could do to me if she wanted to. What has she done to me? And why can't I bleed?
Hi everyone, thanks so much for watching. That story was Overexposure Therapy by Reddit's own Saturdead. You can find more of his amazing work linked below. He's an awesome writer, and I hope to narrate more of his stories in the future. Now for a fun fact. There's a fear of long words, and cruelly, it's called hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Oh come on, I deserve a subscribe for that. Imagine having to say that at the doctor's office. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. Hippomonstrosesquidaleaphobia. A few months ago, my wife Julie and I decided to start trying for a family. We moved out of the big city to a small Midwestern Minnesota town, not too far away from Grove City. It was time for a change. Hell, we even decided to stop smoking. We found a cheap, recently renovated flat. The entire complex was built in the 50s, but the apartments themselves had been fixed up recently. We were told by the landlord, absolutely stunning young woman, that most of the previous tenants decided to move out rather than wait for the renovations to finish up. The place was basically brand new. Our apartment was on the ground floor. We didn't want to think about baby-proofing a balcony on the 3rd or 4th floor, and we figured this would only be a stepping stone to getting our own house anyway. Julie had left the job as a high school teacher behind, while I'd gotten the job as a manager at a local warehouse. I'd already worked as a manager previously for the same company, so it was just a matter of finding a suitable transfer. The previous tenants had left us a gift. Sitting alone in the kitchen window was a blue sunflower. At first I thought it was plastic, but it was perfectly real. The colour was striking. It was still yellow in the middle, with black spots, but the leaves were a sparkling ocean blue. The flower pot was hand-painted, with a small landscape and a shining sun, and in plain black text it said, "The sad sunflower." "That's just too cute," Julie smiled. "We've got to keep it." I've never been able to say no to her. That big smile of hers could make me do anything. If she wanted to keep the sad sunflower, so be it. I watered it and turned it facing outwards. Oddly enough, it had been leaning inwards toward the apartment. I thought sunflowers were supposed to follow the sun. Julie just loved it. She already had a good feeling about this place. I wasn't convinced yet, but I figured it was just nicotine withdrawal. Over the following days I was getting adjusted to my job. I brought in a cake to get to know everyone. Their previous manager had personal issues and suddenly left town, so there was an urgent need for someone to step in. It was just great timing for me. Julie was still looking for a new job.
There were a few schools nearby that she was going to look up, but we needed to get a second car first. Money was tight after the move, so we decided to wait a few weeks before making any big purchases, so Julie spent most of the days at home. She'd been clear about wanting to be a stay-at-home mum once we had a family of our own, so maybe she was trying to get used to the idea. Call it a practice run. She would do a lot of housework and handle the groceries. I usually cooked dinner, but she would handle the dishes. One day after coming home from work, I noticed her humming a strange tune while she was watering the sad sunflower. I'd never heard it before. You're my friend, I'll sing your tune, a setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? I took off my shoes and joined her in the kitchen. She'd hum the tune over and over, checking every leaf on the sparkling blue plant. It was leaning inwards again, away from the sun, almost like a dog asking for a head scratch. "What's that song?" I asked. "What song?" I asked her several times over. She honestly didn't know what I was talking about. I read it out loud, but she just blanked. The same way I could have sworn I heard her singing it, she swore she hadn't. I turned the plant back outwards, towards the sun. The next day, it was leaning back in. That tune started to haunt me. I could hear Judy singing it, in the shower, while doing the dishes, while tying her shoes. Over time, she came to accept that she was singing it, but she wasn't doing it consciously. It was like a brain teaser. "I must have heard it somewhere," she said. "Some kind of nursery rhyme." I couldn't blame her for having her mood occupied with kid stuff. It was pretty much all we talked about. We'd just started trying for a baby, and it would just be a matter of time before our lives would change forever. It was stressful, but exciting. More of an adventure than any bungee jump could ever replicate. Julie got a part-time teaching job at a local high school. One of their teachers was going on maternity leave, so they needed someone to step in and help out with social studies. We didn't have a second car, but one of the guys I worked with lived just down the street, so we started to carpool. I thought having some independence and getting out of the apartment would do Julie some good. It did, at first. She had so much energy when she got home after a long day. Still, she would beeline towards her sad sunflower, take care of it, water it, and only then would she concentrate on anything else. She didn't even take her shoes off. That plant was, by far, her most favourite thing in the world. Honestly, I didn't get it. She still hummed that melody. "You're my friend, I'll sing you a tune, a setting sun to rising moon." I once got back home early, only to notice the sunflower was gone. Julie wasn't home from work, and the thing was just gone. Later, when Julie came home, it all made sense. She held that thing under her arm as she walked through the door. It was almost like someone holding a baby. She had a grocery bag swinging underneath. I'll be the first to admit I didn't handle it very well. "You're bringing it to work," I accused. "What is going on with you?" "It's nothing," Julie sighed. It's like having a safety blanket. It doesn't mean anything." "Then throw it away." She stared at me in disbelief. I took a step forward to help her with the groceries, and she recoiled. Her eyes were dilated, and it looked like she was on the edge of a fight-or-flight reaction. I just stopped. "What the hell?" "Don't you dare," she spat. "Don't you dare." After that, Julie slept on the couch for a couple of nights. It was her idea, not mine. She would give me these long, accusing looks from across the room whenever I was in line of sight of that damn plant. It was still facing inwards, I'm sure the damn thing was moving, or turning back every time I tried to face it outwards. I started hearing things at night. I once peeked out of the bedroom to see Julie water and prune the plant in the middle of the night. She'd sing to it over and over, the same rhyme. In the moonlight, it looked like she didn't even blink. 2:30 in the morning, and there she was caressing the leaves. There were other things as well. Foul-smelling dirt in the wastebasket, dark blue sunflower seeds scattered around the bathroom. I didn't know what to make of it, but Julie and I weren't really talking anymore. She had no problem talking with the plant, though. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? It all came to a boiling point the day when Julie didn't come home from work. Of course, she'd taken the plant with her. I tried her phone, but she didn't pick up. At 7 in the evening, I was getting seriously worried. I called the school where she worked, but of course it was closed. Instead, I called her co-worker, Miss Marriott. "This is Claire," she answered. "Hey, I'm calling about Julie. This is her husband," I said. "Sorry about calling you like this." "No, it's fine. Is everything all right?" "When Julie came to work, did she seem okay? Did she do anything unusual?" I'm not following. "Well, like, did she bring—" "No, I'm sorry. What I meant, what do you mean with came to work?" Apparently, Julie had quit her temp job about a week ago. I rushed down the street to my co-worker and asked to borrow their car. They didn't mind, and even asked if there was anything they could do to help. I didn't even know where to start, so I just thanked them and left. I drove around town for hours, checking every open store, every alley, every side road. Finally, I stopped for gas. As I went inside to pay and get a soda, I noticed the clerk humming a tune. She was just reading a magazine and humming away. Barely noticed I was even there. I'd recognize the melody anywhere. "Where did you hear that?" I asked. She just looked up at me like she'd woken up from a nap. She had no idea what I was talking about. I just paid and left, figuring Julie had been there. She was close. There was a small dirt road not too far from the gas station leading down to a fishing lake. All you could catch there was smallmouth bass, but it was a great little place to have a barbecue. I drove down the road following a hunch. It paid off. Just a few minutes later, I saw our car on the side of the road. The door was still open. Lights were blinking. It was swarming with mosquitoes. I parked alongside it and brought out a flashlight. There was a small trail through the woods leading up to a clearing next to the lake. It was the only place she could have gone unless she was mindlessly going random directions. I didn't have to go far to hear her. There was no wind, so even a slight noise could be heard from far away. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue. The same damn rhyme. Next to the trail, I noticed small, bright stalks reaching out of the soil. I could guess what kind of plant they were, even though they hadn't bloomed yet. Won't you be a sunflower too? I stepped into the clearing. I could barely see them all with a tiny cone of light. There were hundreds of them spread out in a circle. In the middle was Julie, reciting her rhyme over and over. She'd taken off her clothes, and I could see mosquitoes swarming her. It didn't seem to bother her. The melody in her song was gone, turned to a mantra. She was standing with her back towards me, holding her hands in front of her like a cup. She suddenly made a harsh coughing sound and bent forward. I took a few steps and stopped. Every single sunflower turned towards me, blue leaves vibrating like rattlesnakes. Julie turned around. Sunflower seeds were dripping from her mouth. In her cupped hands, she had the same kind of foul-smelling tar dirt that I found in our wastebasket. Her eyes were bright blue. Her teeth were stained black. "You're my friend. I'll sing your tune." Sunflower seeds kept falling from the edge of her mouth. She kept coughing, almost choking. She was constantly on the edge of inhaling the seeds into her lungs. Her singing voice was broken and struggling. Still, she smiled, the same smile that could get me to do anything. A setting sun, a rising moon. The flowers turned back towards her, vibrating. Tiny leaves clapping in appreciation. I didn't know what to do. I was horrified. I was angry. I was desperate. I froze. Julie walked up to me, holding a large seed between her lips. She took my hands and leaned forward to kiss me. I've never smelled anything so putrid in my life. I think that's what snapped me out of it. It was the only time I ever refused a kiss from her. I'm not proud of what happened next, but I didn't have a choice. I grabbed Julie and threw her over my shoulder. She protested wildly, scratching and beating me. She had to stop over and over to throw up more seeds and dirt. I just ignored the wounds on my neck and scalp and kept carrying her. I locked her in the back seat of my car and turned on the child locks. As I shut the doors, she was hysterical, screaming and flailing in the back seat like a possessed toddler. I got a jerry can from the car. It was half full. That was enough. I stopped smoking the day we moved into our new apartment, but I still had my lighter. When I stepped back out into the clearing, I could hear something moving. I ignored it. I dumped every drop of gasoline I had and just set the whole field on fire. I left the lighter behind. As I stepped away, I could hear things popping in the grass, blue leaves crinkling to ash, and somewhere there were tiny screams. Tiny, bright screams. Something was burned alive in that field, and I don't want to think about what it might have been. It sounded human. Wrong, but human. Julie recovered in a couple of days. The doctors figured she'd been eating seeds from the sunflower, and that it had contained some kind of poison. The doctor couldn't find anything abnormal about her blood levels, and after a couple of days of rest, she was back to her old self again. Her eyes were back to their ordinary brown, and her smile was as genuine as ever. She was so sorry for all the trouble she'd caused, and she had a hard time remembering what happened. To her, it was all a bad dream. We've since gotten pregnant. Over the months, we've baby-proofed the apartment, but we're already looking to move to a house. Julie got back her job as a temp. She might be looking at an extension at the end of the school year. She's quite popular. We're thinking about the name Danny with a Y for a boy, or Danny with an I for a girl. We're not sure yet. There's only one thing that still worries me. The ultrasounds. Julie's been taking them while I'm at work, but she's shown me every single image. They look perfectly fine, but on the last one, there was something that didn't add up. In the corner of the picture, the date was set to 5 years ago. I'm suspecting she's not showing me the actual ultrasounds, or that she hasn't taken them. I don't know what she could be hiding. And sometimes at night, I hear her humming. The same damn tune. You're my friend, I'll sing your tune. A setting sun to rising moon. I ask you, buddy, buddy blue, won't you be a sunflower too? Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This story, The Sad Sunflower, was written by Saturdead. I'm actually in the middle of recording a playlist dedicated entirely to Saturdead's work. So if you like this one, stick around, because there's plenty more coming. And as always, here's your random fun fact. Sunflowers don't just follow the sun. Young sunflowers actually move their heads from east to west during the day, then turn back east overnight to wait for the sun to rise again. Basically, they've got better time management than most of us. Good night. Some time ago, I was between a rock and a hard place. I'd lost my job after our suppliers went through a major price hike, so a lot of the folks on the ground floor were cut. Strange how those cutbacks never seem to affect those on the higher floors. I was looking for something new on short notice. I had medical bills to pay, a bad shoulder, and I wasn't too stingy where the money came from. I did some less than legal repair work for people I used to work with, and I tried to make my savings last a little longer with high-risk investments, but I needed a cash infusion, and I needed it fast. Browsing bulletin boards, online and otherwise, I stumbled on a guy who needed help. He needed an extra set of hands to go through some film. It wasn't very specific, so I figured he wanted to convert some VHS tapes to digital or something. The ad said no previous experience required, and it would take days, maybe weeks. Seemed easy enough, and he was offering a significant paycheck. I met the guy at a gas station just outside of town. He was hard to miss. He was close to 6'8" and had this olive oil slick kind of dark hair, built like a goddamn tank. Even sitting down, you could tell this guy was a monster. He walked up to me and I offered him a handshake. He didn't seem to know how to react. It took him a couple of seconds to shake it. When he finally spoke, he had the voice of a chain smoker, like he was always on the edge of a cough. "You here to help with the film?" he asked. "Seems like easy money to me," I said. "Where we headed?" "It's not far. You drive." He got in my car but didn't use the seatbelt. I buckled up and nodded for him to do the same. It took a couple of seconds, but he figured it out. "You got a name there?" I asked. "Don't much like calling you big fella." "Herman. Herman it is." I introduced myself in kind. He brushed off a bug crawling up his arm, and we were on our way. Not a great first impression, but I can't say it wasn't memorable. He was right about it not being that far. 2 turns down a bumpy dirt road, then park next to a closed, chain-linked fence. We had to walk from there. It took about 10 minutes. We ended up near an old office building in what looked like a run-down scrapyard. The thing was mostly empty, probably abandoned for years, but there was still power running. I'd lived in the area for a few years now, and never even considered that this might have been here. It was the kind of place only a local kid running through the woods might keep track of. Herman opened the door for me and showed me inside. It wasn't too bad. It looked like he'd been living out there for a while, using a portable kitchen stove to heat up little strips of squirrel meat and beans. Even so, it wasn't as disgusting as one might imagine. He couldn't have been there for long. Before we went any further, I turned to him. "I gotta say, Herman, this ain't the kind of environment I thought we'd be working with." "It is." "This whole setup doesn't exactly scream wealthy film enthusiast, so I'm guessing there's something you're not telling me." He gave me a long, tired look. I could tell he wasn't getting much sleep. "So what's the deal here? Meth? Weed? Or, moonshine? What are you up to?" "He needs to be away from people." "He? Who's he?" Herman hesitated, then nodded at me to follow. On the far side of the building, there was a makeshift bedroom. 2 mattresses propped up with wooden pallets. There was a man lying there, surrounded by sponges, water bowls, and bottles of baby food. A lot of applesauce, Herman stopped me from getting too close. "He needs help," Herman said. "So we're helping." The guy didn't even look that old. 40, tops. Brown hair, grey eyes, a boxy-looking nose, and a freshly shaved face. He wasn't sleeping, and he wasn't paying them any attention, just staring at the ceiling. "I take care of him," Herman continued, "and I need more help. You want me to change diapers? That's going to cost extra. That's not what I signed up for. You find the film. I take care of Emmett." "Emmett, huh? Nice name." Herman nodded at that. Still not a crack of a smile or a hint of sarcasm. He simply agreed. "Yes. Nice name." The final room of the building must have been a rec room at one point. It had been cleared out to make room for a couple of chairs, a movie projector, and a white screen. The rest of the far wall was just boxes. We're talking stacked floor to ceiling, box after box after box. All of them marked with various movie studio labels, some of which are still around, but the logos look different. The whole place had this old chemical smell, like oil, plastic, and starch. Herman explained the setup. He'd gotten hold of a bunch of film reels, mostly 35mm from the 70s. He wasn't looking to convert it or edit it in any way. He needed help to browse through it and find one particular film. When I asked what it was about, he was less than helpful. "It's uncomfortable," he said. "You'll know it when you see it." "Are we talking something illegal?" "Something I shouldn't see." "Illegal, no," he clarified, "but something you shouldn't see." Apparently he hadn't seen it himself, so there was no way to describe it. But he knew there was a copy somewhere in these boxes, and that I would know what it was when I saw it. There was no need to check out an entire reel. I would know if it was the right one. It took some time to get the projector up and running. There was power, sure, but you got to tread the film in a particular way, and order. I checked out a couple of sites online and managed to figure it out. It didn't take long before I was rolling through reel after reel, checking a couple of minutes at a time before I switched to the next. Herman hadn't asked for it, but I made a couple of notes for each reel just to make sure I catalogued what was what. That way there wouldn't be any questions about how much work I'd done. Most of it was some kind of B footage. Scrapped scenes from movies that were unknown or never shown. A couple of dialogue scenes from what looked like a thriller. A couple of interviews. Environmental footage. Footage from various sports. Even a couple of home videos. I'm pretty sure I saw Ronald Reagan in one of them. By the end of the first day, I'd checked out maybe 1.5 hours of footage in total. Maybe 2. Most of the time went to switching the reels. Judging by the number of boxes there was, and the amount of film each reel had, I figured Herman had gotten his hands on at least 1,500 miles of film. No idea how he did it, but he did. At the end of the day, I was handed my first payment in cash. He didn't ask me to come back at a particular time. He just asked me to get it done. I still wasn't sure what exactly I was looking for, but it was easy money. I went home that day with a stuffed pocket, leaving a list of notes for Herman to review. He didn't though. He spent most of his time taking care of the man in the bed. Coming home that night, I couldn't help but to wonder what I was getting into. I wasn't kidding myself. There was something less than legal going on here. You don't move out into a half-abandoned shithole just for privacy. You do it because you got something, or someone, to hide. But for now, they were paying the bills. But it was clear that I had to keep my eyes open. I figured it might be a good idea to bring something to protect myself. I didn't have a gun, but I had this flip knife from my home repair days. The thing didn't look like a knife, but it could cause some serious damage. If I were to face a monster like Herman someday. I'd rather not do it empty-handed. I went back for a couple of days, following the same routine. Check a reel, make a note, skip ahead a bit, check again, go to the next. Over and over and over. My right shoulder started to ache from the minutiae of unspooling and treading the film through the projector. It's actually a pretty good workout. Those rolls are heavier than they look. But it was also a reminder that I had bills to pay. Herman was out for most of the day running errands. He would come back looking like he'd been swimming, bringing something along every time. Sometimes food, sometimes supplies, sometimes money. One time he came back with a box of clothes for Emmett to try on. He really was a sort of caretaker for him, emptying his bedpan, washing him, changing his clothes. He'd roll him out of bed and put him in the wheelchair while he changed the bedding. They'd go for walks sometimes, neither saying or doing anything. All the while, the reels would keep rolling. I did find a strange reel at one point. I wasn't sure if it was the right one, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to check with Herman. It was this amateurish clip of a woman in a blue sundress. It was clearly some backstage thing. You could tell it was a film set. She was smiling at the camera, rehearsing some lines. Then, after a quick cut, she was outside. Her expression had changed, and she turned to the camera. It made me stop and check the settings. See? I thought those old 35mm reels didn't have any sound, but it turns out they do. Took me a little bit to figure out which button to press, but once I did, I could hear what she was saying. She was standing in the sun, holding a paper. Then she looked straight into the camera. "Put the film away," she said. "Please put it away, and don't come back." A young voice through an old speaker. I played it back, hearing her 2 more times. But there was something about her eyes. Something changed with every playback, like her stare was growing more intense. "Put the film away," it repeated. "Please put it away, and don't come back. Please." That last please, had she said it before? I wasn't sure. I turned the projector off, made a note, and got up to fetch Herman. By the time I reached the door, I heard something, a burst of static. "Please." I ended up showing it to Herman. As I did, I couldn't help but feel guilty. It was just a reel of film, but it felt like I was hurting someone, like I was on the cusp of committing some cardinal sin. Herman looked at the reel with great interest. The woman repeated her lines, swaying in the sun with her blue sundress. She made the same plea, in the same tone, but something felt different. Less earnest, perhaps. I tried watching Herman rather than the reel, but there was nothing to see. He was stone-faced, and he didn't much care for her emotional display. As the reel ended, he got out of his seat. Right actor. Wrong film. He handed me today's payment in mixed, crumbled-up bills, and asked me to return in the morning. As he wandered off, he told the man in the wheelchair something with a whisper, and for the first time, the man moved. Not much. Just a tilt of the head as his eyes looked my way. And I don't know how I know, but he smiled. He couldn't. But I know he did. I felt it. That night, I didn't so much sleep as fall unconscious. Probably the deepest sleep I've ever had. I imagined myself on that movie set, in the hustle and bustle of the 70s. The jeans, the shirts, the hair. Someone playing Kiss in the cafeteria. There was an old house by the coast, angry men in white shirts, and fire. And that woman with the blue sundress. By the end of the night, I dreamt she approached me, putting both hands to my face, looking me in the eyes, Her fingers were so cold and thin, and as she opened her mouth to speak, the jaw kept extending, peeling off her face as a pale-blooded skull exposed itself to me. "Please," a voice bleeding through dying electronics. I woke up in a cold sweat. I covered my face with my hands, trying to warm up my aching cheeks. It took me a while to notice I had a new text message from Herman. He asked me to bring some spare clothes, whatever I could find. I had a box of my aunt's old stuff. She'd passed the other year, and I didn't have the heart to just throw it away. It wasn't much, but I figured I could put it to good use. I brought the box with me and figured I might as well get the day over with. There were dark clouds on the horizon as the sun struggled to pierce through the rain. It was going to be a pain in the ass to take that dirt road back home that night. Even on a good day, my tyres would struggle to get all the way to the fence. So if it all turned into a muddy hell, it'd be a nightmare. Nightmare. All it took was the word for me to see that pleading face in the back of my mind. Not like a memory. More like you're hearing something from a great distance. Like when someone says your name in a crowd and you stop to listen. I made my way to the site and handed Herman the box. He put it away with an acknowledging nod. "I got a good feeling about today," I said. "I think we'll get it." He wasn't much for small talk. He agreed and returned to the bedridden man's side. There wasn't much else to say, so I got to work. I found a couple more reels from what seemed like the same company. I recognized some set pieces and a couple of people. I didn't see the woman in the blue sundress, though. There were a couple of places that seemed familiar, but I couldn't tell from where. An old house by the coast, a deep cave, a fire. It felt like something I'd seen before. Then, there she was. It was a shorter reel, simply marked Dawn. She wasn't wearing her blue sundress anymore. It must have been shot earlier. She just had a colourful shirt and a fancy pair of jeans. "Hello," she cheered. "I'm Dawn, or Miss Anderson if you're polite. I'm 5'4", 112 pounds, and I'm an absolute darling." I rolled my eyes a bit as she did a little twirl. It was some kind of casting reel, it seemed. As I leaned back in my seat, she relaxed her shoulders a bit. She dropped the act with a sigh, letting her face rest. "You need me to do the monologue again?" There was a noise from off-screen. There was a discussion. Meanwhile, the film kept rolling, centered on Dawn. She folded her hands, looking into the camera. She waved a little while she waited for the two men in the background to finish talking. "Hey, you," she said. "Hey," I said back. It wasn't a conscious decision. She just had the kind of face you wanted to say hello to. "Didn't I see you the other day?" she asked. "Are you still there?" I didn't respond. I just watched as her cheery demeanour faded. The background chatter was gone, leaving only her and the camera. She shook her head ever so carefully. And when she spoke, the camera barely picked it up. "Please don't do this." The reel clicked, snapping me back to attention. It felt like waking up for a second time. My heart was beating out of my chest, making me gasp for air. I got out of my chair to walk it off, only to notice Herman standing by the door. Right person, wrong film. So it's something about this woman. That's what I'm looking for. Yes. Look, not that I'm complaining, but if you already know what you're looking for, what do you need me for? You don't seem to be in a hurry to get out of here. He didn't say anything. Instead, he dropped the box I'd brought. I took a few things. He placed a couple of extra bills in the box, almost doubling what I was owed for the day. The man didn't seem to have any sense of money's worth. And where the hell was he getting it from anyway? but I looked back at that white screen, and part of me wanted to play the reel again. Would it look different this time around? Would she say something else? But no, I kept going. As the rain kicked up, I decided to do a little overtime while it passed. I stayed a little longer and got to see Herman in the after hours. How he fed Emmett with applesauce, wiping at the corner of his mouth. They skipped the walk that night and settled for Herman silently reading by his side. Some old, leather-bound book. I looked through the boxes to see if I could find any other reels marked with Dawn or Anderson. Something relating to the woman in the sundress. Took me a while, but there was one more. It was marked with her name and the word talent in a rough Sharpie. I set the reel up, checked the sound, and clicked it. She was on a stage this time, panting for air. She'd done something, maybe a dance. She was swaying her arms rhythmically, like the music had just stopped. "Very good, Dawn," said a man off screen. "Very good." "Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hampton." She looked back at the camera, just for a heartbeat. But it wasn't like she was looking at the camera, she was looking at me. Like noticing someone you know in an audience. "Would you care to describe to my co-writer here why exactly you're interested in starring in this production?" the man asked. "I think The Queen of the Black Sands is a fascinating story," she said. "I'd never heard of it before, but once I read it, it was so intense. It's like the author knew me." "Did it resonate with you?" "How?" "I wanted to be the queen," she smiled. "What girl doesn't?" I couldn't help but notice she had a bit of a Texan accent. It wasn't obvious, but it shone through when she got excited. I think she was putting on a bit of a show, but there really was an excitement there. "Fair enough," said the man. "I've seen all I need to see. You've got the part. You'll be the queen." She laughed, spun, and clapped. The men excused themselves, leaving her on stage for a bit. As the news sunk in, she was left holding her shoulders, looking cold. And the reel just kept going. Footsteps disappeared into the background, leaving her alone under the spotlight. For a few minutes, it was just her and I. Then she looked at the camera. "Excuse me," she said. "It's a bit cold. You have something I can borrow?" I waited for someone to respond, but no one did. She waved at the camera. "Hello, oh," she sing-sang. "You there?" "Me?" "Yes, you," she said. "I don't see anyone else around." "You're not listening to me." "You can't be." "Sure I am." "All right," I said. "If you're listening, let's hear you say, Clinton was president." I figured I was just talking to a recording, but she just made it look so natural. But this would be the one thing she couldn't possibly say. After all, it was filmed in the 70s. No Clinton for president back then. "All right, you got me," she laughed. "You got me there." The reel clicked and ended. I nodded and got up. I'd been sitting down for a long time, so I stretched my legs. I went to go see Herman, when I felt something in the room. The hair on my arm stood up as a chill tickled the back of my head. There was a click as the reel started to roll again. "Sorry," she said. "If you can get me something for the cold, I'll say the thing." I turned back to the screen. There she was, closer to the camera now, as the frames flung by. I leaned down and picked up the first thing I could fetch from my aunt's box of clothes. A blue caftan. A bit quirky, but it was something. "Like this?" I asked. "Sure," she said. "I like the colour." I approached the screen, clutching the fabric like a lifeline. The electricity in the air made my eyes water. I got closer, holding out the caftan like I was feeding a slice of meat to a tiger. It got so bright that I had to close my eyes, and even then, her silhouette was burned into my retinas, casting a pale brown figure in the dark behind my eyes. Something lightened from my hand as a cold finger touched my hand. "Thank you," said a calm voice from a struggling speaker, "but I'm dying to know." I backed away, shielded my face, and looked up. Through my teary eyes, I saw the woman wrap herself in something blue, and despite the vague colours and the struggling lights, I could see her smile. "Who's this Clinton fellow?" This time the reel didn't just end, it snapped. The roll was cut in two, and the slides crumbled into the machinery with a grating metal scrape. There was smoke, and I could see one of the lights on the side turning a light red. I pulled the plug and hurried to save the reel, but I could barely touch the thing without burning my fingers. Seconds later, Herman burst into the room. He hurried to the projector, pushing me aside. He did it casually, but it's like he didn't know his own strength. He nearly bowled me over. He checked the reel and the cover, pulling out what remained of the film and threw it on the floor. "Keep going," he said as he cleared the reel. "Find her." "What for?" I asked. "What are you going to do?" "Not your business." "It is my business," I argued. "I've never seen anything like this. Ever. I want to know what the hell we're doing." "No. Get back to work." "I'm not going to..." I headed for the door, but he blocked me. I pulled out my knife. I wasn't taking any chances. The problem with a guy like Herman is that you can't really do anything to get past their reach. He walked up to me, calm as can be, as I frantically stabbed at him. He took out this thick piece of metal wire from his pocket and wrapped it around his hand like boxing tape. The moment he was close enough for me to get a cut in, I lunged, but he stepped back, and the next moment, a sharp pain exploded off the side of my face. At some point, he'd picked up a film reel, and now he'd smacked me over the head with it. I was so surprised that I lost all momentum. In the next breath, he had one hand on my wrist and one on my throat. I was thrown to the floor with a force that whiplashed my neck. My world went black for a second as my breath escaped me. "We finish this tonight," he said. "You have to do it." "Why?" I wheezed. "Why the fuck am I even here?" "Because she's scared of me." He took my knife, folded it, and put it in his pocket. He took my phone, my wallet, all of it. And when he finally let go, he'd made it very clear that he wasn't going to let me leave the room until all was said and done. I checked for more reels with Dawn's name, but I couldn't find any. I went through 6 boxes, just reading the names on the side. Herman thought I was stalling and made me say them out loud. Test Reel 5, Cliffside Capture 6 to 8, Roadside Ambience, Narration, Scenic Capture, Diner Scene, Dialogue Cover, and then, at the very bottom, lodged in between 2 much larger reels, The End of Eternity. That stood out. I held it up and showed it to Herman. He went over to check the cover. "Put it on," he said. "Emmett wants to see this." "What if I don't? Then I kill you and get someone else." He tightened his fist, emphasizing the wire strung around his hand. He wasn't joking. "Fine. Then we're done." "Then we're done." He turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. The rain intensified, clattering against the metal roof. What I'd thought was going to be a passing downfall had turned into a creeping storm. The trees were swaying outside, brushing against the side of the building like a cat trying to get in. Little taps against the window as the occasional raindrop flew off course. I had to try something. I didn't know what was going to happen, but whatever it was, I didn't want it to happen. There was this pit in my stomach that I couldn't explain. So I took one of the chairs, pushed it up against the door handle, and put the film on. Maybe I could get ahead of whatever was about to happen. I turned the projector back on. It was the very start of the reel. The film seemed different than the others, clearer. The black colour wasn't just black. It was no colour at all. There was an opening scene with Dawn walking along a cliff. She was wearing a blue caftan. My aunt's blue caftan. I ran up to the screen, feeling the electricity crackle in my ears. It was deafening, but I didn't care. "I don't know what this is, but he's coming," I said. "I don't know what they're going to do." She turned her attention to the camera and blinked, as if she could hear the panic in my voice. She spoke with a slight delay. "Get out," the projector speaker said. "Run." "I can't. I'm stuck. This guy, he's a monster, I know." She looked to the side, then back at the camera. She was torn. Then she held out a hand. It drifted through the screen, reaching for me in a brilliant light. I took it. She wasn't cold at all. "This way," she said. "Let's go." Something thumped, and it wasn't my heart. Footsteps. I turned my head just in time to see a shadow looming over me. And in a heartbeat, I was knocked halfway across the room. I smacked my shoulder into the floor with a crack. I hadn't heard Herman break the door open. He'd pulled the wire between his hands like a garrote and wrapped it around Dawn's outstretched hand. He did it so smoothly, like he'd practiced his entire life for that one thing. I'd never seen anything like it. And before I could say no, he pulled her out of the screen. I'll never forget the sounds. Her screams screeching through the speakers of the projector as she begged him to stop. I saw her shimmering arm turning dull, solid and real, and the moment a head passed through the screen, the speakers burned out and died, leaving her frantically scrambling to the floor like a wounded animal. Her majestic movie persona torn from the light and brought into the dark as flesh and blood. Herman wrapped the wire around her neck and pulled her to her feet. As he did, I saw the man in the wheelchair by the door. Except this time, he was standing up, and he was clearly interested. I looked for a weapon, something, anything. I tried to pry the leg off a chair, but I couldn't get it loose. Instead, I saw the woman in my aunt's caftan lock eyes with the strange man, and in a moment of recognition, something happened. I heard a number. From her, from the dying speaker, and from inside of my head. It reverberated through my body as Herman tightened the wire. It's hard to explain the sensation. I could see her on the screen, and again when I closed my eyes, and again when I opened them. It's like I was watching every scenario play out at once, and in each and every one of them, she was failing. I could feel myself pulling the leg of a chair loose, and at the same time I couldn't. I attacked Herman, and at the same time I didn't. He killed her, and he didn't. She got loose, but also not. In one of those places, we made it back through the screen. There was laughter, maybe a house in the suburbs. But it was just a flash of memories, like waking from a dream. One possibility of many, and it failed. Then I was back on the floor, scrambling to get my damn shoulder to turn the way I wanted it to. But with every picture, every sensation, the memory would superimpose into my eyes, turning my vision into a blur of movement, shade, and outline. And one thing remained through it all, that no. It was screamed 1,000 times in 1,000 ways, and it all came back to pierce through me as a cold knife, pushing closer and closer to my heart until it finally stopped. I was on the floor, gasping for air. The leg of the chair never came off. Dawn's hair turned to dust as a bare skull was all that remained. Emmett stared into her empty sockets, smiling, his eyes clear and exuberant, his arms outstretched in an embrace. Herman snapped the wire tighter, making the skull pop off and topple to the floor with a dry clatter. Nothing but ash and a blue caftan remained. Emmett turned my way, almost gleefully. "I think you deserve a rest," he said. "You're very tired." I wasn't, but suddenly I was, and I slept. There were no dreams waiting for me that night, no warmth, no voices in the dark, no cliffside house, just a long darkness, waiting for the morning. I was still on the floor when the sun broke through the clouds. A single ray of sunshine made its way through the windows, tickling my eyes. I sat up, my chest heavy. In the morning sun, it all looked so normal. Just boxes and a projector. They'd cleaned up the dust and the caftan. I stumbled my way out the door, my neck feeling like it was made of lead. Herman was in the adjoining room packing up all their things. It seemed they were leaving. Emmett was outside. I could see him through a grease-stained window. Herman looked at me but said nothing. As I passed him, he put a hand on my shoulder. "Wait." He handed me back my cell phone, wallet, and even my knife. I looked up at him, considering whether to plunge it into his neck or not. I just didn't know anymore. "He wants to speak to you," he continued, outside. Emmett was out in the morning light, doing a little dance. It looked like a waltz. He was in a fantastic mood, snapping his fingers and tapping his feet. His smile didn't fail him as he turned to me. "Morning," he said. "A splendid day, wouldn't you say?" I unfolded my knife and held up a hand, silently asking him to keep his distance. "Dawn," I said. "What did you do?" "You mean the actress?" He laughed, twirled a little, and then returned his focus to me. His eyes were so intense, I could almost see them pulsating. "She died almost 30 years ago. There are plenty of articles about it. There really is." He laughed, doing another twirl. "Now, about your payment," he continued. "I don't have any money for you, but let's see what we can do." He pondered for a moment, looking at my knife, then back up at me. "Maybe I should remind you of that lottery ticket in your wallet," he said. "You must have forgotten about it. I think it has quite the jackpot." "There's no lottery ticket in my wallet." "Are you sure?" I was sure. But now that he mentioned it, I wasn't. I bought a couple in the past. Maybe one stuck around. I'd been so sure there wasn't one, but now, I don't know. It was an alien feeling, like I was equally sure of two things at once. That I had one, and that I hadn't. But looking in my wallet, there it was. But it was one of those scratch-offs, not a lottery one. "You should scratch it," he said. "You have a knife, after all." "Or I could cut you," I said. "I could do that too. You could try." But what was the point? She was gone. He'd gotten whatever he needed from that reel. I just stared blankly at my wallet for a second, trying to figure out if I really was this forgetful. Then, Emmett pushed past me, as if he knew I wasn't going to cut him. He turned to me a final time. "It's going to be a wonderful day. Enjoy it while it lasts." The last thing I saw of them was Herman dropping a box to the ground, then tossing a film reel into it. Emmett came around with his hands in his pockets, and in the blink of an eye, the box was on fire. I hadn't seen it catch fire. It was more like something had shifted. Like the air around the box was replaced with flame. It made my head hurt, and I could almost hear the reel of the film still going in my head. And if I listened hard enough, I could still hear that no. I walked away. I got in my car and I scratched my ticket. $825,000 super jackpot. I want to say that I called the police, or that I told everyone I knew about this, but honestly, I didn't. There was nothing I could say that anyone would believe. But that ticket was something real, something you could touch and use. It was enough to convince me that whatever I had felt or seen was something I could try to forget. It's been some time since that night. I did look up the articles about Dawn Anderson, and it's true. She died in the 90s, not long after giving birth to her one and only son. Someone who the articles never referred to by name. Privacy reasons, I suppose. It was described as a freak accident, some kind of allergic reaction to a moth infestation in her home. I've since gotten back on my feet. This kind of money can get you pretty far. Not far enough to retire, but far enough to ease the worries off your shoulders for a while. I could start my own small business and get a decent place to live. Pay my medical bills even. And I'm just getting started, but things are going well so far. I've never told anyone about this in real life, and I don't think I ever will. Even now, I still feel this intense guilt, and I don't even know why. I don't think I'll ever truly understand, and I don't think I'm meant to. I think, at the end of the day, I was just meant to do a job and go on my merry way. Or perhaps I wasn't meant to be there at all. Maybe no one was.
Hi everyone, thanks for listening. That was written by Saturdead from Reddit. He's still my favourite writer there, even like 15 stories in. If you liked it, please hit that subscribe button and join me for the next nightmare. And now for the fun fact you didn't ask for. In 1978, a janitor found over 500 reels of forgotten silent films buried under a hockey rink in Canada. Imagine the things that didn't get dug back up. Good night.
The logging industry might not seem like an action-packed world of politics and schemes, but you'd be surprised. Where I used to work, there were about 4 different companies all trying to put each other out of business. There was also an adjacent area that bordered on a national park. So yeah, if you looked at it from above, it all looks like forest. But there are a lot of invisible lines to look for. I was part of a regulatory watchdog. All the companies in the area called on us as an independent third party to settle land disputes and accusations of overstepping regulatory boundaries. Basically, we were the checks and balances that made sure they all played nice. That this particular case landed on my desk was a matter of contention. The last 2 cases that had been dropped in my lap ended up being lengthy and unnecessary legal battles, so my supervisor had been putting off giving me fieldwork for about 2 months. There was some pressure to vacate my seat entirely, and I wasn't eager to make a fool of myself for a 3rd time. So whatever this was, it had to go off without a hitch. I was given a couple of files. Satellite images, statements, interviews and witness testimony. There was this space at the edge of company property that had been cut down and cleared out illegally. Insurance companies had demanded a complete third-party review before they agreed to a payout. There was also an issue with the nearby park services, as damage had been done to protected land, making the rangers suspect that this was either self-inflicted or the work of an organised third party. Now, making arrests or proceeding with a formal criminal investigation is the work of the police. But my job was to give them a neutral and objective perspective, something they could point to as evidence of suspicion, of foul play. An acre or 2 might sound like a lot of land to cover, but when you're dealing with multiple sites of about 15 to 25 acres separately, it quickly falls under the radar. Given how close this land was to the edge of the property, I suspect they hadn't intended to clear it anytime soon, so they must have stumbled upon this by accident. I drove out early Monday morning. I had a meeting with one of the foremen working in the area to corroborate the statements I'd been given, and it all checked out. They hadn't been operating in the area. There were no witnesses who could say what had happened, and no one had investigated it close enough to cause any obstruction. We were good to go. I was put in contact with an assistant foreman named Michael, a very driven man in his early 30s, whose head seemed to have been fused with the mandatory white helmet they made us wear. He had this handlebar mustache that made me think of cartoonish uncle. I met him by a signal orange Jeep with the company logo printed in all black.
"I'm just here to get you where you need to go,"
he explained.
"I'm not here to intrude."
"I'm sure that won't be a problem," I smiled. "You know where we're headed?"
"Of course, yeah. It's been the talk of the crew for a week now."
"How so?" I asked.
"You hear things,
He explained.
like how no lumber was stolen."
"What?"
"Yeah,
He reiterated.
no lumber's been stolen. Most of it just kinda lay there."
That part had been conveniently left out of my prep work. Driving through untrained lands in a Jeep isn't as comfortable as it sounds. Sudden dips and rocks and fallen trees make for a bumpy ride, and if you're not used to it, it's going to cost you your lunch. I was prepared enough, but I noticed Michael looking over a couple of times. He probably wasn't used to outside passengers having spent a lot of time in the wild. And to be fair, I didn't really look the part,
"I'm not sure what exactly you do.
Michael admitted.
Some sort of insurance thing."
"That's part of it, yeah. But I'm mostly here to make sure everyone plays along,"
"They do.
he said.
I mean, it's all the same guys.
"What do you mean?"
I mean, there are only so many loggers in one area, you know. You quit one place, you go to another."
"So you all know each other? Even at other logging companies?"
"Yeah,
he said, clutching the wheel as we barreled through a bent sapling, leaves brushing against the windows.
I'm just saying. I don't know any guy who's motivated enough to bring in a crew to cut this stuff. Which means it's an outside thing."
"Or something natural," I added. "Wildfire, soil degradation. It's not usually that black and white."
No offense, but in my experience it is.
Michael rolled onto a half-finished road. It lined the space between the government-owned park space and the edge of the logging area. It was only meant for industry use, but it was surreal to see. This one line of asphalt in the middle of the towering woods, stretching on for as far as the eye could see. If you were to accidentally get turned around, it'd be impossible to tell which way you were going. The forest opened into a clearing on both sides of the road. It looked like a bomb had gone off. The trees were either bent, broken, or cut down. There were definite signs of human intervention with clean-cut stumps. Stepping out of the Jeep, something just felt wrong. Like we'd entered some kind of dead zone. You could taste the exposed sugary sap in the air. Normally, this space would be ripe with wildlife, but I couldn't hear a thing. No birds, no buzzing, nothing. Michael took me a bit to the side and waved at a man by the tree line. The man was clearly a park ranger, somewhere in his late 60s. He was short and had a sort of lanky build, but with the sinewy look of someone too tough to quit. Michael introduced me, and the man shook my hand.
"Ranger Wilson,"
he said.
"thought I'd give you a hand given our circumstance."
"You got an idea what's happening here?" I asked.
"Area's always been quirky.
He explained.
Most of the damage has been done on the park side."
"How much damage are we looking at?" Ranger Wilson scratched his chin with his scrawny fingers.
About 1.5 acre on the company side, about 2 on the park side. Most people never come out this way. We were informed by our gracious neighbors.
Michael excused himself from the conversation, leaving me with a walkie-talkie to call in when I needed a ride back. With Michael out of the picture, Wilson relaxed his shoulders as he took lead.
Place used to be teeming with folks back in the 70s.
He explained as we walked.
Called it Slumberjack Woods.
Strange name.
Well, they mostly went out here to get high and skinny dip in the river. There was this glade nearby that had an amazing view, perfect for hippy dippies and drum circles.
You don't sound too happy about it.
Just sad to see the good times pass us by.
He gave me a knowing grin with a silent explanation. I could sense who he might have been in the equation of unruly 70s teenagers. The damage done to the area was significant, but not as clear-cut as first believed. There were some trees that had been cut down with a chainsaw, others with an axe. Not all of them, though. Some were brought down by wildlife. Ranger Wilson pointed out a couple of fallen trees with fresh marks from bears. There were also signs of beavers.
Ain't a lot of beavers this far west of the river.
He explained.
For them to go out of their way like this, it's strange.
You know what's happened to all the bushes and branches? I asked.
What do you mean?
I bent down, adjusting my shoes. I pointed at one of the fallen trees, showing the damage done to the lower edges of the trunk. Branches had been broken off and removed. You can see this on a couple of trees, I said. And some of the saplings are missing entirely.
I'll be damned. Good eye.
According to satellite imagery, most of the damage had been done in a sort of oval shape, with the majority being on the park side. I showed it to Wilson and asked if we could check out the center. There had to be a specific point where whoever did this started, and maybe that could give us an idea of how long it had been going on. Traversing this kind of environment takes a toll, though. Fallen trees, and branches, and rocks. You gotta make sure you don't slip, or you'll dislocate an ankle quicker than a flash flood. Not to mention, you might be dangling your toes into a viper's nest. Tough boots or not, you don't want to tempt fate more than necessary. So why Slumberjack Woods? I asked. I don't get the name.
Well, when you've had a bit to smoke, you usually doze off. It's not that complicated, son.
That's all.
Well, a couple of folks claimed it was the best sleep of their lives,
he continued.
Some would come here before a big test or a job interview just to relax for a bit. Used to camp out for a day or so, listening to music and sitting by the river.
I guess some places just kind of stick with you.
I guess they do.
We ended up by the river, following it northwest. We were somewhere around the center, but with things looking so different from what Wilson was used to, it was difficult to find any meaningful landmarks. We ended up walking straight across the clearing without seeing anything but fallen trees. Sometime after lunch, Wilson found a comfortable spot in the shade and had a sandwich. As he finished it, he leaned back and covered his face with his hat.
Give me 10 minutes,
he said.
Don't stray too far.
I'll check that hill for a bit, I said. Southwest.
All right.
He sighed.
10 minutes, then I'll join you.
And with that, he was out like a light. What a gift. I took a short walk. There was a hill not too far from the river which gave me a great overview. It was strange seeing so much empty space in the middle of such a lively area of the woods. I didn't know what to make of this. It felt like an industrial level operation, but the signs showed a variety of tools and causes. There was no immediate answer, and that was unusual for my line of work. I remember spotting a couple of chickadees among the fallen trees, picking branches and leaves for their nest, the first signs of life I'd seen out there. As they noticed me watching, they took off westward. There was something there, in the distance. I couldn't make out the details, but it was in a sort of dip between two hills. You couldn't see it from a low position, making it practically invisible unless you were at the right angle. Peculiar. I went to investigate. I could still see the hill where I'd been standing, so I could call for Wilson if necessary. But I made my way down, noticing a path. It was the first sign of movement or organised effort I'd seen. A clear path with drag marks. I rounded the edge of one of the hills and wiped some sweat off my forehead. Minnesota summers are no joke, and I had the sunscreen to prove it. I stopped dead in my tracks. The path kept dipping into a sort of crater. It was about 30 feet across and 20 or so feet deep. The entire thing was covered in fallen trees, branches, bushes, leaves, twigs, saplings and roots. Pretty much whatever you could break off and carry, all pushed into a single massive pile. It was deceptively large. Even at this depth, the pile was tall enough to rival the surrounding hills. It would only take a couple more feet for it to be visible from all directions. I just kind of marveled at it. The effort it would take to bring this together was enormous. I looked up, only to see Wilson standing on the top of the westward hill. He was holding a small hand axe and dragging along a couple of branches. With little fanfare, he dropped it onto the gargantuan pile, causing a ripple of movement among the branches. A couple of chickadees took flight, and looking a bit closer, I saw a falcon. A raptor nesting alongside prey animal. "Wilson," I called out. "What are you doing?"
Huh?
He looked down at me, clutching his hand axe.
What do you mean?
He asked. "What's with the branches? What's with this?" I gestured towards the pile. Wilson turned to it, scratching his head.
Jesus,
he muttered.
What the hell happened here?
We took some pictures and investigated it. At first it just looked like a disorganized pile, but there was some sense to it. Most of the trees that had been dragged there lined the bottom and the edge, while most of the larger branches were on the inside. It was structurally sound. The outside was mostly covered in leaves and bird nests. I confirmed that, yes, I could see falcons alongside chickadees and cardinals. There were also signs of raccoons, and I spotted a couple of curious eyes peering out at me, possibly foxes. Ranger Wilson pointed out deer droppings nearby. All in all, this didn't make sense to me. Animals didn't congregate into piles, especially not a man-made one, which put a couple of things into consideration. One, that this wasn't a natural process. Two, that this wasn't man-made. All the while, I couldn't get a straight answer from Wilson about his contribution to the pile. He shrugged it off and was noticeably quieter from that point forward. That was one of the most curious things about the pile, just how quiet it was. This was a massive collection of trees and bushes, teeming with life, but it was silent as a grave. No chirps or songs, no buzzing insects. I could see ants and bees crawling next to one another, carrying the occasional leaf or pine needle. I could see mice scurrying around, carrying twigs with their teeth. I walked up to the pile to look a little closer. There were holes for larger mammals to crawl through, giving it the appearance of a nest, or a mound, rather than just a pile of debris. There were things living in there, no doubt.
There were other stories about this place back in the day,
Wilson called out from atop the hill.
There was this bonfire.
What about it? I asked as I peered into the nest.
A lot of folks came by to build a bonfire. It was supposed to be this amazing thing to burn at the end of summer. A lot of folks came around to pile stuff on.
It wouldn't happen to be this pile right here, would it?
Not sure,
He admitted.
Area looks different now that it's all dead. But yeah, they never burned the thing. I guess they were happy enough just building it.
I looked a little closer, seeing a couple of eyes reflect at me from the depth of the pile. Doesn't look all that dead to me, I muttered.
Doesn't look dead at all.
Wilson explained as he escorted me back to the road. The bonfire had been this idea by some of the regulars. They would come back every now and then, have a smoke, and then go chopping up something to add to the pile. Hence the jack part in Slumberjack Woods.
It was just something to clear your mind.
He said.
Like meditation, you know?
So you're saying they've been clearing this area since the 70s?
Hell no,
He laughed.
I'm saying that's what they did back then. People have moved on. Haven't seen anyone around these parts for years.
So what are you suggesting? I asked. What's happened here? He scratched his head and looked back, shaking his head.
I don't have a God's honest clue, truth be told.
I called Michael and waved goodbye to Wilson for now. Wilson yawned and lumbered back into the woods, following an old trail. I didn't have to wait long for Michael to pick me up with his jeep, asking me what I'd learned as we drove off. I told him about the pile.
We'll get someone to clear that out,
He said.
Shouldn't be too much trouble.
You got any idea what it is? I asked. Looks like a lot of work,
I've checked with the guys who found it.
he said.
A guy who used to go up there to take a nap during lunch hour. He didn't have a very good explanation.
What did he say?
Not much.
Michael sighed.
He just sort of found it. Went up there for a nap, got a bit confused and ended up in the clearing.
That happen a lot with your crew? I asked. They get confused much?
Can't say they do.
He pointed in the rearview mirror. The clearing could still be seen in the distance.
But around that part of the woods, I guess they do.
I spent most of that evening collecting my thoughts and findings. I summarized the various conclusions I could draw, but ended up with an empty line under conclusion. That was the one part I couldn't figure out. I sent what I had to my superior, knowing full and well that I'd get a stern talking to about not having an answer. Inconclusive reports had been my downfall for the Part 2 cases, and this wasn't looking to fare any better. The next day I wasn't just meeting up with Michael. I was meeting up with about 10 of his guys, all in various vehicles. And at the forefront of it all was an excavator, with that same signal orange colour and the company logo. Michael was excited to get this done and over with. I got in his jeep as the little convoy rolled out.
They're probably not going to want to push this issue,
He said.
They don't really care about that lumber as long as no one else has been making a profit.
Well, there is no sign of that, I said. But something's up, that's for sure. It was unreal seeing those machines roll into the clearing, bumping over fallen trees and dry stumps. A couple of people had gotten out of their jeeps to guide it through, waving and directing it with hand signals. Getting closer to the pile, I noticed a silhouette on the hill. I looked up to see Wilson, standing by a fallen tree, chucking branches onto the pile. I excused myself from Michael and got out. It took me a while to navigate the brambles, but I made it all the way atop the hill. As the crew rounded the corner and oohed and ahed about the pile, Wilson was just standing there, casually throwing branches. His eyes were closed. I observed him closely. He moved slowly, but with the same confidence as always. He leaned down, broke off a branch from a tree, and threw it down the hill. I could see a couple chickadees rock back and forth as the branch landed next to their nest, but they didn't take flight. They didn't have a care in the world. I tapped Wilson on the shoulder and watched his eyes open. He groaned a little and looked down at his hands, covered in tree sap and scratches. "You all right?" I asked.
Must have nodded off.
He said.
What day is it?
I wanted to tell him that's something he ought to know, but there was a tone to his voice that didn't lend itself to sarcasm. I shook off the thought and gave him a pat on the back. "You need me to call someone? You good?"
I'm good.
He insisted.
I'm good.
Then he saw the excavator. He looked up at me, then down at Michael and his crew. Then he was off like someone had fired a racing pistol. Wilson hurried down the hill to meet with Michael and his crew. They almost came to blows immediately. I thought the two of them knew each other pretty well, but that didn't seem to be the case. Michael argued that the pile was on company property, while Wilson argued that it could be the home to endangered species, and that we couldn't do anything to it before we had a clear idea of what it was. But while they argued, the excavator crept closer. There was a sort of electricity in the air, a spark. Something didn't feel right, and I could watch the hair on my arm stand at attention, like I dragged my feet across a rubber carpet. Michael grabbed his walkie-talkie and gave the operator the go-ahead. Wilson knocked the walkie out of his hands, and the two escalated from words to finger-pointing and getting in each other's face. Meanwhile, I listened to the walkie-talkie. "Coming up on the side now," the operator said. "Looks like a beaver dam from hell." I could hear the whine of the machine as it lifted the arm up high, ready to be brought down. "You hear that?" the operator said. "There's something. I don't know." I tried to call Michael over, but he was too busy berating Wilson, who in turn was busy berating him back. The crew was looking worried, and the operator was sounding more worried still. The excavator's arm hung still in the air. "There's something in here," he continued. "Not, like, in there, but..." The operator flung his arm about, as if waving away an insect. Then he did it again. And then he moved around the cabin. "Shit, there's something on the floor. There's something on..." The other crew members hurried his way as Michael looked up, asking Wilson to shut up. Then, a scream. One we didn't need a walkie-talkie to hear. We all rushed forward. I saw one guy trip over something, clutching his leg. Another waved off a couple of bees. Someone got to the excavator and pulled the door open, only for a handful of snakes to spill out. The operator was unconscious, his face stung red with bees, some of which still crawled over him. His rescuers dropped him, shocked by the hissing vipers in the cabin. Rattlesnakes, it sounded like. I stopped. The guy who'd tripped started screaming about a bite, and another physically had to kick off a rodent trying to crawl up his leg. I could see things moving in the dirt, spiders and ants, side by side, heading the way of the excavator like an insectoid parade. And for the first time since I got there, I could hear life, birdsong, screeching falcons. And looking up, I could see them, circling the nest together, like a cohesive flock, like a perfect circling halo of wings and beaks. All of them just waiting for someone to step out of line, to get a little too close. I helped in whatever way I could, and Wilson did too. 3 guys had rattlesnake bites, and the excavator operator got at least 30 or so bee stings on top of that. We had to call for an airlift to a hospital. For the rest of the afternoon, that was all we'd do, cleaning up the aftermath of what had turned into a royal clusterfuck. Michael was stuck talking to his boss, and a couple of people came out to see the pile with their own eyes. They discussed how to best get rid of it, but it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. They were too afraid to even get close enough to move the excavator. By late afternoon, I ended up sitting next to Michael on a stump. The crew had cleared out, but I wanted a statement for my report. I got one, but after the bureaucratic minutiae passed, I was left with a man that was worried for the safety of his people.
Never had a snake bite before,
He said.
The occasional bee sting, sure, but this is fucked.
Logging is dangerous business, I agreed. But yeah, this is new,
I'll be honest,
he continued.
we've had some trouble. Some guys wandering off their position. Someone twisting their ankle while on a walk to God knows where.
Didn't say anything about that in my file,
'Cause it makes us liable.
he explained. So we shut up about it. But that thing over there, that's the core of it. All of it. You had any sleepwalkers? I asked. Like, more than usual? Apparently it wasn't as unusual as I would have been led to believe. Michael explained, off the record, that it had happened a couple times a week over the past few months. Some equipment would go missing too. Mostly hand axes, meant to clear out branches so you can reach with your chainsaw. Some folks had been found wandering the outskirts of the clearing.
It wasn't until the foreman heard about it that we decided to deal with it.
He continued.
And here we are, dealing with it.
Now I could have gone back with Michael and the others, but this was turning into something I couldn't ignore. I was under enormous pressure to see this through and come to a satisfying conclusion, and I couldn't do that from behind a desk. I had to see this thing. I had to observe it with my own eyes and figure it out. I had a field kit with a small tent, a sleeping bag, and some basic necessities. I asked Michael to pick me up in the morning. He wasn't happy about it, but he figured I knew what I was doing. I think he might have had more faith in me than I did. There was no telling what was going to happen once the sun went down, but I intended to find out. So I stuck around, watching from a distance. The excavator just stood there, its signal orange arm still hanging in the air. A couple of birds had covered its joints in twigs and leaves, slowly transforming it into a makeshift metal tree. At some point, I must have nodded off. I think it was on top of that hill, just like Wilson. There isn't much to say about what happened at that time. I remember my eyes feeling heavy, and my mouth being wide open. There was this weight to me, like I was sleeping under 2 feet of snow. At some point I forced my eyes open, as if trying to escape a nightmare. The sun was just about to set. Long golden shadows stretched out over the clearing, giving it the look of a quiet fire. I could see deer carefully dragging branches through the dirt, slowly moving past the excavator. Families of squirrels and rabbits rushed past my feet, pulling whatever they could along, and I was just standing there, in front of the pile, holding a hand axe. My arms ached. Then I dipped into the dark again. Despite my eyes being closed, it was easier to move. It's like something shared its vision with me, giving me a sensation of where to move, and how. I remember something stinging my hand. Perhaps I cut myself on something sharp. And yet, my eyes stayed close, and my body limber. It wasn't so much a dream as it was an out-of-body experience. When I got too sore to continue, I crawled. I thought about the comfort of my tent, the warm sleeping bag nestled under my neck, the breathing fabric swaying in the wind, colouring my world a mild tint of cyan. But when I opened my eyes, that's not where I was. I was in the middle of the nest, resting on a pile of moss. The inside was lined with grass, leaves, and wildflowers. I specifically remember my half-open eyes looking into the dark centre of a blue sunflower. My head leaned against something warm and leathery. I ran a tired hand over it. It felt like caressing a warm tire, segmented into armour-like plates. There was this sickly sweet smell coming from it, like burnt sugar. Looking down, I thought I saw fingers sticking out of the mud. They had a similar shape, but they were arranged in a liner, like the legs of a centipede. I dreamt of wandering the woods, feeling the ground shift underneath my feet, desperately looking for a safe haven, somewhere I could call home. I found this one spot, surrounded by a circle of wildflowers, and I was so relieved. Someone had built me a home. In that dream, I remember promising myself to never leave, no matter how old or how large I got. That was my home, my safe harbour, away from the storm. And I would ask all my friends to make my house bigger and stronger and safer. By the time I opened my eyes for real, I was curled up inside the middle of the nest. The moss was soft under my face. The early morning summer rays tried their best to creep through the labyrinth of brambles, managing to touch me across the cheek. I looked down at my hand, where there were 2 small bite marks. It didn't hurt. It didn't even itch. It was just there. I could barely make sense of it. There was no clear point where I could have crawled inside, and I had no memory of doing so. It's like I'd closed me eyes, and now I was there. Moving out in 20 minutes. The sound startled me. Turns out I still had Michael's walkie-talkie. I kept hearing updates on the walkie-talkie, and a handful of people responding to one another. Something was happening, and they were on the move. It didn't take long before I could hear them, and not longer still before I saw them. No excavators or bulldozers this time, just jeeps and people. I picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed it. There was no response. My voice wasn't coming through. There were at least 5 jeeps, maybe 6, all full of men with white helmets. They were coming back to finish what they'd started. I had to try and get them to turn back until we figured this out, but for that, I had to make my way out of the nest. And there was no way. I was completely closed off. Michael's voice came through in the distance. He didn't need a walkie-talkie for this.
We all have our reservations,
He said.
but this thing is a safety hazard. This is a measure to deal with that hazard. That's all there's to it.
They had signal orange jerry cans with the company logo. But more so, they carried bottles and metal cans, homemade fire bombs. And from their holsters, I could tell a couple of them were armed. An icy panic shot through my chest. Didn't they see I was in here? How could they miss me? I tried calling out to them, but there was no response. I twisted and turned, kicking at the side of the nest, but I couldn't find my way out. The branches and twigs were packed so tight they could keep me warm through the winter if need be. I saw the first flame light up, and my voice went from a passionate plea to an animalistic screeching. There was a struggle among the crew as 2 of them stepped back, while the others lit up their fire bombs. One by one, flames took hold. The homemade explosives weren't as much fire bombs as they were fire starters, but the dry leaves and branches offered little resistance. I remember watching this one wildflower catch fire, mere inches from my feet. A curious blue turned a charcoal black, and as I felt the heat across my skin, I knew this was no longer a dream. I twisted and turned. I thrashed, screamed, and cut myself bloody trying to get out. The smoke seeped into the gums of my teeth as I cried for help. In the branches, I could see the many creatures that had made it their home. Unlike me, they didn't protest. Maybe they realized it was already too late. They just sat there, watching the fire spread. They wouldn't scream as the fire reached their fur and feathers, like captains going down with their ship. The smell of burnt fur choked me more than the smoke ever did. More fire, from different directions. The crew was spreading out, making sure to get at every angle. Despite my struggle, I'd only managed to move inches. I couldn't dig, and I couldn't push anything out of the way. I was stuck, and the flames were getting closer. The heat stuck to the smoke, tainting the sweat pouring out of my forehead. I was going to burn alive in that hole, and they were never going to know. And no matter how much I screamed, or cried, or begged, they couldn't, or wouldn't, hear me. Then the fire reached my legs. That first burn seeped through my shoes. At that moment, the sting on my hand shot through my nerves. Something cold. My eyes were wide open, but I had the sensation of opening them again, like there was a second layer to my vision. And all of a sudden, I wasn't inside that nest anymore. I was on the outside, right next to the crew, being held back by two of Michael's guys. "Calm the fuck down!" one of them demanded. "What the fuck's wrong with you?" They held an arm each, having wrestled me to the ground. "The fire," I gasped. You were killing me. You're killing me." "We're almost done," the other man said. "You need to calm down." One of them looked up. He slowly let go of my arm. Seconds later, the other did too. I looked up, seeing the crew spread out across the hills surrounding the pile, their silhouettes outlined by the fire starters in their hands. Something was coming out of the nest. The closest thing I can describe it as is a centipede. But you must understand, this thing was the size of a tiger. A massive white thing, segmented, with arm-long antennae at the front and rear. It moved slowly, each twitch of a leg calculated and deliberate. It had black patches on its chitin where the fire had licked it, and even now, it could move at breakneck speed, if need be. The crew murmured. A couple took pictures. Michael moved up to it with a pump-action shotgun as the others yelled at him to be careful. Part of me wanted to rush at him and tackle him to the ground. If I'd blinked hard enough, I could feel myself in the place of that creature. I could feel myself crawling in its place, in the dirt. Things got quiet as Michael raised his shotgun at it. My body rumbled as I felt the creature's trachea tremble. It wanted to be left alone. It was furious and terrified. Then, a gunshot, but not from a shotgun. I don't think anyone had noticed Wilson walking up to us, pistol raised. He pointed it at Michael and spoke. As he did, something twitched in my arm. It was as if I knew the words before Wilson said them, like I felt them.
"I want to go,"
Wilson said.
"I just want to go away."
I mouthed the words along with him, and noticed again how Wilson's eyes were closed. Just like when he'd thrown branches onto the pile.
Wilson,
Michael called back.
what the fuck do you think you're doing?
"Let me go.
Wilson and I muttered.
Let me go away."
Then fucking go.
Michael yelled back, turning his attention back to the creature. The centipede moved as Michael raised his shotgun. Wilson raised his pistol. And as Michael took his shot, all hell broke loose. The shotgun went wild as a bullet grazed Michael's arm. Someone returned fire. Wilson kept shooting, seemingly at random. I think someone got him in the leg. Michael took another shot at the centipede, but it slithered away, rushing for the woods. A couple more shots rang out. Maybe a couple of them hit, but nothing decisive. The thing just kept going, and in the dark of the woods, even a startling white colour can disappear. I stayed on the ground, writhing. I was scared, uncomfortable, cold, and at the same time sweating. "Let me go," I muttered. "I'll go somewhere else." I knew Wilson said it too. I know the remaining birds said it. It was sung and whispered and chittered in every living thing, in 1,000 different ways. And it would be said over and over and over as they all waited patiently to burn. By morning, the nest was a smouldering heap. Michael had only been grazed by the bullet, but one of his crewmen drove him to the hospital. Wilson had taken a shot to his left leg, but couldn't recall why or by whom. In the end, they all decided to just keep things quiet. An illegal burning and an illegal gunfight sort of cancelled each other out. My job was made very simple, as the claim was cancelled. Nothing more to investigate. My superiors weren't exactly pleased, but at least it was cleanly resolved and I hadn't made things worse. They didn't involve the insurance companies, and there were no accusations levelled against surrounding logging companies. No suspicion of foul play. On paper, there was nothing out there but unfortunate, natural circumstances. A couple of years have passed since. While the strange wound on my hand has healed, I still feel a little twitch every now and then, especially when I'm out in the woods. I might pick up the occasional stick without noticing or turning my head, without knowing why. Ranger Wilson has since retired from his position, and I suspect this incident might have been the thing to push him over the edge. Looking back at it all, I know something is still out there. Whenever I close my eyes hard enough, I can still hear it asking all its friends for help. It's building a house, a bigger one, with more friends. Perhaps next time no one will notice it. Until they do. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. That was Slumberjack Woods, by Reddit's own Saturdead. Did anyone else feel insanely sorry for the centipede creature at the end? I didn't cry. Okay, maybe a little. Time for tonight's not so fun fact. Chainsaws were originally invented for childbirth. Yep, it's true. Google it. Not cool doctors of 1785. Not cool. Let that sink in next time you hear one buzzing in the woods. While you're here, can you do me a favor and hit subscribe? Only about 10% of the people who watch actually do, and it makes a huge difference. This channel is dedicated to horror in all its forms. Original stories by me, the very best from Reddit, true stories that keep you awake, and tragically terrifying true crime. And yep, I'm a one-woman band here. Writing, editing, narrating, all on my own, mainly because I don't have friends. Cue tiny violin. If you'd like to be extra awesome, my PayPal link is in the comments. Your donation, no matter how small, will go towards, hopefully, making this a full-time thing. Until then, I have to do the whole work thing as well, and that's like not cool. Actually, it is pretty cool. I make hyper-realistic fantasy and horror dolls, see? Interacting in any way with any of my videos really helps, even if it's just liking or counting the mistakes I make and putting them in the comments. Don't be mean though. I'm sensitive. Good night. About 6 years ago, I first started having migraines. It started out as just a bad headache, but it grew increasingly worse over time. Sometimes I would start waking up in the middle of the night, my head pounding so bad it made my neck twitch. I would just lie there, bobbing my head to the beat of the pain. It would come about once every 2 or 3 months, but it would incapacitate me completely. Sometimes my vision got too blurry to work. Other days I could just do nothing but vomit. Once, my hearing was impaired for several days. The pounding in my head just got so loud I could actually hear it. I tried everything. First, I thought it was just dehydration. I started to drink a bottle of water every day just in case. The headache still came back. This time so strong, it actually woke me up several times a night. Then I cut out caffeine. For 2 months, I didn't even have a Fanta. Not the slightest hint of caffeine. The headache came back anyway. So the problem was neither caffeine nor dehydration. I tried several other things: regular exercise, a better pillow, cutting out sugar, massage, documenting my sleep cycles. Nothing worked. As I started having more regular headaches, I lost about 10 pounds just from loss of appetite. Sure, I could use a little weight loss, but it was getting ridiculous. About 4 years ago, I talked to my dad about it. Apparently, violent headaches run in the family. He's a regular tough guy who wouldn't go to the hospital for no less than a stroke or a broken bone. So he never really thought about it. He just recommended me some over-the-counter migraine pills, lots of sleep, and try not to think about it. I took his advice. About a year ago, just before the lockdown, I was at a party. One of the guests happened to be a doctor. She mentioned having a headache earlier that day and not being sure if she should have gone to the party at all. So I mentioned my own experience with headaches. The more I explained my symptoms, the more she just looked at me. She seemed confused. It might be tension related, but no, that doesn't make sense, she said. You should probably check that out. So I did. I live in a town that fortunately has a very good hospital, one of the best in the country. I explained my symptoms to a nurse and got to speak to a doctor shortly thereafter. I brought my notebook showing I'd tried pretty much everything I could think of, and the doctor agreed that we should take it seriously. I got a referral to a specialist at the neurology department 2 weeks later and was told to keep taking notes. They were especially curious about my pain levels. When I finally met the doctor, Kenneth, I was nervous as hell. I'd been keeping this quiet from my family and friends, not wanting to worry anyone. But when you're there, standing next to the medical professional that thinks something might be seriously wrong with you, you want someone there with you. I'm a grown-ass man, but I would have loved to have my mum there. I was put through several tests. I had to fill out several health declaration forms, then test blood, urine, get an ECG. It was over pretty quickly, and Dr. Kenneth promised to keep in touch. It took 8 days, and those were some of the longest days of my life. Of course, it all turned out to be nothing. I had surprisingly good blood values. No heart problems, no substance irregularities. There was a slight suspicion of lead poisoning. I had to come in for more tests. I came back, and we sat down in Kenneth's office. He seemed uncomfortable. He told me he would be prescribing a more powerful migraine medication. It came in syringe form, but that he wanted to run a scan on me first to eliminate worst-case scenarios. So I had a CAT scan. I kind of blacked out. I don't remember anything about it apart from the feeling of unease. A few days later, he called me back. I had to come in for a second CAT scan. I was really weirded out about it. Apparently the first test was inconclusive. They ran another scan, and I had to lie in a different position. This time, I didn't even have to go home afterwards. I just had to wait a few hours. I sat in the waiting room, trying to figure out how to tell my parents that I might have a serious brain condition. I had the bullet points written on the back of the receipt. Then I got called back to Kenneth's office. He seemed frustrated as he closed the door behind me. "I don't really know what to tell you," he said. We thought it was a reading error at first. Then he showed me the pictures. At the very front of my forehead, there's a shade obscuring parts of my brain. At first, it looked like a tumour. It scared me senseless. It's not a tumour, he explained. I'm not entirely sure what it is. He then showed me the second set of pictures. Now it is clearer. As I lay on my side, it's not a tumour, but it kind of looked like a cloud on the front of my forehead. Some kind of disturbance. I've never seen this, but looking at it, it made me realise the issue is not part of your brain, but the front part of your cranium. Look at this again. I took another look at the first picture. At the very front of my forehead, if you looked closely, there was a pattern. Small circles, some full, some empty, some half full. Geometric lines, all contained within a square about 3 inches across. It didn't look organic. It's metallic, Kenneth explained. At first, I thought it was some sort of cyst just under the skin. But it's not that simple. It's not entirely iron either, as it didn't react to the scan. He tapped the side of his head. It's on the inside of your cranium. Sort of like an iron tattoo on the inside of your skull. Of course, there was no explanation. How the hell do you explain something like that? Ever since I got the results, I've been doing chelation therapy. Even though the tattoo isn't completely iron, it gave me the same side effects as that of heavy iron poisoning. Chelation therapy really helps, even though the side effects are bullshit. I don't really get those migraines anymore. I still get the sensations in my head, but they're no longer headaches. I can feel a warmth from my forehead at times. It can be so strong and so precise that once, I actually managed to draw the lines and patterns from tracing my finger across my head. It's hard to explain what it looks like, sort of a circuit board, but made of worms. I still have regular checkups with Dr. Kenneth, but there seems to be no more that can be done. As my symptoms have evened out, there is little reason left for me to come in, so I just have to live with it. It just isn't worth the risk of invasive brain surgery, even though it might be an option in the future. It's so weird living with this. I can feel it. And as soon as I start to think about it, I just feel it more. I get this awful claustrophobic feeling, and I've started to get panic attacks. Whenever there's sunlight directly on my face, that small part of my head gets warm real fast. I no longer have headaches, but sometimes feel very weird sensations. Last week, I woke up in the middle of the night trying to scratch something that felt like a phantom limb coming out of my head, like there was supposed to be something there. I don't even want to start thinking about where it came from or what it means. I know it's there, and no matter what I do, it will stay there. I sometimes smack my head with my hand, as if to realign my head, but I don't think that does anything. I don't know what this is, and I don't know if I can live with it. Even if I can, I don't know if I want to. Hi everyone, thanks for listening. This was My Unusual Headache, written by Saturdead. I'm in the middle of recording a playlist dedicated to Saturdead stories, so make sure you don't miss the next one. And stick around to the end. I always share a completely random, slightly unhinged fun fact. It's an old tradition that I just started right now. And tonight's fun fact: did you know the human brain itself can't actually feel pain? That's why surgeons